Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1. It was always a gamble, dropping off a body at Birdsall Son Undertakers. But this morning, the bride of fortune favored Hart Ralston. Out of habit, he ducked his head as he stepped into the lobby so that he wouldn't smack his forehead on the doorframe. Bold-colored paintings of the death god's salt sea, the warden, and grandfather bones decorated the walls in gold frames. Two green velvet armchairs sat in front of a walnut coffee table, their whimsical lines imbuing the room with an upbeat charm. Vintage coffee bean tins served as homes for pens and candy on a counter that was polished to a sheen. This was not the summer staid lobby of a respectable place like Cunningham's Funeral Services. This was the appalling warmth of an undertaker who welcomed other people's deaths with open arms. It was also blessedly empty, save for the dog draped over one of the chairs. The mutt was scratching so furiously at his ribs he didn't notice that his favorite Tanria marshal had walked through the front door. Hart watched in delight as the mongrel's back paw sent a cyclone of dog hair whirling through a shaft of sunlight before the bristly fur settled on the velvet upholstery. "Good boy, Leonard," said Hart, knowing full well that Mercy Birdsall did not want her dog wallowing on the furniture. At the sound of his name, Leonard perked up and wagged his nub and tail. He leaped off the chair and hurled himself at Hart, who petted him with equal enthusiasm. Leonard was an ugly beast-that boxer. Half the gods knew what. Brindle-coated, eyes bugging and veined, jowls hanging loose. In any other case, this would be a face only his owner could love. But there was a reason Hart continued to patronize his least favorite undertaker in all the border towns that clung to the hem of the Tanrian Marshal's West Station like beggar children. After a thorough round of petting and a game of fetch with a tennis ball Leonard unearthed from underneath his chair, Hart pulled his watch out of his vest pocket and, seeing that it was already late in the afternoon, resigned himself to getting on with his job. He took a moment to doff his hat and brush back his overgrown blonde hair with his fingers. Not that he cared how he looked. Not at Birdsall Son. At any rate, as a matter of fact, if he had been a praying man, he would have begged the Mother of Sorrows to have mercy on him. No pun intended. But he was not entirely a monarch by half, much less one of the praying variety. So he left religion to the dog. "Pray for me, Leonard," he said before he pinged the counterbell. "Pop, can you get that?" Mercy's voice called from somewhere in the bowels of Birdsall Son. Loudly enough so that her father should be able to hear her, but softly enough that she wouldn't sound like a hoyden shouting across the building. Hart waited, and waited. "I swear," he muttered as he rang the bell again. This time, Mercy threw caution to the wind and hollered, "Pop the bell," but silence met this request, and Hart remained standing at the counter, his impatience expanding by the second. He shook his head at the dog. "Salt fucking see, how does your owner manage to stay in business?" Leonard's nubbin started up again, and Hart bent down to pet the ever-loving snot out of the boxer mix. "I'm so sorry," Mercy said, winded, as she rushed from the back to take her place behind the counter. "Welcome to Birdsall Son. How can I help you?" Hart stood up and up, towering over Mercy as her stomach hopefully sank down and down. "Oh, it's you," she said, the words and the unenthusiastic tone that went with them dropping off her tongue like a lead weight. Hart resisted the urge to grind his molars into a fine powder. "Most people start with hello." "Hello, heartache," she sighed. "Hello, merciless." He gave her a thin, venomous smile as he took in her oddly disheveled appearance. Whatever else he might say about her, she was usually neat as a pin, her bright-colored dresses flattering her tall, buxom frame, and her equally bright lipstick meticulously applied to her full lips. Today, however, she wore overalls, and her olive skin was dewy with sweat, making her red horn-rimmed glasses slide down her nose. A couple of dark curls had come loose from the floral scarf that bound up her hair, as if she'd stuck her head out the window while driving full speed across a waterway. "I guess you are still alive, then," she said flatly. "I am. Try to contain your joy." Leonard, who could not contain his joy, jumped up to paw Hart's stomach, and Hart couldn't help but squeeze those sweet jowls in his hands. What a shame that such a great dog belonged to the worst of all undertaking office managers. "Are you here to pet my dog? Or do you actually have a body to drop off?" A shot of cold humiliation inched through Hart's veins. But Head never let her see it. He held up his hands as if Mercy were leveling a pistol crossbow at his head, and declared with mock innocence, "I stopped by for a cup of tea. Is this a bad time?" Bereft of adoration, Leonard leaped up higher, mauling Hart's ribs. "Leonard, get down." Mercy nabbed her dog by the collar to drag him upstairs to her apartment. Hart could hear him scratching at the door and whining piteously behind the wood. It was monstrous of Mercy to deprive both Hart and her dog of each other's company. Typical. "Now then, where were we?" she said when she returned, propping her fists on her hips, which made the bib of her overalls stretch over the swell of her breasts. The square of denim seemed to scream, "Hey, look at these, aren't they fucking magnificent?" It was so unfair of Mercy to have magnificent breasts. "You're dropping off a body, I assume?" she asked. "Yep. No key. Another one. This is our third indigent this week. More bodies mean more money for you. I'd think you'd be jumping for joy." "I'm not going to dignify that with a response. I'll meet you at the dock. You do know there's a bell back there, right?" "I prefer the formality of checking in at the front desk." "Sure you do." She rolled her eyes, and Hart wished they'd roll right out of her unforgivably pretty face. "Does no one else work here? Why can't your father do it?" Like a gift from a bride of fortune, one of Roy Birdsall's legendary snores galloped through the lobby from behind the thin wall separating it from the office. Hart smirked at Mercy, whose face darkened in embarrassment. "I'll meet you at the dock," she repeated through gritted teeth. Hart's smirk came with him as he put on his hat, sauntered out to his auto duck, and backed it up to the dock. "Are you sure you're up for this?" he asked Mercy as he swung open the door of his duck's cargo hold, knowing full well that she would find the question unbearably condescending. As if to prove that she didn't need anyone's help, least of all his, she snatched the dolly from its pegs on the wall, strode past him into the hold, and strapped the sailcloth-wrapped body to the rods with the practiced moves of an expert. Unfortunately, this particular quartz was extremely leaky, even through the thick canvas, despite the fact that he had kept it on ice. The liquid rot wasn't completely frozen over, and Mercy wound up smearing it all over her hands and arms and the front of her overalls, relishing her horror as it registered on her face. Hart sidled up to her, his tongue poking into the corner of his cheek. "I don't want to say I told you so, but..." She wheeled the corpse past him, forcing him to step out of the auto deck to make room for her. "Heartache, if you don't want my help, maybe you should finally find yourself a partner." The insinuation lit his Mercy fuse, which was admittedly short, as if he would have any trouble finding a partner if he wanted one. Which he didn't. "I didn't ask for your help," he shot back. "And look who's talking. By the way," she halted the dolly and pulled out the kickstand with the toe of her sneaker. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I don't see anyone helping you either." He fished inside his black vest for the paperwork she would need to complete in order to receive her government stipend for processing the body, and he held it out to her. He had long since learned to have his end all filled out ahead of time so that he didn't have to spend a second longer in her presence than was necessary. She wiped one hand on the clean fabric over her ass before snatching the papers out of his hand. Without the consent of his reason, Hart's own hands itched with curiosity, wondering exactly how the round curves of her backside would feel in his grasp. His brain was trying to shove aside the unwanted lust when Mercy stepped into him and stood on her tiptoes. Most women couldn't get anywhere near Hart's head without the assistance of a ladder, but Mercy was tall enough to put her into kissing range when she stood on the tips of her red canvas shoes. Her big brown eyes blazed behind the lenses of her glasses, and the unexpected proximity of her whole body felt bizarrely intimate as she fired the next words into his face. "Do you know what I think?" "Heartache." He swallowed his unease and kept his voice cool. "Do tell." "Merciless. You must be a pathetically friendless loser to be this much of a jerk." On the word jerk, she poked him in the chest with the emphatic pointer finger of her filthy hand, spotting his vest with brown rot and making him stumble onto the edge of the dock. Then she pulled down the gate before he could utter another word, letting it slam shut between them with a resounding clang. Hart stood teetering on the lip of the dock in stunned silence. Slowly, insidiously, as he regained his balance, her words seeped beneath his skin and slithered into his veins. "I will never come here again unless I absolutely have to," he promised himself for the 100th time. Birdsall Son was not the only official drop-off site for bodies recovered in Tanria without ID tags. From now on, he would take his keyless cadavers to Cunningham's, But as he thought the words, he knew they constituted a lie. Every time he slayed an indigent drudge in Tanria, he brought the corpse to Birdsall Son Undertakers for a dog. Because he was a pathetically friendless loser, he already knew this about himself. But the fact that Mercy knew it, too, made his spine bunch up. He got into his auto duck and drove to the station, his hands white-knuckling the wheel as he berated himself for letting Mercy get to him. Mercy, with her snotty "Oh, it's you," as if a dumpster rat had waltzed into her lobby instead of Hart. Mercy, whose every word was a thumbtack spat in his face, pointy end first. The first time he'd met her, 4 years ago, she had walked into the lobby, wearing a bright yellow dress, like a jolt of sunlight bursting through glowering clouds on a gloomy day. The large brown eyes behind her glasses had met his and widened, and he could see the word form in her mind as she took in the color of his irises, as pale and colorlessly gray as the morning sky on a cloudy day. Demigod. Now he found himself wondering which was worse, a pretty young woman seeing him as nothing more than the offspring of a divine parent, or merciless Mercy loathing him for the man he was. Any hope he'd cherished of skulking back to his post in Sector W38 unremarked vanished when he heard Chief Maguire's voice call to him from the front door of the West Station, as if she had been standing at the blinds in her office, waiting to pounce. Marshal Ralston. His whole body wanted to sag at the sound of Alma's voice, but he forced himself to keep his shoulders straight as he took his pack out of the passenger seat and shut the door with a metallic clunk. "Hey, Chief, where you been?" "Eternity. I took out a dredge in Sector W38, but it didn't have a key. Decomp was so bad, I decided to bring him in early. Poor pitiful bastard." Alma scrutinized him over the steaming rim of her ever-present coffee mug, her aquamarine demigod eyes glinting in her wide brown face. Hart's lips thinned. "Are you implying that I'm a poor pitiful bastard?" "It's not so much an implication as a stone-cold statement of fact." "Hardly. You have no social life. You work all the time. You don't even have a place to hang your hat. You might put up in a hotel for a few nights, but then you come right back here." She jerked her thumb toward the mist, the cocoon of churning fog that formed the border of Tanria beyond the West Station. "This shithole is your home. How sad is that?" Hart shrugged. "It's not so bad, says you. I assume you took the body to Cunningham's." "No." She raised an "I take no bullshit from you" eyebrow at him before leaning on the hood of his duck, and Hart frowned when she spilled a few drops of coffee onto the chipped blue paint. It was rusty enough as it was. She didn't need to go making it worse. "Look, Ralston, we rely on the Undertakers. We need them to do their jobs so that we can do ours." Great. A lecture from his boss, who used to be his partner and his friend, who called him Ralston now. "I know. You are aware of the fact that Roy Birdsall almost died a few months ago." "Right." Hart shifted his weight, the soles of his boots grinding into the gravel of the parking lot. "No." "Well, he did. Heart attack or something. In theory, he's running the office, but Mercy's the one taking care of everything at Birdsall Son boatmaking. Body prep. All of it." So his tone was petulant, but the memory of a disheveled Mercy with corpse rot smeared over her front made a frown of guilt unfurl in his gut. "So if you're going to patronize Birdsall's, cut Mercy some slack and play nice. If you can't do that, go to Cunningham's." "All right. Yep. Fine. Can I go now?" He adjusted his hat on his head, a clear signal that he was preparing to exit the conversation and get on with his job. But Alma held up her free hand. "Hold on. I've been meaning to talk to you about something." Hart grunted. He knew what was coming. "Don't give me that. You've gone through 3 partners in 4 years, and you've been working solo for months. It's too dangerous to keep going it alone, for any of us." She added that last bit as if this conversation were about marshals in general rather than him specifically. But Hart knew better. "I don't need a partner." She gave him a look of pure exasperation, and for a fraction of a second, Hart could see the old Alma, the friend who'd been there for him when his mentor, Bill, died. She dismissed him with a jerk of her head. "Go on." But this conversation isn't finished. Had walked a few paces toward the stables when Alma called after him. "Come over for dinner one of these days. Will you? Diane misses you." This peace offering was almost certainly Diane's doing, and he could tell that it was as hard for Alma to deliver her wife's invitation as it was for Hart to hear it. "Yep," he answered and continued on his way to the stables. But they both knew he wouldn't be standing on Alma and Diane's doorstep anytime soon. Although he and Alma had long since made peace on the surface of things, the old grudge hung in the air, as if Bill's ghost had taken up permanent residence in the space between them. Hart had no idea how to get past it, or if he wanted to, but it was painfully awkward to miss a friend when she was standing right behind him. It was worse to miss Diane. He almost never saw her anymore. The stables were dark compared to the brutal sunlight of Bushong, and blessedly cooler, too. He went to the stalls to see which mounts were available. He knew it would be slim pickings at this time of day, but he was unprepared for how bad the pickings were gelding so young. Hart didn't trust it not to bolt at the first whiff of a drudge an older mare had taken in a few times and found too slow and plodding for his liking, and Solliker. Solliker was one of those equimares that bolted for water every chance he got and maintained a constant, embittered opposition to anyone who dared to ride him. Some marshals liked him for his high-spiritedness. Hart loathed the beast. But of the three options, Solliker was, sadly, the best choice. Wonderful. Hart griped at him. Solliker snorted, shook out his kelp-like mane, and dipped lower in his trough, blowing sulky bubbles in the water, as if to say, "The feeling's mutual, dickhead." All at once, an oppressive sadness overtook Hart. It was one thing to dislike an equimaris, it was another to have the equimaris hate him back. And honestly, who did genuinely like Hart these days? Mercy's barbed insult, which had followed him all the way from eternity, surfaced in his mind once more. You must be a pathetically friendless loser to be this much of a jerk. She had a point. Only a pathetically friendless loser would face his nemesis time and again to pet her dog for 5 minutes. Maybe I should suck it up and get another dog, he thought. But the second he entertained the idea, he knew he could never replace Gracie, and that left him with nothing but the occasional visit to Leonard. Hart knew that he needed to get to his post, but he wound up sitting against the stable wall, shrouded in shadows, as if it had a mind of its own. Call it ancient muscle memory. His hand snaked into his pack and pulled out his old notebook and a pen. When he had first joined the Tanrian marshals after his mother died, he used to write letters to her and slide them into Nimcolin boxes whenever he and his mentor, Bill, made their way to the station or to a town. Then, after Bill was killed, Hart wrote to him, too, mostly letters full of remorse. But he hadn't written to either of them in years, because at the end of the day, it wasn't like they could write back. And that was what he wanted, wasn't it? For some Onanyanito answer. Poor pitiful bastard. The blank page splayed across his thighs seemed to say to him now. He clicked open the pen and wrote dear, hesitated, and then added the word friend. He had no idea how much time passed before he tore out the page, folded it into fourths, and got to his feet, relieving his aching knees. There was a similar relief in his aching chest, as if had managed to pour some of that loneliness from his heart onto the paper. Glancing about him to make sure he was unobserved as he crossed the stable yard, he walked to the station's Nimcolin box and slid the note inside, even though he was certain that a letter addressed to no one would never be delivered to anyone. Chapter 2. Mercy cranked up berth number 5 and watched as the unfortunate man whom Hart Ralston had brought in the day before surfaced from the well, which had kept his body chilled at a steady 55 degrees overnight. He wasn't overly large, but he wasn't tiny either, and moving him onto the dolly would go easier with 2. Zeddy, you there? Mercy called hopefully up the basement stairs, but it was Pop who answered her, his voice too eager for her liking. He's not in yet. Need help with something? Muffin? No. Nope. I'm good. I wanted to show Zeddy how to work that tricky kink in berth number 5's rope. It wasn't a lie, per se, but she didn't want Pop doing anything that required physical exertion, such as helping her move a corpse. He wasn't so great on stairs these days either. His knees popped alarmingly with each step. After his heart attack 6 months ago, the doctor had said that he needed to retire, at least from the heavy-duty work of undertaking, which was why he was upstairs running the office in Mercy's stead, and she was down here, working as the interim undertaker until Zeddy was ready to take over, which, in theory, was happening this morning, if he ever showed up. Annoyed with her brother for being late on his first day as the official undertaker of Birdsall Son, Mercy maneuvered the indigenous remains onto the dolly by herself, rolled the body into the lift by herself, added several more pounds to the counterbalance by herself, and pulled down on the lift rope by herself, hand over hand, until she felt it hit the end of the line. She liked the way her muscles worked, hefting and hauling, pushing and pulling, as if this job were the reason why the three mothers had made her bigger than nearly every other woman on the island of Bushong, and taller than most men, too. Of course, there was one man who towered over her, or rather, one demigod. Too bad Hart Ralston's divine parentage came with a heaping spoonful of arrogance, so evident in the way he cocked his head and put his hands on his hips, drawing attention to their slimness. The way his rapier belt hung off them in the most irritatingly sexy way possible. It annoyed Mercy to no end that after years of putting up with that insufferable marshal, some primal inner instinct continued to think he looked good enough to eat. She locked the rope in place and whistled as she headed upstairs, the rubber soles of her red canvas shoes making a satisfying thud, thud, thud on the treads. Since Seti had yet to arrive, she decided that now would be a good time to broach the subject of her father's languishing to-do list. She popped her head into the office where Roy Birdsall sat at her old desk, his reading glasses propped inexplicably atop his bushy eyebrows. I don't know if you remember my mentioning this last week, but we're out of cedar and larch, and now we're running low on salt, too, and urns. He'll write up the orders this morning as soon as I'm done balancing the books. I promise. Very, very, extremely low, and it wouldn't hurt to order more keys. We've had a run on unidentified bodies lately. Should I write this down? I'm old, but I'm not that old. I'll remember, because I can write this down if you want. He shook his head with a grin. Sometimes, you are just like your mother. Mercy knew this was the highest of compliments coming from the mouth of Roy Birdsall. She kissed his morsel sandpaper curls and counted off the to-do list on her fingers. Cedar, larch, salt, urns, and remember to order more keys. Pop saluted her, but the gesture was somehow less than reassuring. With that, Mercy left his office. She was about to head to the boatworks when she heard Horatio's familiar rapping at the front door, his talons clacking against the wood. I've got it, she called to her father on her way to the lobby to let in the Nimcolum. The owl stood on the welcome mat as he did every morning, 6 days a week, his white feathers garbed in a particularly dapper emerald waistcoat and silk trousers. An ensemble that seemed remarkably out of place in a dusty border town like eternity. Good morning, Miss Birdsall. Horatio hooted in a way that also said, I was once a messenger to the old gods, and yet you made me wait on this kitschy doormat. But Mercy found the owl's old-school hauteur charming, so she gave him her usual bright smile as he stepped his standard 3 paces into the lobby on his bare bird feet. He fished out a slim packet of letters from the tasteful, soft leather mailbag slung across his back and handed it to Mercy. I rather like this modern style you are trying on these days. I've never seen anyone make overalls work, yet here you are. The very picture. Mercy dimpled. A compliment from Horatio, even one sniffed with patronizing admiration, was cause for celebration. Her beloved dress collection had been gathering dust in her bedroom closet upstairs for 6 months now. But she found that her new coveralls and dungarees offered fashionable opportunities alongside their practicality. Thank you, she said, patting the floral scarf that bound up her hair as she took the daily death notices from the countertop and handed them over. Then she fished a coin from the bowl she kept behind the counter and gave it to the Nimcolum as well. Horatio sniffed at the silver glinting on the white feathers of his wing and was about to bid her good day when Mercy held up a folded piece of paper she found on top of the stack in her hand. There's been some kind of mistake, Horatio. This letter isn't addressed to Birdsall Son. A mistake? I think not. The owl tugged up on a chain around his neck, and a pair of reading glasses popped out from beneath his waistcoat. He plunked them onto the end of his beak with the feathery tips of one wing as he took the paper from Mercy with the other. He studied the blank outer fold as if there were something to read there. Then he thrust the letter at her once more. As I said, it is for you. Mercy took the note, frowning at it in confusion. But there's no address. Yes, there is. Where? Horatio flapped a wing vaguely toward the paper in her hand. Still don't see it, said Mercy. Just because human beings can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. My dear, I should add that this missive is not addressed to Birdsall Son. It is addressed to you, personally. To me a thrill shivered up her spine. The only person who sent her non-business related mail was her sister, Lillian, who sometimes found hilariously tacky postcards on the road. Who's it from? Goodness, how would I know? The same way you know it's for me. Horatio gave a tittering hoot. Darling, reading the direction is the sum total of my powers in that regard. Pesky privacy laws and all that. Which is a shame, I can tell you, for there are so many letters I would love to read prior to delivery. Are we quite finished here? Aye. Excellent. Tata. Bye. Mercy replied absently. She stared down at the folded paper in her hand, bewildered. As she flipped the front door sign to open, behind her, she heard the door to the kitchenette squawk on hinges in need of oiling and turned around in time to see Pop trying to sneak into his office with a steaming cup of coffee. Nope, Mercy said, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Pop sulked like a giant toddler. Aw, Muffin. You know what Dr. Galdames said. Defeated. He went into the kitchenette to dump out his coffee as Mercy unfolded the note and read, Dear friend, I suspect that I'm writing to someone who doesn't exist. But if you do exist, and you're out there somewhere, I guess this letter is for you. I have recently been informed that I'm a dickhead, by an equimarist no less. And before you go defending me, please know that it's true. I am a dickhead. I'm not sure when or how it happened. And I don't think I've always been a dickhead. Yet here we are. I have to confess that there is one person in particular who brings out the complete and utter dickhead in me. And I wish I knew what to do about that. Do you have someone like this in your life? A person who rubs you the wrong way. And no matter how often you promise yourself that you will rise above it all, you let them go do every single time. I hope you don't. For your sake. But if you do, my condolences. I've been trying to figure out why this person brings out the worst in me. And I have come to the following conclusion: most days are just days. You know, just me plodding through the hours between when I get up and when I go to bed. But whenever I'm around this one person, this individual who gets under my skin like no other, I feel more strongly the presence of an undeniable truth that is always there, lurking, hovering, waiting for me around every bend in the road. Loneliness. There. I said it. Technically, I wrote it, but committing it to ink makes it truer. I'm lonely. So this woman who very clearly does not like me reminds me that there are very few people left in this world who do. And my circumstances are such that I don't know how to solve that problem. Maybe that's why I keep putting myself in her crosshairs. Maybe there's a strange comfort in knowing that at least one person feels something for me, even if that feeling could best be described as hate. Well, this is a dismal letter. Sorry about that. For what it's worth, I feel better for having written it. To have applied the weight of my loneliness to a piece of paper rather than to my own heart for a change. Thanks for that, my friend. I hope my words haven't weighed you down. Or are you lonely, too? Sincerely, a friend. Mercy gaped at the inexplicable pouring out of a heart that she held in her hand, from a person as real and substantial as the paper on which it had been written, but as fragile and easily torn, too. Who had sent it, and why had Horatio insisted that this letter was addressed to Mercy when the writer clearly didn't know who she was? The front door opened, and Mercy folded up the letter and shoved it into the pocket of her dungarees in time to see her brother, Zeddy, saunter into the lobby, brazenly hip in his green shirt and slim-cut pink pants, his golden curls perfectly disheveled, the picture of 20-year-old callousness. He carried a greasy bag with one hand while stuffing half a glazed donut into his mouth with the other. Like Mercy, he was tall, but unlike Mercy, he had inherited their mother's narrow frame and the ability to shovel food therein with little effect. Why are you late? Mercy asked him. Because donuts. He handed her the bag, which she opened so that she could inhale the fried perfection inside. It was hard to stay mad at anyone who brought her donuts. Fair point. But we need to make sure Pop doesn't see these. As if on cue, their father stepped out of the kitchenette sans coffee and beamed when he saw his son in the lobby. There's the graduate. That's me. Zeddy smiled gamely as Mercy hid the bag of donuts behind her back. But there was a tightness to his mouth, a gritting of the teeth that planted a small seed of concern in Mercy's gut. She refused to let it take root, however, certain she must be imagining things. So, what are we up to on your first day as Undertaker? Pop asked, clapping his big hands and rubbing them together in giddy anticipation. Zeddy is going to bathe, salt, and wrap the gentleman Marshal Ralston brought in yesterday, while you sit quietly at your desk and balance the books, per the doctor's orders. Oh, I thought maybe we'd start with boat making, said Zeddy. This one's keyless, so it'll be easy. Right. Zeddy laughed nervously. Mercy chalked it up to first-day jitters. I'll let you get to it. Pop checked his daughter affectionately on the chin and went back into the office. With her father safely out of the way, Mercy decided it would be acceptable to stop in the kitchenette to snarf down a donut before heading to the boatworks. How can the body be keyless? Eddie asked her a few minutes later, through a mouthful of half-masticated fried dough. Don't you have to have an ID key to enter Tanria? Legally, yes. But plenty of people sneak into poached birds, dig up exotic plants, that kind of thing. There's a whole black market for Tanrian stuff. By now, Mercy had finished her cruller and was ready to get to work. But Eddie grabbed another donut from the bag and took a bite. So how do you know what to do with a body or where to send it? We don't. All we can do is salt the remains, perform the incantations, and take them to the burial pits. Gods. No wonder we're broke, Eddie muttered before taking another bite. Mercy bristled. These people deserve dignity at the end of life as much as anyone else. That's how we do things at Birdsall Son. But how can you stay in business if you're taking on unpaid work? We. Not me. She corrected him as he shoved the remaining chunk of donut into his mouth. And it's not unpaid. I applied for the indigent processing grant when the new Tanrian ID laws went into effect 4 years ago. Aside from Cunningham's, we're the only drop-off site for keyless bodies near the West Station. And we get paid a stipend every time a marshal delivers unidentified remains to us. At first, it didn't add up to much. But with the sheer number of people entering Tanria these days, indigent intake has become a steady revenue stream. Good to know, Eddie said with a distinct lack of enthusiasm, which was disappointing. Mercy was proud of herself for having the foresight to apply for the grant 4 years ago. Well, there'll be plenty of time for you to learn the ins and outs of the finances. And that part of the business is mostly my job anyway. She patted his arm, brushing aside her wounded pride at the same time. Ready to do some bathing and salting and wrapping. Eddie frowned at the greasy donut bag. Maybe I should digest first. Mercy laughed at his joke. Surely he was joking and led him to the boatworks. But by the time they had donned their goggles and gloves and rubber aprons, her brother's tawny skin had taken on a ghostly pallor. She almost offered to get the body out of the lift on her own, but she stopped herself. The business was called Birdsall Son, and the son had finally come home to take over what their father had begun. It was time for her to stop babying him and let him get his hands dirty. Go ahead and get him on the prep table. Right. She watched as Eddie rolled the dolly out of the lift and clumsily hoisted the body in its stained shroud onto the table over the drain in the floor. He was clearly holding his breath. And by the time he'd finished, he had turned positively green. She could make neither head nor tail of his squeamishness. Maybe they used dummies instead of corpses in his training program. Are you up for salting and wrapping the body? She asked him. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. No. I think I should watch you do it first to make sure I learn how to do things the way Pop wants them done. All right. She studied his pinched face. Said he had always been timid around the dead. But surely 3 years of working toward his degree in funerary rites and services would have solved the problem. Shoving aside her misgivings, she went about unwrapping the body. The decay is extensive. But you can see that this man was strangled, which is a blessing. Drudges often bite into their victims' throats to kill them before taking over their bodies. As I'm sure you know. Eddie swallowed and nodded. Mercy cut away what remained of the man's clothes, revealing the bloodless skin of his abdomen. See here, there's a wound where Marshal Ralston ran the corpse through the appendix, which, as you know, is the seat of the human soul and the point of drudge infection. But I always double-check to be on the safe side. She picked up the scalpel she kept on hand for this purpose, made a precise cut to open the lower abdomen, and fished through the intestines until she found the appendix, punctured as it ought to be. She sliced into it again for good measure in time for Eddie to bend over the sink basin behind him and lose the contents of his stomach therein. He fled from the boatworks, the soles of his canvas high tops squeaking on the clean linoleum floor in his haste, and Mercy was left to loom over the corpse, bewildered. Holding the scalpel in midair, she set it down on the tray, washed her hands in the sink, rinsing Eddie's mess down the drain at the same time, and followed his trail until she found him sitting at the small table in the kitchenette with his head buried in his arms. The now empty donut bag was crumpled up next to his elbow. Eddie. He sat up, furiously wiping his eyes with the backs of his hands, and Mercy's whole chest ached in sympathy. What's wrong? She asked. I need to tell you something. Okay. She sat down in the chair opposite him and patted his arm. I'm listening. He squeezed his hands between his knees. as miserable and pathetic as a puppy stuck outside the screen door in the pouring rain. So when I was at school I didn't exactly follow the coursework for funerary rites and services. That seed of concern in her gut sprouted, grew, and bloomed. What she asked? Not certain she wanted the answer. I flunked Intro to Death rituals my first semester. And I had to drop Intro to boatmaking because, as it turns out, I'm allergic to mahogany. That would explain all those rashes I used to get as a kid. Remember? Mother of sorrows. Mercy breathed at him in disbelief. Then what in the salt sea have you been studying for the past 3 years? Zeddy shrank into the chair, caving in on himself. Ancient Medoran philosophy. Are you kidding me? I wasn't married to it, but I didn't know what else to do. And you're just now telling me this over the course of those 7 words. Mercy's voice shot up several octaves. Zeddy sprang to his feet and closed the door to the kitchenette. I'm telling you now. Does Pop know? No gods. No please. Don't tell him. Merc. How am I supposed to keep this from him? I think I'm going to pass out. She put her head between her knees and took deep breaths, gulping down air and steaming up her glasses until she got a grip on herself and could sit up again. It's okay. We can fix this. You don't have to use mahogany. Oak's better anyway. She looked hopefully at her brother, but that hope quickly dwindled as she watched him lean against the door with an air of tragedy. The job's not that bad once you get used to it, she assured him. Begged him. More like, I will never get used to it. And you're right. It's not bad, it's terrible. No, it isn't. Zeddy clutched the sides of his head, his curls splaying out between his fingers. I know I should have said something before now, but every time I tried to tell Pop, I chickened out. I mean, how could I do that to him after all he's done for me? So I thought, okay, Zeddy, how bad can it be? Give it a shot. But that shot lasted all of 5 seconds. God's tits. This is a fucking disaster. It's not like this job was a giant surprise. You've always known that Undertaking gets passed down from father to son. It's been that way since the days of the old gods. And Pop's had this all laid out for you since you were born. You'd take over as Undertaker, and I'd stay on as your office manager. Things are a mess. Zeddy, if you don't step up, that's it. Birdsall Son is done. Finished. Over. I know. But I'm telling you, I can't do it. I want. Well, what else are you going to do with your life? Not spend it with dead people. The words were a slap to Mercy's face. Her eyes welled up with hot tears of frustration. But she could see that there was no cajoling him into the Undertaking business. Not as he melted against the door in mute misery. Anyway, defeated. She rubbed her forehead with both hands. What are we going to do? I don't know. Please don't tell Pop. Or Lil either. I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut. They are going to figure it out. I know. I'll tell Pop. I'll tell both of them. I swear. But I'd like to have a plan for my future in place before I do. Can you cover for me until then? Mercy wondered if her brother understood that he had pulled the rug out from underneath her. She'd worked her tail off for 13 years to help Pop keep Birdsall Son up and running for Zeddy's benefit. And now he was about to smash it to smithereens. She wanted to say, what about me? But what right did she have to guilt Zeddy into a job of vocation? Really, that made him miserable. She couldn't do that to this brat she'd adored since the day he was born. He came to kneel in front of her. Please, pretty please, he begged her. And she cracked like an egg. Ugh. Fine. I'll keep your secret. For now. But at least give boat making a shot if you can't handle the bodies. You owe Pop that much. As for telling him about the philosophy degree, make it soon. And until then, you have to help me do all the things that don't involve dead bodies. And you have to help me keep Pop in line, too. Because he keeps trying to do stuff the doctor says he can't do anymore. Deal? Yes. Absolutely. Deal. You are the literal best sister ever. Be sure to mention that to Lil the next time she's in town. Mercy joked weakly as Zeddy hugged her hard, chair and all. She had already forgotten about the strange letter, so she paid no attention to the crinkling of paper in her pocket as her brother squeezed the breath out of her. Chapter 3. Hart had been back in the field for all of 26 hours when the Nimkalim showed up with his obnoxious knock mail delivery outside the barracks. More than enough time for Hart to reconsider and regret his decision to write and send that letter. What if the Nimkalim who collected it out of the box read it, or, worse, had a way of returning it to the sender. What if the letter was actually delivered to somebody? What if someone unknown figured out that he was the one who had written it? And yet, as he stepped out into the Tanria and gloaming to find Viserys standing by the deck chairs, Hart couldn't help but hope that the letter in the rabbit's paw was a response to the one he'd sent out into the world like a message in a bottle. "How you doin'?" the Nimcolum said in his incongruously deep voice. His red vest was ratty, but the gold hoop in his long ear gleamed like new. "Banneker and Ellis are on rounds," Hart told him, since he knew the delivery probably wasn't for him, and he didn't want to be disappointed. "Good to see you, too, Sunshine. It's for you. From the chief." Hart took the proffered letter and frowned at it, more disappointed than he had thought he'd be. When he realized that the rabbit was still standing there, he said, "Thanks." "You're welcome." Viserys didn't move, so Hart did, going inside the barracks to read the note. But he didn't fail to hear the Nimcolum's muttered asshole behind him as he shut the door. Alma hadn't bothered stuffing the letter into an envelope, so Hart unfolded it and took in the message, delivered succinctly in Alma's neat, unfussy script. "Marshal Ralston, your presence is required in my office tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock sharp. See you then." It was unsettling. The odd balance of former partners and friends turned boss and underling and sort-of friends, but sort-of not friends. Hart scanned the terse message again, trying to read between the lines. There was the arm's-length distance of calling him Marshal Ralston and the friendly overture of signing off with her initial. This was why he didn't go over to her house anymore. He never could figure out exactly where he stood with her. Their conversation the day before about Hart's working solo was no small cause for concern. And yet as he lay in the too-small bunk that night, it wasn't his impending meeting with Alma that kept him up. It was the letter he'd sent to no one. He continued to fret over the wisdom of pouring out his heart onto a piece of paper. So much so that by the time he returned to the station the following day, he felt sick to his stomach. He arrived a half-hour early to resupply so that he could escape as soon as Alma was finished with him. But the chief's voice cut across the commissary at 1:45. "Marshal Ralston." He looked up from the shelf lined with canned fruit and found her standing by the door. She jerked her head toward the hallway behind her. Hart pulled his watch from his pocket. "The meeting's not till 1. May as well get it over with. Come on. And don't say I didn't warn you this was coming." His stomach soured more as he met her at the door and fell into step beside her. "So you're foisting another partner on me, in a manner of speaking." "Meaning?" Alma stopped outside the closed door of her office and studied Hart. One corner of her mouth twisted into a grin. "What?" he asked, disconcerted. "You're fantastic at what you do." A compliment. He was not expecting that, and he didn't know what to do with it. Warmth spread across his chest. "Which is why I have decided that you owe it to the profession to pass along your wealth of knowledge," she continued. And all at once, Alma's grin struck him as menacing. An apprentice. She might as well ask him to learn glassblowing or change a baby's diaper. He couldn't imagine how she came to think this was a good idea. But there she was, demigod eyes shining with amusement as she nodded in response. "No. Hard no," he said. "It's time for you to pay it forward." Before he could sputter another protest, she opened her office door. A painfully young man was waiting for them, sitting in the chair across from Alma's desk, his knees bobbing up and down with nervous energy. Actually, the term young man was stretching it. The kid probably didn't need to shave the black fuzz off his upper lip on a regular basis yet, and there was something about the close crop of his tightly coiled hair that made him seem younger than he was. As if his mother was the one calling the shots on his hairstyle and buying him socks and underwear. He had a stoppered bottle tattooed on his forearm, which meant that his appendix had burst at some point, and a temple votary had had to preserve his soul in the spirit vessel inked on his skin so that it wouldn't go sailing off on the salt sea before his body died. Marshals without their appendixes tended to be risk-taking, showboating nightmares in Hart's experience. The kid leaped to his feet, clutching a recruitment brochure that said, "So you want to be a Tanrian marshal?" as he gaped up at Hart. "Dang. You're tall. This is not happening," Hart thought. "I refuse to do this." He gave the applicant a cool squint, the one that froze the blood of most miscreants. But the kid was so guileless it had no discernible effect on him. "All right," Alma told the young man. "Have at it. And Godspeed to you." The kid looked up at Hart with eager eyes, the warm brown of a well-worn leather book cover. "I know you're a busy man, Marshal Ralston, so I'll get right to the point. I hear you've been working solo for a while. Yep. Marshalling is hard work. It goes easier with two. Am I right? This is what you call getting to the point. The kid licked his lips. I need a job. And you need a partner. You are at least 50% incorrect. It's a win-win. And that is 100% incorrect. The kid's eyes went from eager to pleading. Hear me out. My dad died in an auto duck wreck last year. And it's been hard on us. Especially my mom. She had to pick up an extra job to keep us afloat. She wanted me to go to school for dentistry. But when my appendix burst a couple of months ago and I managed not to die, I thought, here's my chance. I could join the Tanrian marshals and make serious bank and help my mom send my sisters and my brother to college. I mean, do you know what a marshal makes? Hart didn't answer the question. He was too busy remembering his own mother, used and left by an uncaring God to raise Hart on her own. At least this kid's dad had been a decent father. I'm strong. And I work hard. The recruit wheedled, as if he could sense the way Hart was caving. And hey, since I don't have an appendix, I can't become a drudge. Right. But you can be killed by one, Hart pointed out, reminding himself that he neither needed nor wanted an apprentice. This isn't a game. The more people pour into Tanria, the more bodies there are for drudges to take over. And it gets worse year after year. Marshals make serious bank because every time we step onto Tanrian soil, we put our lives on the line. It's dangerous work. And you're only a kid. The kid in question stood up straighter and puffed out his chest. I'm 19. How old were you when you started marshalling? Who mentored you? Hart clamped his lips as he recalled his 16-year-old self walkie. Skinny, sullen, scared, alone. This guy was hitting every sore spot he owned. Hold on a sec. Alma told the wood marshal before she hauled Hart into the hallway and pointed a stern finger at his face. I want you to remember who you were when you were 9 years old. I want you to remember what Bill meant to you then. You could be to this young man what Bill was to you. All the air whooshed out of Hart's lungs. Alma hadn't uttered Bill's name in his presence since their argument 4 years ago. And now here she was, playing it like a trump card. What rankled him was that it was working. He should be tearing into her instead. He glanced into the office at the kid, whose raw hopefulness twisted Hart's conscience into a pretzel. You could be to this young man what Bill was to you. For a moment, for one heartbeat of his life, wanted it to be true. Wanted it enough to let out a gusty breath of defeat and lean against the door jamb to give the kid a long, appraising look. It was like staring into a mirror, the reflection of his younger self challenging him to be a better man than he had become. What do you say your name was? Penrose Duckers. But my friends call me Pen. Both answers sounded more like questions than statements of fact. A hint of uncertainty that tightened the pretzel in Hart's gut and strengthened his bewildering resolve to make what was likely to be a very bad decision. Well, I'm not your friend. Duckers. Come on. We need to get you outfitted. Duckers' whole body lit up with pup-like excitement. Wait. What am I hired? Hart marveled at the dingy ceiling of Alma's office, as if the reason behind his agreement to take on an apprentice was sticking to the strip of flypaper that dangled near the window. Looks like it. Yes, I won't let you down. Mr. Hart, what should I call you? Sir. Hart answered dryly. Right. Duckers grabbed Hart's hand and pumped it with enthusiasm. Yes, sir. Alma beamed at him. And for some strange reason, his stomach didn't hurt anymore. Hart and Duckers sat atop their equimares, inches away from the mist at the western checkpoint, where an archway made of metal and a bewildering array of pistons and cogs stood against the churning fog of the Tanrian border. The portals that punched a doorway into the mist at each of the 4 cardinal points of Tanria never ceased to impress Hart. Had gone in and out of them for 19 years, but he had no idea how they worked. The engineers had a great enough command of the machinery to make repairs from time to time, and pirated knockoffs were becoming more and more abundant. But the only person who truly understood the ins and outs of the portals was the man who had created them 25 years ago, a reclusive scholar at the University of Quindaro named Dr. Adam Lee. Hart had met him once when he came to examine the portal at the West Station. He was a petite, fine-bent man, but although the top of Dr. Lee's head didn't reach Hart's shoulder, he was the most intimidating person Hart had ever met. No one could match that kind of brilliance, which would explain why the pirated portals used to illegally enter Tanria frequently collapsed or exploded. The engineer on duty at the West Station's portal pushed a couple of buttons, spun a dial, and pulled on the crank. Duckers gawked at the mist within the archway as it swirled and thinned into nothing more than a gauzy opaque curtain with the shadowy silhouette of the Tanria landscape barely visible on the other side. So I ride through this. Yep. Just ride on through, easy as pie. Yep. Hart waited for the kid to get moving as the marshals assigned to the checkpoint snickered. But Duckers continued to sit on his docile mare and frown at the dense fog without going anywhere. Are there any drudges in this stuff? He asked Hart. Nope. They can't get into the mist. And there are marshals stationed on the other side, so you usually don't see them close to the portals either. Usually. Hart had no intention of sitting here all day, had already lost most of the afternoon as it was, so he grabbed the reins from Duckers and dragged Ryder and Equimorus through the mist with him. The thick silence of the fog seeped into the marrow of his bones as they crossed, a sensation to which he was accustomed by now but had never learned to love. Duckers was far from loving it either. His dark complexion had taken on a sickly cast by the time they made it through. Holy shit, he sputtered. There, Hart said, tossing the reins back. Easy as pie. Duckers looked like he was going to be sick all over the scaly purple hide of his mount, but when he finally noticed his surroundings, his lips slackened with awe. Whoa. It had been a long time since Hart had viewed the landscape of Tanria with anything resembling wonder. Now, he gazed at the bizarrely symmetrical triangles of mountains in the distance and the sweeping pink hills rolling before them. He listened to the lava-like burbling of an ambrosial brook and the jarring trill of birds and the comical burps of animals that lived and died only in this strange land and off-kilter world created by imprisoned gods with nothing better to do. Hart tried to appreciate it once more as he watched Duckers take it all in with new eyes. It didn't work. Tanria was simply a place to him now. No different from any other place. He thought of what Alma had said about this shithole being his home. It wasn't a shithole. But it wasn't his home either. Duckers, on the other hand, took it all in with enthusiasm, and his smile grew bigger and bigger. He looked back at the portal and laughed. Holy shit. Yep, Hart agreed. The portal was still there, with a bored Tanrian marshal stationed on either side of it. But the archway appeared to be a freestanding door in the middle of nowhere, as if the mist weren't there at all. The scrubby desert landscape of Bushan was clearly visible from inside Tanria, but completely unattainable without the portals. Duckers pressed a hand against the solid yet invisible border and watched a tumbleweed blow past on the other side. So people couldn't see in, but the old gods could see out. Yep. Dang. Guess the new gods wanted the old gods to see what they were missing. This had always struck Hart as being cruel. But then, it wasn't like he had a high opinion of the gods, old or new. Anyway, he shoved aside the moribundity and nodded at his apprentice. You ready? Yes, sir. Duckers grinned at him. Game for anything. And Hart realized, to his amazement, that he kind of liked this kid and didn't mind his company as much as Head thought he would. Not going to fall off your Equimorus, are you? I don't think so. But I'm a city man. I'm not used to Equimares. Well, get used to them, because auto ducts don't work here. Neither do transistors, gas stoves, firearms, you name it. Anything that didn't exist before the old gods were imprisoned is useless on this side of the mist. This place is old school. So if you want to cook something, you do it with fire. And if you want to kill something, you do it with a pointy object. And if you want to get around, you do it on foot or on an Equimorus. If you want music, in theory, you make it yourself. But be aware that I will tie you up and gag you if you do. Okay, Duckers said, drawing out the last syllable like a long musical note of uncertainty tinged with a healthy questioning of his career choice. You know this is all Tanria 101, right? Yep, Tanria 101 is now in session. Hart urged the Equimares forward and began his apprentice's first tour of Tanria. Keeping to the outer edge near the mist, dredges could be found anywhere inside Tanria. But the border was the least likely place to come across criminals illegally mining gems or poaching exotic birds, unless they happened to catch them as they were breaking in. Today's ride would be purely educational. In short, Hart was teaching Duckers about Tanria the same way Bill had taught him all those years ago, by beginning with the basics. We're starting with history, he said. What is Tanria? And how did it come into existence? Oh my gods. Duckers rubbed his forehead in frustration. Answer the question. The old gods were all about war and vengeance and stuff. So the new gods overthrew them and put them in prison on Earth. That was, like, A couple thousand years ago. The old gods lived here until 200 and something years ago, when they finally cried uncle and the warden let them out and the unknown god made them stars on the altar of the sky. Then some guy made the portals 25 years ago. And yada yada yada. And people could get into Tanria for the first time since its creation. Hart finished for him. I get that you're annoyed, but I want to make sure you are absolutely clear on how shit works here. Because yada 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 covers a lot of territory. Like how many of the locals weren't too happy with the fact that a bunch of people started pouring into Bushon, either to loot a sacred place or to profit off the adventurers and business tycoons making money in Tanria. Yada 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 also elides the fact that once people could get through the mist and die in Tanria, they could be turned into drudges. Which is why the Tanrian marshals were formed. Elides who talks like that. Hart pinched the bridge of his nose. The point is, there are a lot of stupid rumors out there about Tanria. And I want you to know your facts from your fiction. Half the population of the Federated Islands believes that dragons are flying all over here and hoarding treasure. So, like they are not. No. Oh, I knew that. No, you didn't. It was a smug answer from a man who had thought there were dragons in Tanria when he was a kid and had been as disappointed as Duckers was now to discover that they were nothing more than fairy tales. Why did the new gods place Tanria in south-central Bushon? I mean, Duckers surveyed his surroundings as if the answer might be helpfully written on a nearby tree trunk. Because it's arid and rocky and shitty and about as far away from water as you can get. So very few people were living here at the time. I'm sorry. What were you saying about this being Tanria 101 and everyone knowing all about it? I guess they didn't teach us that part in school. Duckers muttered. I guess they didn't. Now tell me what you know about drudges. Duckers perked up, ready to hold forth on this subject. Had probably played drudges and marshals a million times when he was a kid. Like every other child in the Federated Islands. No one knows what they are or where they came from. All we know is that if someone dies on Tanrian soil, they can be infected by some sort of spirit and reanimated. Most people think they are lost souls since they infect the appendix. But since souls are invisible, there's no way to know for sure. At that exact moment, a soul floated past Duckers. The eerie rod of amber light drifting over the pink hillocks of Tanria like a windblown dandelion seed. Not that anyone but Hart could see it, and not that anyone knew that Hart could know one who was alive. At any rate, in the days when he and Alma were partners, he had been tempted to tell her that he could see the souls of the departed, his demigod gift, but then had remembered what happened to Bill and had kept his mouth shut. Since Hart couldn't do anything about a soul when it was disembodied, he kept up his lesson. How do you kill a drudge? Can you kill them? Aren't they already dead? Hart opened his mouth, then closed it. Good point. Aha, in your face. Who's educating who here? Duckers pumped both fists into the air in triumph. A gesture he undercut a second later when he nearly fell off the equimoris and had to grapple for the pommel to stay on. Who's educating whom? Hart corrected him, tamping down the unfamiliar urge to laugh. How do you take out a drudge? You poke them in the appendix so the lost soul can't stay in the body. It's like an off switch. Is that an easy thing to do? To poke them in the appendix? Hart put air quotes around the ridiculous wording. No, it is not. The appendix is very small. Well, let me tell you. It felt fucking huge when it blew up inside me. Hart turned his head and pretended to cough when, in actuality, he was barking with laughter. I imagined that it did. When is a drudge most likely to kill a living person? When the dead body they possessed is all rotting and nasty, and they need a fresh body. Good. What happens if a drudge gets outside of Tanria? Seriously, does that happen? Rarely. But it's not unheard of. Sometimes, a marshal will deliver a body to an undertaker, thinking they've hit the appendix when they haven't. And if they wrap the drudge up in sailcloth so that it can't move, no one's the wiser until the undertaker unwraps it, and the drudge is free to wreak havoc in some border town. Also, a drudge sometimes manages to get through a pirated portal if the criminals using it don't seal it up properly or if it malfunctions. It's been happening more and more lately. So what do you do if a drudge gets out? Pokey pokey, answered Duckers, illustrating his meaning with his pointer finger. That's right. Because a drudge will continue to decay, which means it might try to kill someone on the other side of the mist. It doesn't understand that it can't infect a body outside of Tanria. That's why you have to be certain that you've hit the appendix before you take the remains out of here for shipment home. Is that clear? Hart wanted to scare this point into his apprentice. Yes, sir. Do drudges infect animals? Are there squirrels and shit that are drudges? 2. A drudge can infect anything with an appendix. What all has an appendix? In Tanria, humans, rabbits, opossums, porcupines, and graps. And what? Graps, rabbits, opossums, and porcupines were already here when Tanria was created, and some of them got stuck inside. But graps were created by the old gods. They're like frogs, but they're furry. You'll only find them in Tanria. Huh. What about cats and dogs? Do they have appendixes? No and no. So they don't have souls. Hart brought his Equimaris to a halt, and Deckersmere, sensing authority, stopped in her tracks as well. Do you honestly believe that dogs don't have souls? Have you ever met a dog who wasn't 100 times nicer than your average human being? No. Exactly. Don't insult dogs like that. He gave his Equimaris a light tap and got them both moving once more. Feeling a bit guilty, the kid didn't know about Gracie, after all, and Hart didn't need to go chastising him on day one. Guess you like dogs, said Duckers. Guess I do. Let me ask you something. If you had to choose between saving my life or saving a dog, which would you choose? The dog. That's funny. You're hilarious. I'm not laughing. And my Hart nudged his mount forward, leaving Duckers to catch up. Dang. That's cold. Sir. Hart glanced behind him and saw his apprentice clinging for dear life to an Equimaris that had begun to trot. He faced forward again so Duckers wouldn't see him grin. Chapter 4. Zeta's confession and its ramifications continued to worry Mercy the morning after her brother's disastrous first and possibly last day as Undertaker. But since she had no ready solution and a backlog of boats to build, plus a well full of corpses to deal with, she donned her apron and rubber gloves and goggles and got to work. The body on the prep table had belonged to a licensed grab trapper whom a marshal had brought in the day before. A woman killed and reanimated by a drudge while gathering graps for the lucrative Tanrian pet market. Unlike the leaky, keyless man Hart Ralston had brought in 2 days before. This one came with a prepaid funeral package from Birdsall Son. Once Mercy had cut off the soiled clothing with a sharp pair of scissors. She bathed the body with the sink's hose attachment. Then she sang the incantations of the Three Fathers and the unknown god as she rubbed salt into the dead woman's already sloughing skin. From water you came, and to water you shall return. You shall sail into the arms of the salt sea, and Grandfather Bones shall relieve your body of your spirit. The warden shall open the door unto you, and the unknown god shall welcome you into their home, where you shall know peace. Mercy lost herself in the verse, her alto voice filling the room. While it lacked the resonant heft of her father's baritone register, she threaded the words with her own respect and gravitas. Once the grab trapper was wrapped in fresh sailcloth, placed in her boat a nice oak cutter and stowed on the dock to go out for delivery, Mercy fetched the last of Birdsall's keyless indigents for the week and performed the same ritual again. As the salt did its work, she placed a generic key on a cheap chain around the unfortunate man's neck. Then she reached into the bin on the work counter and pulled out a small wooden boat the size of her palm. Hop whittled them in his spare time. Tiny catboats and sloops and cutters. He had always believed that everyone should get a boat to sail the salt sea to the house of the unknown god, no matter who they were or how poor they might have been. It was this small act of kindness and decency that made Birdsall Son a million times better than a bloodless, soulless, profiteering operation like Cunningham's. She placed the wooden boat over the man's heart, straightened his key, and wrapped him tightly in clean sailcloth. She was grabbing a quick cup of coffee in the kitchenette when she heard Zeddy say, "Be right back, Hop." He emerged from the office across the hall, closed the door, and rammed his fingers into his disheveled curls. Mercy leaned against the counter as Zeddy walked past her to pour himself a cup. He added a staggering amount of sugar and stirred it in with a vigorous clanking of the spoon against the porcelain. "That bad? Huh. God's tits and testicles. Mercy. I had no idea what you've been putting up with all these years. The books are a mess, and it's not like I'm great with numbers." Mercy gave an unintentionally maniacal giggle over her mug. "Well, you're better at it than Pop. You need to sick the math teacher on him." "I know, but Lillian's hardly ever in town, and it's unfair to make her deal with the books on her time off." Their sister had once been a math teacher in Argentine, but when she fell in love with Birdsall Son's delivery driver, Dunny, she was more than happy to abandon her little shits to travel the Federated Islands of Cadmus with her husband. Sure you wouldn't rather salt and wrap a couple more bodies with me, Mercy offered. Math it is, said he sighed, and he returned to the office. But Mercy was far from giving up hope. Once her brother saw firsthand the importance of the work she and Pop did at Birdsall Son had come around, Mercy loaded up the old auto duck with 4 salted and wrapped indigents and drove south on Main Street, following it as it turned into a 2-lane highway. Once the paved road met gravel, she slowed down to navigate the bumps without jostling the bodies in the hold, and she took care as she made the sharp turn onto Shipyard Road. Obviously, the corpses didn't appreciate the effort, but it seemed like the decent thing to do. She parked at the pits, well away from the small but growing shipyard, where the dead of eternity, Argentine, Mayetta, and Harrington were buried, their headstones spaced in neat rows. She wheeled each body over the uneven earth and deposited them into the open hole where the unidentified and unwanted ended up. The people who entered Tanria by any means possible to get rich or start over, only to be killed by drudges and become drudges themselves. Mercy batted away a fly as she gazed down at the unclaimed corpses that had accumulated over the course of the week. As per usual, Cunningham's unidentified remains outnumbered Birdsall Son's by a hefty margin. The other Undertaker didn't bother to shroud the indigents, which seemed offensively undignified to her. It wasn't so much that she shrank away from the decay and the maggots, from the milky eyes and open mouths, from the muscles taut with rigor mortis, far from it. It was simply that she believed everyone deserved a ritual to usher them into the next life, and if that left no one but her to say a few words over an unmarked grave, she was more than willing to do what was good and right. She clasped her hands in front of her and gave her speech. The words varied each time, but the sentiment remained the same. I know this pit is probably not what you would wanted for yourself, but to be honest, it's the living who care, not you. Not anymore. All those folks in their fancy boats getting interred here or shipped home, they're going to the same place as you. Some of them have been preserved in Tanria and Hart nut sap. Some of them will be buried in shipyards, in airtight boats that aren't supposed to leak. Some will be burned to ash in their boats and scattered on the ocean by loved ones. But in the end, they'll all sail the salt sea. Like you. The warden will welcome them into the house of the unknown God, and there will be nothing left but what Grandfather Bones leaves behind. It's the way we all go. So safe travels and a happy homecoming to you. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve you here at the end. She gave the bodies one last look, as if to say I see you, before heading home. By the time she returned to Birdsall Son, the delivery duck was parked by the dock, which meant that Lillian and Danny had arrived while she was out. Mercy's spirits lifted. She took a quick bath in her apartment above the boatworks, threw on one of her favorite dresses, Robinson blue, covered in pairs of chairs, and picked up a bottle of wine before heading to Pop's house with Leonard at her heels and a renewed optimism that everything was going to work out. Her springy gait was made springier by the raucous laughter of her family, which she could hear from 2 doors down. She skipped up the front steps, threw open the door, and let the explosion of sound that was her family wash over her. Is that the literal best sister ever? Zeddy called from somewhere out of sight as Mercy dipped fingers into the dish of salt water on the family altar and touched her mother's key. "I'm right here, you rat." Lillian fired at him, hugging Mercy hard, then dragging her by the hand to the dining room table, where they could sit and watch Donith, one family member who could cook, make dinner in the kitchen. To Mercy's shock, Zeddy appeared to be helping him. "I am very alarmed." "What is happening?" Mercy asked her sister. "Do we trust Zeddy with a knife?" "Honey," Lillian called to her husband. Danny grinned adorably. Everything about Danny was adorable, from his dark red curls to the tips of his brogues. "He's learning to cook." "Do we trust Zeddy with food?" Mercy asked. Zeddy gave her a theatrical glower and gestured with the knife, flinging onion bits all over the floor. "Aha! Weren't you the one complaining the other night how terrible our dinners are without Danny?" "No, that was you complaining. And also not cooking." "Well, now I'm learning to cook, so shut up. Gods help us." Mercy made a show of tiptoeing into the kitchen to grab a cracker off the cheese plate and offer it on the hearth's altar to the right of the kitchen sink. "Please, make sure he doesn't poison us." She mock prayed to the kitchen god. "You're a riot. Zeddy toed her in the butt to nudge her toward the dining room as Pop came in through the screen door in a cloud of cigar smoke. When he saw Mercy, he grimaced and tried to wave away the evidence. "Pop doctor." Gaudimas said no smoking. He put up his hands in surrender and went into the kitchen to help himself to the cheese plate, which probably wasn't the best thing for his health either. "What are we having?" he asked. "Roasted chicken, balsamic glazed carrots, and a nice green salad." Danny uncorked a bottle of wine and started pouring it into the glasses on the table, leaving Zeddy to his own devices. "Gods bless you. But isn't Zeddy going to burn down the kitchen without you?" Mercy staged whispered to her brother-in-law as he poured her a very generous glass of Pinot Grigio. "Hey," Zeddy protested. "He's not too shabby," Danny answered with a laugh. But as he started pouring a glass for Lillian, he pulled up short, sloshing wine onto the tablecloth. "Oh geez. Babe, can you drink this stuff?" Mercy froze, her body understanding what Danny was implying before her brain could catch up. "Of course she drinks wine. Who doesn't like wine?" and utterly clueless Zeddy commented as he peeled garlic cloves. "I like wine," Roy added, also clueless. Lillian gave Danny a wittied, exasperated look, and her husband's freckled cheeks turned pink. "Shit, sorry," he whispered to her. "Wait, are you?" Mercy began, but Lil pinched her leg under the table. "We'll talk later," she said out of the corner of her mouth, releasing Mercy's poor thigh. In her mind, Mercy was dancing on the table, squealing. Lil's having a baby. It was all she could do to keep herself from bawling over her sister as she passed her the carrots during dinner. But her joy came with a bittersweet barb after dessert, when Pop raised his glass, directed a meaningful look at Zeddy and a more pointed one at Mercy, and made the same toast he had made at Lillian's wedding. "Cheers to this wonderful family. May it continue to grow." "Oh my gods. This again," said Zeddy. You're still a baby," Pop told him. "But Mercy is 30 years old." "Oh boy." Mercy put her napkin on the table in case she needed to wave it like a white flag. "I'm not going to be around forever, and I want to make sure you're taken care of when I'm dead and gone." Lillian snorted. "Who's taking care of who here?" "Pop. All I'm saying is that I would like to see Mercy settled." "That is such an old god's thing to say. Are you hiding an altar to the god of patriarchal order around here?" "Old gods. New gods. I don't care so long as I know someone is watching out for Mercy. Preferably a nice man who makes a sheetload of money." "Can I get one of those?" Zeddy interjected. "If he makes a sheetload of money, you can marry a whale for all I care." "Pop, I'm fine," Mercy assured him, all in favor of moving on to a new topic of conversation. "Say I," answered Lillian, Zeddy, and Danny. Even Leonard grunted from the couch in the parlor. "Did you hear the Irvonian polo team is getting a new head coach?" Danny said to divert Pop's attention. Because if there was one thing Roy Birdsall loved nearly as much as his family, it was professional sea polo. Lillian nudged Mercy. "Let's escape while we can. Want to get another slice of cake?" "Does the mother of sorrows want a vacation?" "What kind of question is that?" The sisters sneaked into the kitchen as Pop declared. "I don't care how many times Red Wing has won against Finland. They are no match for Bushon's aquamarine front line." Mercy cut an extra-large piece for Lillian, and not because her sister was pregnant. Lil could always pack it away while maintaining the petite figure she had inherited from their mother. Mercy, on the other hand, was built like Pop, tall and big-boned. She liked her curves, but sometimes she envied Lil's size. It would be nice to find a dance partner who managed to clear the top of her head by at least an inch every now and again. Her ex-boyfriend Nathan had claimed that he was 6 feet tall on the nose, but when they danced, she highly doubted it. The thought of Nathan jabbed her in the heart. "Sorry about Danny," Lil said, taking an enormous bite of cake and talking through the crumbs. "I stopped by Dr. Galdamez's first thing after we got to town to make sure it was true. I was going to tell you after dinner, but my beloved messed up the big reveal." "I'm so happy for you," Mercy told her. But while she was thrilled for Lillian and Danny, there was a part of her that was envious. She had always imagined herself settling down with someone nice and starting a family of her own. But that notion seemed to be drifting farther and farther from her grasp these days. The thought of Nathan jabbed her in the heart again. "I'm trying to wrap my brain around it," Lillian said. "Me? Having a kid? Ya'll be fantastic." "Well, I had a good role model. Mom was pretty great," Mercy agreed with a fond pang of grief. "Yeah, she was. But I wasn't talking about her." Mercy gaped at Lil, momentarily speechless. She sniffed, then sniffed harder. "But you don't want to tell Pop yet?" she asked, not quite hiding the sentimental quaver of her voice. "No, it's early days yet, and I don't want him to get his hopes up in case. So please don't tell him, or Zeddy. I don't trust that brat to keep his mouth shut, but I want to make sure you know, because me being preggo is about to upend how things work at the family business, and it only seems fair to give you as much warning as I can." By now, Lil had polished off her cake and was pressing her thumb against the crumbs on her plate. Mercy set down her fork and eyed her sister. "Meaning what?" Lillian sucked the crumbs off her thumb and wiped her hand on her skirt. "I can't travel all over the islands with a baby, and I don't want Danny leaving me on my own for days or weeks at a time to deliver bodies. What's the point of being married if we're not together? No one expects either one of you to stay on indefinitely. We can hire someone else to do the deliveries. That's not what I'm getting at. Look, Mercy, Zeddy is the Undertaker now, so let him worry about hiring a new delivery driver, and let him hire a new office manager while he's at it, so you can finally get on with your life." Zeddy's secret roiled in Mercy's stomach alongside the chicken and the carrots and the salad and the second slice of cake. "But if I leave now, the whole business will collapse. I'm not suggesting that you abandon Zeddy. You can help him get on his feet, but once you do, the time has come to move on." "I can't." "Yes, you can, sweetie. You're so smart and talented and organized. Stop wasting yourself at Birdsall Son." It wasn't that Mercy didn't think she was smart or talented or organized, and it wasn't that she was in love with running the office either. It was more that she couldn't imagine a career outside of Birdsall Son and everything it stood for. Besides, how on earth was she supposed to make a fresh start at age 30 with no degree and no experience outside of managing the clerical needs of an undertaking business? What happens if Zeddy can't make a go of it, she asked, knowing that it was more than a mere possibility. Then he doesn't make a go of it, and he does something else. If worse comes to worst, Cunninghams can handle the debt of the western border towns. Mercy gaped at her sister. "Don't give me that. You're the one who got stuck with the business after Mom died, and you practically raised me and Zeddy, too. Well, Zeddy and I can take care of ourselves now. You deserve to live your own life for a change." Mercy took up her fork and speared another bite of cake, but it would crush Pop if the business went under, and Cunningham's is such a soulless, inauthentic end-of-life experience. People deserve a choice. Dead people don't care. Never once has someone piped up from the hold of the delivery duck and said, "There's too much salt in here," or "I told Enid I wanted teak." Lillian took Mercy by the arms, and Mercy couldn't help but recall that Lil had sucked the crumbs off her thumb and was now touching her with it. "Think about it. For me." Mercy nodded, but there wasn't much conviction behind the gesture. She couldn't leave until she had convinced Zeddy to take over, and that might be a long time coming. Lillian kissed Mercy's cheek. "Good talk, but I gotta go barf." Not one, but two secrets weighed Mercy down as she walked home with Leonard, and both of them seemed to be hurting her toward an uncertain future, one without Birdsall Son. Normally, when she had a problem, she would talk it through with Lillian, but she had promised Zeddy she wouldn't say anything about his degree in ancient Medoran philosophy, and replacing Lil and Danny was now one of the many plates Mercy had to keep spinning. "Ugh," she told Leonard as she plopped onto her settee in the apartment above Birdsall Son Undertakers. Determined to be a lapdog, he sprawled across her legs and crushed her beneath his weight. How sad that Leonard was Mercy's sole confidant. She couldn't talk to her family about the things that worried her most, and Nathan was out of the picture. And any friend she'd had in her youth had long since left eternity for greener pastures elsewhere. How on earth had she let herself get this isolated? It was then that she remembered the strange letter she had received the day before, forgotten in her dungarees pocket in the laundry hamper. She shoved Leonard off her lap and fished it out. "Are you lonely?" To the stranger asked her in precise letters that had more corners than curves. Mercy's heart pounded in reply. She felt a jolt of understanding, a connection to the writer, like magnets set too far apart to snap together, but quivering with proximity. At least she didn't think of herself as plodding through the hours as this person did, but she most certainly knew someone who goaded her like no other. The name Hart displayed itself in her mind like a garish advertisement on an oversized billboard. She stared at the signature line. "A friend." Mercy loved her family more than anything in the world, but it would be nice to have someone in her life who wasn't so completely and utterly up in her business. A person who wasn't foisting secrets on her that she didn't wish to keep. In short, a friend was exactly what she needed. She knew it was absurd to write back. This person was a complete stranger, after all. And how on earth could she send a response with any confidence that the Nimculum could get it to the right person? She sat at her desk anyway, pulled out a sheet of stationery from the drawer, and wrote the words "Dear Friend" at the top of the page. Chapter 5. Mentors and apprentices were never assigned to sectors until after the first 2 weeks of training, and since they were sticking to the least populated areas of Tanria, the least likely places to encounter a drudge, Hart decided to make camp that night rather than stay in a barrack with other marshals. Allah had already foisted Ducker's company on him. He didn't feel a need to foist anyone else's company on himself. Duckers was dozing off on his sleep sack, and Hart was reading his interlibrary Lone Crossroads, the intersection of modern grammar and compositional theory in the flickering light of the campfire, when Bassaris' booming voice shouted, "Knock! Knock, mail delivery!" Ducker shot to his feet and grappled for his unloaded pistol crossbow as the oversized bipedal rabbit sauntered into the campsite on 2 enormous feet. "A drudge, kill it," shouted Duckers. "How you doin'?" the rabbit greeted him, as if the kid went waving a weapon in his direction. Duckers halted his frantic panic dance. "Nimculum." "No." "Im your grandma." "Yes." "Im a Nimculum." "Put that thing down before you blow the asshole's balls off by accident." "It's not loaded," Hart said blandly from his battered old folding stool, where he calmly sipped a cup of chamomile tea. "It's a Nimculum." Duckers breathed in relief, inexplicably blocking his own crotch with both hands. "I thought I was a goner." "A possessed rabbit is not going to be the means of your end, Duckers. I promise." "What the rubes never seen a Nimculum before?" the rabbit asked. "Our Nimculum back home was a lizard," answered Duckers. "Bassaris." "Duckers." "Duckers." "Bassaris." "Whatever he's got, I'm sure it's for you, kid." The Nimculum took a letter from his pack and squinted at it. "Nah, it's for you, sunshine." "What?" Hart asked, incredulous. "From the chief." "No." "From whom, then?" The rabbit looked at Duckers, jerked his head toward Hart, and snorted. "Get a load of Mr. Grammar here." "From whom?" "How the fuck should I know who sent it?" Hart took the proffered letter, studying one side of the envelope and then the other, but it was completely blank. "This has no address on it, smartass." It was addressed by Hart. "Dumbass. I am Hart." "No, Hart. With an E. Like thumb thump, thumb thump." The Nimculum shook his head in exasperation for Ducker's benefit, as if to say, "Do you believe this guy?" "I feel you, man," Duckers agreed, with the weight of Duckers and the Nimculum's eyes on him. Hart slid his finger under the envelope flap and pried it loose. He took out the letter, unfolded it, and saw the words "Dear Friend" at the top. His eyes bulged, and his breath came in short bursts. What, did somebody die? Duckers wondered aloud. Ignoring the question, Hart skimmed down the page and saw that it was signed "Your Friend." He refolded it and clutched it in his hand. The rabbit was staring at him with an air of expectation, as if Hart were supposed to read the letter aloud. What? Hart demanded. "He's waiting for his tip," Duckers whispered. "What? Why no one tips me when I deliver dead bodies?" Bassaris gave Duckers another one of those what the fuck expressions. "Don't look at me. He hasn't paid me yet either." "Fine." Bassaris grunted. He strode to Hart's pack, which was slung over the picketed equimoris, and began rifling through it. "Hey," Hart protested. But before he could reach him, the Nimculum had unearthed a bottle of whiskey and blown a layer of dust off it. "This man needs help," he told Duckers. "Don't have to tell me twice." "Put that back," said Hart. But it wasn't very forceful. All he wanted was to read the letter that was practically scorching his fingertips. "Or what? Yell, kill me, I'm immortal. Grab me a glass, kid." Duckers handed Bassaris a tin cup, and the Nimculum shook his head in disgust. "Guess this'll have to do. I keep whiskey around for medicinal purposes, so don't drink at all," groused Hart. "That's your problem, not mine." Bassaris poured out 3 fingers worth of whiskey, handed the cup to Duckers, then clinked the bottleneck against the tin before knocking back a few gulps straight from the bottle. "Down the hatch, kid," the rabbit said with a belch, toasting the young marshal in training with the bottle raised high in the air. "He's a minor," Hart told Bassaris. To Duckers, he said. Put that down. Duckers sulked, but he did as he was told. Cheers, said Bassaris, and he sauntered away from the campsite, taking Hart's dusty bottle of medicinal whiskey with him. The second he was out of sight, Hart rummaged through the pack for a second lantern, trying to hide his shaking hands from his apprentice as he lit it. What are you doing? Duckers asked. I need to take a piss, and am nice enough to leave a light here with you while I'm out. With that, Hart made his way to the nearest plausible pissing tree. He unfolded the letter and read it by the dancing light of the lantern as a soul floated between tree trunks in the distance. Dear friend, apparently, I exist, because your letter has found me. Although I don't know how or why. Did you really mean to chance upon me? Or are you simply sending thoughts out into the universe, hoping they find a home in either case? Please know that I am happy to be the recipient. I do indeed have that person in my life, but I can never seem to muster the meanness I require to put my nemesis in his place. How annoying. I wish I could be cutting, but I may as well try to crack a nut with a pillow. I've been thinking on your situation, vague as it is to me, and I can't help but wonder if more people are lonelier than either of us will ever know. Maybe lots of people are walking through their days, lonely as can be and believing no one understands what it's like. That's not a very cheering thought, is it? In general, I wouldn't describe myself as lonely, but lately I've been feeling isolated, stuck, and yet I like the things I do and the people I meet between sunrise and sunset, whereas you appear to be alone as well as lonely. They are not entirely the same thing, are they? While I'm not alone, per se, there are times when I feel like I'm at a party, standing against the wall when I'd rather be dancing. Everyone else is cutting a rug, completely unaware that I'm there. Or worse, they don't want to dance with me, and I'm a pretty good dancer. Let me tell you, if this letter finds its way to you, I hope it makes you feel less lonely, and maybe less alone, too. In the meantime, I remain your friend. Hart read the words again, and again. Dear friend, he had written a letter to no one, but someone had written back, and he liked this someone. He raced to the campsite and barely remembered to slap his usual insouciance in place before stepping into the dying light of the campfire. He didn't want Duckers to know that his whole world had been changed in the course of 10 minutes. That was a long piss, the apprentice commented. He was sprawled on his sleeping bag, reading, of all things, a Gracie Goodfist comic. Hart decided not to say anything about the now empty tin cup beside him, because Hart had a letter to write and a person to whom he could write it. He tore a page from the notebook in his pack and got out a pen. Dear friend, he began, I wish I could tell you what your letter means to. Who is that letter from? Duckers cut into his thoughts. Hart grunted with annoyance. Whom? And none of your business. Who are you writing to? Still whom? And still none of your business. Do you mind? Is she pretty? Hart didn't answer the question, but now he wanted to know is she, because he got the distinct sense that she was, in fact, a she. Something about the wording, the lovely slant of the letters themselves. Duckers shrugged and went back to reading his comic, leaving Hart in peace to read what he had already written. I wish I could tell you what your letter means to. It was too raw, too honest. He crossed it out, then crumpled the page and started over with a new sheet. But he didn't know what to say. He read the letter from his friend again. I feel like I'm at a party, standing against the wall when I'd rather be dancing. It reminded him of his mom, of all the times she had forced him to dance with her in the parlor with embarrassingly old-fashioned songs blaring on their gramophone. He touched her key, feeling its familiar outline beneath his shirt where it rested against his heart on a silver chain next to his ID tag from Cunningham's. No son of mine is going to grow into one of those grumpy men who don't dance, she had told him. He realized with chagrin that he had become one of those grumpy men who didn't dance. And it wasn't because he didn't like to dance. He did, actually, but he no longer had anyone to dance with. Hadn't for ages. Dear friend, he wrote, warming to his topic, it would surprise many people to learn that I am, in fact, an excellent dancer. If I ever find you holding up a wall at a party, I promise to dance with you. He paused. Was that flirtatious? Was he flirting? But neither of them was speaking of dancing here. This was a metaphor, and Hart was hardly likely to be found at a party anyway. Besides, this was a letter to a person he never intended to meet. That was the beauty of it. He could be completely honest with someone who would never see him, never know him in reality. There and then. He decided that he would never again cross something out or start over. He wouldn't censor himself. He would be exactly who he was. He wrote the letter and folded it into fourths, making a mental note to buy envelopes the next time he resupplied, because there would be more letters. He was certain of it. Once the lanterns were put out, Hart lay on his back, staring at the night sky, at the stars that had once been gods. He couldn't sleep, and he didn't want to. He listened to Decker's baby's soft snores, and in his mind, he read the words of his friend's letter over and over again. For the first time in a long while, he wasn't alone. Chapter 6. It was Sorrow's Day morning. 6 days since Mercy had sent off the letter to her mysterious correspondent. But Shed had nothing in reply, and each day of her new friend's silence tied up her insides more tightly. Another string that tangled itself into the knot of Birdsall Son's impending doom. Don't be ridiculous, she chastised herself. You knew all along that letter would probably come to nothing. The more depressing thought was the fact that the family business seemed to be coming to nothing as well. Mercy lay in bed every night, her wheels spinning, trying to concoct ways to convince Zeddy that he could fall in love with the work. This morning, for example, she had sent him to Afton Lumber to pick up their order, hoping he would take the opportunity to walk through the lumberyard, admire the raw grain of each plank, smell the unique scent of pine and oak and not mahogany. It's what she always did when she went, if nothing else. At least said as fetching the lumber order freed up her morning. She grabbed the broom from inside the hall closet, shook out the welcome mat, and swept off the front walkway as she did every Sorrow's Day morning. But she soon lost focus and gazed up and down Main Street in search of Horatio. There was no sign of the Nimcolum, so she gave up and went inside. In the boatworks, the ribs of her sloop in progress hung off the strong back jig, where she had left them yesterday. The boat was for Mr. Gower, who had been a Tanrian ornithologist before a heart attack set him sailing across the salt sea. Better that than a drudge, Mercy supposed, but it was sad all the same. She remembered when he had come to Birdsall Son about a year ago to set up transportation home to his wife should he meet his end in Tanria. A middle-aged man with a balding pate and a thick ruddy mustache. He had pulled his pocket watch from his vest and opened it so that Mercy could see the watery portrait of his wife that he kept inside. "'She's lovely," Mercy had said. Such a nice smile. His own smile had made the ends of his excellent mustache bend upward as he stared fondly at the photograph. "I'm going to send for her as soon as I get settled." But from what Mercy could tell, he had not felt settled enough in the year that followed to send for his wife. And now Birdsall Son would have to mail a death notice to his widow, followed by his body. She hoped this woman loved her husband as much as he seemed to have loved her. Then again, she wondered which was sadder, losing someone you truly loved, or never loving someone to begin with. It was the wife she thought of as she cut the keelson, settling into the rhythm of the saw, moving it back and forth through the wood, taking pleasure and pride in the steady cut. She would make a fine boat for Mr. Gower, and her craftsmanship would, in turn, bring comfort to his widow. She was hanging the saw on its peg when she heard Horatio's familiar clack against the front door. "I'll get it," she hollered as she hurried past the office, scolding herself for her unreasonable eagerness. She threw open the front door, and Horatio fluttered into the lobby, his lemon silk scarf billowing behind him dramatically. "Oh my! Not getting enough sleep?" he inquired. "Your eyes are dreadfully puffy. Tea bags. Mop it. They work miracles." Mercy batted sawdust out of her hair self-consciously. She hadn't been sleeping well lately, but it was dispiriting to know that it showed. "This feels like money, darling, so I put it on top." The Nimcolum winked at her and patted an envelope made of creamy, expensive paper as he presented her with the mail. It was addressed to her father in looping, ostentatious script, and the return address was embossed on the flap Mendes. Goldsich Sullentrop, attorneys at law. "Thank you," she said distractedly as a deep sense of foreboding churned in her stomach. She was so distracted by the law firm's letter that it took her a moment to realize that Horatio was still standing in the lobby, staring at her with a strained cheeriness. "Oh, sorry." She reached behind the counter to retrieve a tip for him. "I don't know where my head is today. I would like to think it's atop your neck, but looks can be deceiving." He touched her arm and declared, "Tea bags. I swear by them," before sashaying out the door and onto the mechanic's shop. Mercy knocked on the office door and opened it in time to see her father wake with a surprised snort. "What's wrong, Pop?" asked her when he saw her drawn face. and she handed him the letter in answer. He took the thick, elegant leaf from the envelope, and his eyebrows lowered as he read. Mercy lingered in the doorway, chipping polish off her fingernails. What does it say? Roy's lips twisted in distaste before he began reading aloud. To Mr. Roy Birdsall, proprietor of Birdsall Son Undertakers. On behalf of our client, Cunningham's Funeral Services, LLC, we would like to extend to you an offer by the aforementioned for the purchase of Birdsall Son Undertakers, including property, assets, furniture, supplies, and all goods and services associated therewith. All the blood drained out of Mercy's face. A buyout offer. As if I'd sell when I'm sure he knows good and well that Eddie finished school. Cunningham has some nerve. Her siblings' secrets felt like a ton of bricks on Mercy's shoulders. She'd promised them both that she wouldn't tell Pop what she knew. But in light of Cunningham's offer, it seemed unfair not to tip him off. And yet, if Mercy did spill the beans, would he be tempted to sell? Lil's words hovered over her like a ghost. You deserve to live your own life for a change, but selling out to Curtis Cunningham felt like the worst possible outcome. Everything inside her revolted at the thought. She clamped her lips shut. Pop folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope. I don't want to worry Lillian or Zeddy with this or make them think that I'm about to pull the rug out from underneath them when there's no cause for alarm. Let's keep this between the two of us for now. All right, Muffin. Sure, Pop. And with that, she added one more secret to drag at her heels as she returned to the boatworks. She had every intention of working on Mr. Gower's boat. Its frame like the bare bones of a body. But all she could think about was the doomed future of Birdsall Son, and the fact that she very much wanted an answer to that letter she sent last week. She could use a friend, preferably one who was not a blood relative with a secret. She flipped through the remaining letters in her hands, her scant hopes for the future shriveling as each revealed itself to be either an answer to a death notice or a bill. But then the last envelope in the stack had the words "to a friend" written on the front in blocky letters. And Mercy was so glad to see it that she thought she might shoot through the roof and rain down sparkles like a fireworks display. Her fingertips tingled as she opened the envelope and pulled the letter free. Dear friend, it would surprise many people to learn that I am, in fact, an excellent dancer. If I ever find you holding up a wall at a party, I promise to dance with you. Not that the opportunity is likely to present itself. As you astutely pointed out, there is a difference between being lonely and being alone. The good news is that recent developments have lessened the latter, although the jury is out as to whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, while your letter has alleviated the former. Thank you for that. Actually, thank you is an understatement. But I'm worried that it'll come across as maudlin if I tell you how grateful I am for your words. What can I say? I needed a friend. And a friend wrote back. You wrote back. I'm glad it was you. Is that maudlin? Honestly, I'm not like this on a day-to-day basis. If anything, the word that best describes me is bristly. So I'll simply say thank you and move on. I'm intrigued by what you said about many people being lonely. It's a sobering thought. Most people seem so dull to me. Balloons full of vacuous wind and empty words. I wonder what I would find if I tried to dig deeper every now and again. After all, there are a few things about me that would surprise most people if they ever bothered to scratch the surface. I'm a voracious reader. For one, I suspect many would find it shocking that a man as taciturn as I am would enjoy words so much when they are written on a page. What else? I have a weakness for pie, especially blueberry. I live for tea and despise coffee. Dogs are my favorite people. That last one might not come as a shock to anyone. What would surprise most people about you? I wonder. I think I might be on tenterhooks until I find out. Sincerely, your friend. P.S. Sorry this letter has taken so long to get to you. I live in a remote place and had to wait until I could get to an Imcolum box to post it. You can probably expect similar delays in the future, but I promise I won't stop writing unless you want me to. Mercy flapped the letter in the air and did a giddy tap dance on the linoleum floor before she read the letter 3 more times and then a 4th time for good measure. Who was this bristly, dancing, taciturn reader who lived in a remote place? A rancher, a fisherman, a lighthouse operator? She imagined the sort of man who worked hard and had the lean body and rugged weather-beaten face to show for it. As this friend took shape in her mind, he began to bear a striking resemblance to Hart, an image Mercy batted away as quickly as it formed. She reminded herself that her friend could be anyone and was probably some curmudgeonly hermit with rheumatism who bundled up beside a fire on the warmest of days and played chess against himself. Besides, it didn't matter what he looked like. He was a friend. He was her friend. And she was glad of it. She needed to let Leonard out to do his business. And then she had to finish Mr. Gower's boat and salt and wrap him and seal him in his sloop. She had 1,000,001 things to do before closing up for the day. Instead, she exhumed some paper and a pen from the supply closet and pulled up a stool to the preparation table. Dear friend, she wrote at the top of the page in her very best handwriting. Chapter 7. Halfway up a wooded slope in northwest Tanria, Hart and Duckers watched from the trees as two teens, giggling with inebriety, sheared a wild Tanrian silk sheep on the craggy mountainside. Hart had seen their ilk 100 times. Boys who were old enough to think themselves men and young enough to forget how easy it was to die. This is your typical cute run operation, he instructed Duckers in a low voice. Smugglers cut a hole in the mist with a pirated portal and pay a few guys to enter the mountains on the border, shear as many sheep as they can pin down, and sell the silk wool on the black market. People are willing to pay an arm and a leg for this stuff, but there's a tariff on the raw material that's legally harvested and processed. Smugglers find guys like this who think it's a lark to bust into Tanria to steal a few bags. Usually board farm kids who know how to handle livestock. Okay, so what do we do? Duckers had a glint in his eye. Game for the adventure. And Hart decided that a sink-or-swim method of teaching his apprentice might be in order here. You are going to go in there and show them your shiny badge. Then you're going to tell them to leave the silk wool and scram, or you're taking them into custody. It'll be your backup. The glint disappeared from Duckers' eyes. What, shouldn't you be the one waving around your badge? I already know how to wave around my badge. You're the one learning the ropes. Duckers regarded the bleeding blue silk sheep and the drunken teens who were nearly the same age as he was. Do I have to? Marshalling isn't all fighting drudges and saving the day. You are now law enforcement, and those twerps are breaking the law. But I haven't seen a drudge yet. Hart had already learned not to get drawn into a debate with Duckers. All he had to do was close his mouth and give him a bored look. The kid caved every time. Fine. Duckers acquiesced with a sucking of his teeth. You can do this. I'll be right beside you. Go get 'em. Hart clapped Duckers on the shoulder. The sort of friendly, supportive gesture for which he was not known. But it seemed to give his apprentice the courage he required. Duckers squared his shoulders and approached the teens, with Hart following close behind. Excuse me, gentlemen, he called, his voice ringing with authority. Hart thought it was a good start. One of the boys giggled uncontrollably while the other froze and blanched in the lantern light. I'm Marshal Duckers of the Tanrian Marshals. Here. Duckers floundered. An uncomfortable pause galloped between him and the juvenile offenders. He put a shaking hand on the pistol crossbow at his hip and declared, "Put the silk sheep down and I'll let you live." Salt fucking see, Hart muttered under his breath, bowing his head and rubbing his fingertip across his forehead so the silk sheep shearers wouldn't see his exasperation. The teens glanced at each other and burst out laughing. Try again, Hart coughed. Go home or we're taking you in. Duckers told them, but they kept laughing, and Hart prompted. And oh, the silk wool. Duckers turned to the boys. And leave the silk wool. Hold on. I've got my license right here, said the more fearless of the pair. He dug around in his dungarees pocket and pulled out his middle finger, to the cackling amusement of his partner. Can I shoot them? Duckers asked his mentor. Hart was pretty sure he was joking, but to be on the safe side, he said, unequivocally, no. Duckers tried again. This is the last time I'm going to say this. Leave the silk wool and go home, or you're under arrest. The more obnoxious of the pair tugged a flask out of his pocket and took a gulp. Ooh, I'm so scared. Aren't you shaking in your boots? Gerald, he handed the flask to his buddy, who nodded and guffawed and took a swig. It was here that Hart noticed a grap moving through the tree branches above the boys. A possessed grap. He picked up a rock from the ground and threw it, knocking the small frog-like drudge from its perch. It landed on top of Gerald's pestiferous companion, flailing and crying grap in a husky, undead moan. Get it off, the young man screamed. But Gerald squealed like a terrified pig and made a run for it, leaving his friend to toss the nasty, furry drudge off his head before he pelted after Gerald in terror. The reanimated grap rolled on the ground, got to its feet, and hopped toward Duckers. One of its eyeballs dangled out of its socket by a ligament. Duckers froze in terror as Hart drew his rapier and jabbed it 3 times, hitting the appendix on the 3rd try. The soul billowed out of the wound, and Hart thought, not for the first time, that a human soul would have to be pretty lost and desperate to possess a half-rotted grap. Then again, who was he to judge he was lost and desperate with increasing frequency himself? He wiped the blade off on the handkerchief in his pocket and slid it into the sheath before looking at Duckers, whose face was drawn and scared. Well, there's your first drudge. Duckers didn't get the chance to respond, because a rustling in the undergrowth and a low groan made both marshals snap to attention. And there's your second, Hart said, his eyes fastening on a movement to their left. A drudge emerged from between the trees. A woman wearing a torn and filthy homespun dress. Her throat had red puncture wounds from the drudge that had killed her, livid against her lifeless, waxy skin. Oh, fuck, sir. Hart had set aside an hour every day for target practice, and Duckers had proven himself a decent shot. He decided to let the kid handle it. This one is fairly fresh, so it's not going to come after you, he said calmly. Take out your pistol crossbow. Fuck. Duckers whimpered, but he did as he was told while Hart came up behind him and began firing off instructions. Feet shoulder width apart, Hart put his foot between Duckers and kicked them to the correct width. You've got the pistol in your right hand with your finger on the trigger. Your left hand's underneath for support. You know what you're doing. He stood at Duckers' back, slowly unholstering his own weapon. Hold it about chin high good. You're aiming for the lower right abdomen. Ooh. The drudge moaned as it shambled closer. Thuck sweat poured down the side of Duckers' face. You know better than anyone where that appendix is, Hart assured his apprentice. There. Fire. Duckers squeezed the trigger. The arrow flew straight and true, and the drudge went down, making an unmoving heap at the base of an aspen. Did I get her? Duckers asked in a tremulous voice, staying put as Hart went to investigate. It. Not her, Hart corrected him as he examined the corpse. He watched the soul depart the body, and knowing that Duckers couldn't see the amber light, he said, You got it. First shot. Took me 4 tries my first time. Duckers' face crumpled, and he began to sob. Hart went to him, put a hand on his shoulder, and gave him a squeeze. Him being a big baby. Duckers wailed. No, you're not. It's hard. But you need to understand that you didn't kill that woman. She was already gone. What you did what we do is marshal some mercy. It felt strange to utter the word without reference to a certain undertaker who made him miserable. But there was no other word for what they did when they took down a drudge. I know. Sorry. The kid sniffed hard, but the tears wouldn't stop. You've got nothing to be sorry about. I bawled my first couple of times. You did? Yep. But if you tell anyone that I told you that, it'll rip your nuts off. I won't, Duckers said through a wet laugh. It gets easier. I promise. Hart gave Duckers another paternal squeeze before he felt like a sentimental ass and let go. There are some things we need to do before we finish up here. Check the body for an identification key. Put it into a sailcloth. Figure out where it needs to go and when and how. And we should gather up this silkwool to turn in, too. Are you up for it? It's okay if you're not. Duckers blew out a breath. I'm up for it. You sure? Yes, sir. He squared his shoulders the way he had done before facing the silkwool thieves. And Hart experienced a kind of parental pride of which he didn't know he was capable. He wondered if Bill had felt the same way about him. And a quiet ache pinched his chest. Good gods, he thought. I'm turning into a fucking feelings factory. He cleared his throat and got down to business, moving toward the body and motioning for Duckers to follow. This one isn't too badly decayed yet. They usually don't become dangerous to humans until the state of decay is so bad that they need to find a new host. But no matter the condition of the body, the first thing I always do is make sure the appendix is punctured. Why is that again? Because if a drudge gets outside the border of Tanria, it might hurt people. Exactly. Hart drew his rapier and stabbed the corpse. Feeling the tip grate against Duckers' tiny arrow, he pulled it out and wiped it clean before putting it away. The next thing we do is check for the key. Do you know about keys? Yeah. You're supposed to have a key on you so that if you die here, your soul can unlock the door to the house of the unknown god. Hart had no truck with religion, but he wasn't about to foist his bitter opinions on Duckers. He knew that this moment, staring death in the eye, was taking a toll on the kid. But since there was nothing for it, He continued the lesson. Right. Also, everyone entering Tanria is required to make funeral arrangements with a licensed undertaker. So the key is going to tell us where to take the remains. The silver chain resembled a garrote around the woman's neck. Hart fished out the key-shaped ID tag, which had fallen down the back of her dress, and read the directions. Fuck, he said, the single syllable cracking off his tongue like a whip. What? We have to take this one to Birdsall Son. Are they horrible or something? Yes. Very horrible. All undertakers are horrible. Come on. We've got work to do. Hart showed Duckers how to wrap a body, and he couldn't help but notice how much easier the whole operation was with 2 sets of hands, especially moving the corpse down the mountain. Duckers didn't shy away from any of it. Let's gather up the silk wool and call it a day, said Hart. We're going to camp out with a dead body. Yep. Duckers blinked at Hart. Okay then. After they hauled the silk wool to their campsite, where the equimoires were picketed, Duckers dropped onto a fallen log. Exhausted, Hart regarded him thoughtfully, then dug around in his pack for a bottle of whiskey. They had stopped at the station 2 days ago, ostensibly to resupply, but really so that Hart could finally put the reply to his friend into the station's Nimcolum box. When had added 2 bottles of whiskey to their tins of soup at the commissary. The lady at the checkout had raised her eyebrows, not bothering to cover up her shock. She had never seen Hart purchase a single bottle of whiskey, and now there he was with 2. As far as Hart was concerned, she didn't need to know the reason, so he had tipped his hat to her and lugged around 2 bottles of whiskey for the past 48 hours. Now a cup, 2 tea bags, a small bottle of honey, and a kettle followed the whiskey out of Hart's pack. He built a fire and went about brewing a pot of tea as Duckers watched him in a slack-lipped daze. When the tea was good and strong, Hart doctored it with plenty of honey and a healthy dollop of whiskey. Then he handed the steaming cup to Duckers. What's this? Duckers asked, clutching the cup's warm comfort to himself as if it were a stuffed toy bear. Like I told Bass, I keep whiskey on hand for medicinal purposes. And you look like you could use some medicine. It's better with lemon. But lemons don't fare well in the pack. Drink up, Marshal Duckers. Duckers glanced up at him, and Hart knew his apprentice hadn't failed to notice his use of the word marshal. The kid took a sip as instructed, and his eyes went wide. Phew. Definitely better with lemon. Duckers gave him a crooked grin. But it's pretty good without it. They hadn't set up the tent, so Hart saw the Nimcolum striding out of the trees before he heard him bellow. Knock. Knock mail. Hey. Bass, Duckers said. Hey. Yourself. Master Duckers. You have 4 letters. 4? Hart asked, incredulous. You only get 1. Bass told him flatly, implying the word asshole at the end of the sentence as he shoved an envelope into Hart's hand. It was addressed to a friend in a clear, looping, and now familiar cursive, and Hart felt a ridiculous fluttering in his chest. Hold on a sec, he told the Nimcolum before he rifled through his pack, pulled out the second bottle of whiskey, and handed it over to the rabbit. I suddenly like you a whole lot more, said Bass as he turned the bottle in his paws, examining the label. We're heading into town tomorrow to drop off a body, so we'll be near a Nimcolum box. But in the future, if you could pick up our replies the following evening when we get mail in the field. Bass regarded Hart, studied the bottle in his hand, then turned his attention back to Hart. She must be a hot piece of ass. You look like a rabbit, but you're actually a pig. Aren't you? Hart said, making it clear that this was a statement, not a question. You think it. I say it. What's the difference? No, I don't think it. Do you want the whiskey? Or do you want to fuck off? Bass's ears perked up. Then he put his paw over his heart. Aw, that's sweet. What? You're all warm and fuzzy over this girl. You big softy. She's a friend. Hart held up the letter, which was clearly addressed to a friend. Bass grinned, revealing a jagged, broken tooth next to his huge front incisors. Big gooey softy. That's what you are. You seem all tough on the outside, but you're mushy on the inside for some letter-writing bird. It's cute. You can go now. Fucking adorable. Isn't he fucking adorable? Bass asked Duckers. Hart shot eye Duckers at Duckers, daring him to agree. The kid held up his hands in surrender. I'm not saying a word. The Nimcolum pulled the cork from the whiskey bottle with his teeth, spat it on the ground, and took several hearty gulps. You've got yourself a deal. I'll pick up your letters for you. Heartthrob. See what I did there? Heartthrob was a hop, skip, and a jump from Mercy's heartache, and Hart didn't appreciate the reminder. Go away, he growled. Big Soofty the rabbit sang over his shoulder as he disappeared into the trees. He's right, Duckers said when the Nimculum was gone. You're one of those hard on the outside, marshmallow on the inside types. Remind me again why I hired you. Because I'm delightful. Yep, that must be it. Hart rubbed the letter in his hand with his thumb and tried not to smile like a big softy. The envelope pulsed with possibilities on his palm. Read it, said Duckers. Don't let me stop you. Or are you going to go take a piss again? You're fired. Duckers laughed, but Hart was so glad that the kid was all right after taking out his first drudge. He couldn't bring himself to be annoyed. Who sent you all those letters, he asked, nodding at the papery loot in Duckers' hand. One by one, Duckers held up the envelopes, identifying each sender. My mom, my sister Lorraine, my sister Peggy, my sister Nadine. Don't you have a brother, too? Yeah, but he's a punk. Anyway, I'm going to bed, so you can read your letter in peace. You aren't going to read your letters. Well, I would, but someone got me drunk. Medicinally speaking, Hart had to bite his cheek to stop himself from grinning at Duckers, though he couldn't say why he shouldn't. Whatever you say. Duckers wormed into his sleeping bag. Good night, sir. Night, sir. What? There was a pause, and Hart glanced up from his letter to find Duckers gazing at him with artless gratitude. Thanks for everything. Hart's chest flooded with warmth, as if he were the one guzzling the medicinal tea. You're all right, Duckers, he said. With that, Duckers turned on his side, and Hart read his letter by the light of the campfire. Dear friend, I definitely do not want you to stop writing. I promise to write to you as long as you write to me, but we need to discuss more important matters. Specifically, your preference for tea over coffee. Are you a monster? Coffee is a literal gift from the new gods. How can you prefer to drink boiled weeds instead? This was almost a deal breaker for me. But since you're a dog lover, I've decided to forgive your ludicrous taste in hot beverages. What would people find surprising about me at first? I thought this would be a fun question to answer, but I'm struggling to come up with a single response. I don't think it would shock anyone to know that I like to read novels. Bonus points for love stories. That I hate cooking but enjoy eating. Or that I sing along to my favorite records at the top of my lungs while soaking in the bathtub. The one and only thing that might surprise people is the discovery that I take joy in my current occupation. Without going into detail, it's the sort of career that is typically considered disgusting. I must admit, there are occasions when it is. But my job is also a service and a kindness. It allows me to do good things for others and to bring them comfort. How many people can truly say that about their line of work? Plus, I have the opportunity to meet all sorts of interesting people on their way to or coming from faraway places. Today, for example, I became reacquainted with a gentleman all the way from Timbersgate in Honeck. He had the most wonderful mustache and a miniature portrait of his wife inside his watch case. I always approve of a man who dotes on his wife. Don't you? She had a nice smile. I always approve of nice smiles. 2. I worry that you don't see enough doting husbands and smiling wives where you are. Although it sounds as if you are no longer alone. Or at least, not as much as you were. What has changed? Who is this person or persons? What are they like? Sincerely, your friend. P.S. I love all desserts, so I won't say no to pie. But my heart will always belong to a well-baked and thoroughly frosted cake, especially chocolate, which tastes particularly good when paired with a cup of coffee dash of milk. No sugar. As Hart reread the letter, his eyes kept drifting to the words I sing along to my favorite records at the top of my lungs while soaking in the bathtub. He couldn't help himself. He kept imagining a vague woman in a bathtub, the sort who enjoyed eating chocolate cake and had the full breasts to show for it. She must be a hot piece of ass. Bassaris' voice spoke lewdly in his mind, and yet it didn't prevent him from envisioning a pair of soft legs, bent at the knees, jutting out of the soapy water like two slick, shining mountains of skin hinting at the blessed valley beneath the surface. You think it. I say it. Gods. He hated that Bassaris was right. But the more his imagination filled in the picture, the more this vague sense of a woman began to resemble horrid Mercy Birdsall. That put an end to any such fantasies. His friend deserved better. He gave himself a shake and returned his attention to the letter. Without going into detail, it's the sort of career that is typically considered disgusting. What kind of job was unsavory, but also a kindness? A plumber, a street cleaner, a garbage collector, diaper delivery service. But would she meet people coming and going in any of those professions? Then he remembered what he had said to Duckers this afternoon. What you did, what we do, is marshal, a mercy. A mercy. A kindness. A service. Could this woman be another marshal? Hart considered the marshals he knew, but he found it hard to believe any of them had written this letter. Then again, maybe some of them were a lot nicer than he was. The sort of people who actually enjoyed meeting all the fortune hunters coming and going across Tanria's border, or, at least, the doting husbands and smiling wives she mentioned. I always approve of nice smiles. Too. Hart knew he didn't smile easily. And when he did, it was rarely in a way that would be described as nice. Would his friend approve of him then again? Maybe these letters allowed him to be the sort of person who really did smile, if only on the inside. It was easier to be himself when he was limited to paper and ink, when she wasn't there to stare at him, trying to work out who his immortal parent was rather than trying to figure out who he was. He read her postscript again and was irrationally jealous of Cake. He had to remind himself that this woman could be an 80-year-old granny with a geriatric husband and a house full of cats. The image of a naked woman in a bathtub filled his brain again. And why the fuck did that woman insist on looking like Mercy Birdsall? He banished the picture from his mind once more. It was bad enough that he had to deal with Mercy outside of Tanria. He didn't want her messing with the perfection that was this correspondence. This friendship. This one pure and true thing in Hart's life. Duckers snuffled in his sleep, his face made extra young and soft by the firelight. Hart remembered the way the kid handled himself that day. First with the Silkwell smugglers, then with the drudge. He had been scared, but he hadn't hesitated. He had also demonstrated the ability to reflect on his actions, to think about whether or not he had done the right thing. That thoughtfulness was a good trait in a marshal, a good trait in anyone, and it occurred to Hart that these letters weren't the only welcome change in his life recently. Who is this person or persons? What are they like? He got out his paper and pen as well as the packet of envelopes he had purchased at the commissary. He gave Duckers the small smile he'd kept hidden up till now before writing "Dear Friend" at the top of the page. His smile broadened when he remembered that he and Duckers would be heading into eternity tomorrow to drop off the body, which meant he'd be able to slip this letter into a Nimklin box sooner rather than later. Chapter 8. It had been 2 days since Mercy slipped her last letter into a Nimklin box, so she knew that she was unlikely to receive a response from her friend this morning. Had warned her to expect delays. This mysterious weak farmer forest ranger soldier on the freezing military outpost of her imagination. And yet, with her family's secrets weighing on her and the future of Birdsall Son hanging on by a thread, she offered up a silent prayer to the bride of fortune that a letter would arrive nonetheless. A reminder that she had the support of a friend, wherever he might be. Sadly, it was not to be. "I am afraid there is no letter from your paramour today," Horatio confided behind his wing when she opened the door. Mercy's cheeks went hot with mortification. "I don't have a paramour." The owl didn't have eyebrows, and yet he seemed to be cocking one at her. That scrutinizing gaze made her cheeks go hotter. "If you say so, here are some bills. I suspect they shall be as depressing as a silent lover. Kiss. Kiss." The Nimklin flapped away, leaving a humiliated Mercy to open the bills, which were, as the owl had predicted, very depressing. One was an overdue notice on the gas bill, and she made a mental note to speak to her father about paying the bills on time, adding it to the ever-increasing list of mental notes that were beginning to leak out of her ears. She glanced up from the sad stack in her hands and found herself face-to-face with a wall of tall, gangly male. Mercy screamed with fright before she realized it was Zeddy standing in the doorframe. What he said, as if he hadn't scared the living daylights out of her. Mercy looked at the clock. 9:17. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "I made a batch of cinnamon rolls. Want to try one?" He held up a plate, like an enthusiastic golden retriever offering his owner a stick to throw. "Your job is not baking. You're supposed to be helping me with." She glanced at the office door, which was slightly ajar, and whispered, "Stuff." At least Zeddy had the decency to appear cowed. "I know that. Do you? Because you're late. Again. Futzing around with flour and sugar or whatever." Mercy sniffed in righteous indignation, but she caught a whiff of cinnamon and sugar wafting through the air. She did her best to maintain her dignity as she snatched a roll from the plate. "Make sure Pop pays these bills," she told him. He took the envelopes from her and gave her a side hug. "You got it. And once you've done that, come to the boatworks to help me with Mrs. Caledon's cutter." Over the past week, Shed salted and wrapped and boated bodies in the evening after Pop went home, while during the day, Shed roped Zeddy into sawing and sanding and gluing and nailing. She had hoped he might perk up at the notion that they were building a new boat today. Instead, Zeddy pouted at her. "It's a boat, Zeddy. Nary a dead body in sight. If you don't want to help me, feel free to tell Pop all about the tenets of ancient Medoran philosophy." "You're mean." Mercy walked past him with her chin up, but she couldn't walk past the fact that Zeddy didn't seem to be taking to boat making. How was she supposed to get him on board as the new Undertaker if he couldn't get excited about the sharp scent and lovely grain of cedar plus? She would have thought he'd be moved to work on the cutter for a woman he'd known his entire life. Mrs. Callaghan had opened a general store down the street with her husband when Eternity was founded 25 years ago. When Mr. Callaghan died, she had handed off the business to their daughter, while Mercy was said to bid farewell to a neighbor. It was nice to make a boat for someone who had lived well and died peacefully. She placed the keelson into the slots across the ribs, relishing the way the frame came together like a puzzle. Then she began the process of fairing the wood, making sure the surfaces were smooth and flat for the planking. She had learned all of this from her father in bits and pieces over the course of her life, always there to lend a hand when he needed it. And he had needed it more and more even before the heart attack. Now, as she put her whole body into her work, she could turn off the worries spiraling inside her head and focus on muscle and movement, on the medicinal scent of fresh-cut pine, on the buttery softness of sanded wood beneath her hands, on the comfort that a finely made boat brought a grieving family. She was so engrossed in her work that she forgot about the napkin-wrapped cinnamon roll on the counter behind her and the fact that Zeddy was supposed to get his tail to the boatworks to help her. She did, however, keep her eye on the clock. It was Bones Day, which was Pyre Day at the shipyard. That meant Mercy or someone from Birdsall Son would have to drive out there around 3 o'clock to collect the ashes of their pyre this week. All at once, a deep sense of dread bashed her from within. She flung open the supplicabinate doors to find the shelves alarmingly bare. "Pop," she yelled, hurrying into the office, where she found him feeding bits of cinnamon roll to Leonard while Zeddy frowned over the bills. "What are you doing?" "I'm teaching Leonard to shake hands. Watch." He turned to the dog, holding up a wad of soft, buttery dough. "Shake." Leonard was mesmerized by the promise of food in Roy's fingers, but he was deaf to the command. Pop grabbed Leonard's right paw off the floor and shook it, declaring good boy as he let the dog mouth the treat from his hand. Mercy could already imagine the horrific dog poop that would result from this dietary deviation. "Have you tried Zeddy's cinnamon rolls?" her father asked her as, aghast, she watched him feed another chunk to Leonard. "They are fantastic." Who knew he had it in him? "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Pop," Zeddy said without looking up. Mercy waved away all talk of baked goods. "You remembered to order more urns, right?" By now, Roy had torn another sticky wad of dough from the giant roll on his desk, but he froze, holding out the treat and sitting as still as the very expectant Leonard before him. "We're out, completely out," cried Mercy. "I'm so sorry. Muffin, I promised to order them today, which is Bones Day." Her father's face fell. "How many do we need?" "One. Only one. Do we have any anywhere?" Roy scooted away from the desk that was formerly Mercy's, her old wooden chair groaning a staccato of protest. "I'll fix this. And I'm going with you to the pyres, Pop." He held up a trembling hand, and it broke Mercy's heart to see that tremor in a hand that had once wielded saw and hammer like an artist. "I'm going with you. It's my mistake, and I need to see this through myself." Roy handed Leonard his reward for doing absolutely nothing, then shuffled past Mercy like a schoolboy on his way to the dunce's corner. "Do you have time? I'm not heading out there until 2:30. And I thought you were leaving early to get groceries for dinner tonight." Zeddy snapped his head up from the bills piled on the desk. "I'll get groceries and make dinner." Mercy and Roy gaped at him in stunned silence. Pop recovered first. "There. Problem solved. I'll meet you at the dock at 2:30. Roy showed up right on time, holding a bundle wrapped in a stained tea towel. At least he had found an urn substitute that was valuable enough to be fragile. They had driven over halfway to the shipyard before Mercy broke the silence. Dare I ask what you found to use as an urn? Her father squirmed in his seat. Pop Mercy filled the single syllable with culmination. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He answered, staring straight ahead through the bug-splattered windshield. Oh my gods. What are we using? He slid the tea towel from the item in his lap. And Mercy took her eyes off the road long enough to see a pink glass cookie jar, her mother's pink glass cookie jar, jouncing in his lap. It's all I could find. Mercy teared up. True. The jar had been empty and collecting dust on Pop's kitchen counter for years. But she could recall in vivid detail baking cookies with her mother. I'm sorry, Muffin. He hung his head. And Mercy didn't have it in her to stay mad at him. She would have reached out to touch him. But the old auto duck required both hands on the wheel. It's all right, Pop. It's not like we ever bake cookies. Who knows, said his cinnamon rolls were fantastic this morning. Pop rewrapped the cookie jar and cleared his throat. How's he doing? Fine. Mercy kept her eyes on the road. She was a terrible liar and didn't think she could get away with it if she so much as glanced at her father. Think he'll be ready to take over soon. Working on it. Guilt sat in her stomach like the pound of butter Eddie had used to make his cinnamon rolls that morning. It isn't right. I should be the one overseeing his transition. It's unfair to you. Mercy. I'm fine. Pop. Don't worry about me. I'm your father. Of course I worry about you. This time. She did glance at him. And the sad smile he gave her made her tear up all over again. But as she parked the auto duck by the pyre site, her father frowned through the windshield. Mother of sorrows. He said with heat in his voice. Curtis Cunningham, the founder of the most lucrative chain of boatworks and funeral services on the Tanrian border, was standing with several of his employees as if he, himself, had come to oversee the raking out of the pyres that afternoon. Dressed in a fine three-piece suit, he seemed godlike compared to the rest of them in their dungarees and plaid shirts, Mercy included, although Mercy's shirt was tied at her waist and coordinated with the red kerchief that wrapped up her hair. Well, look what the cat dragged in, Cunningham said with what appeared to be an authentic smile as Pop got out of the duck. Didn't expect to see you here, Roy. Pop shook Cunningham's hand. Curtis, how are you? Business is booming, so I can't complain. Mercy didn't think she could stand any more insincerity on either side, so she asked, what brings you to the pyres? Mr. Cunningham. You do? Me. Cunningham offered her his arm. Care to take a jaunt? Mercy's eyebrows came together in consternation. A lovely stroll by the pyres. Perhaps along one of the shipyard paths. He gave her a charming wink and continued to hold out his arm. Whatever this was, it couldn't be good. But Mercy thought it best to get it out of the way. Do not rake out that pyre by yourself, she warned Pop before taking the arm of her family's rival. Once they were out of earshot, Cunningham nodded toward her father and feigned concern. How's he holding up these days? He's fine. And your brother and sister? Also fine. And how are you? Her already tight smile tightened. Very well, thank you. He gave her an appraising look as they reached the nearest shipyard trail that meandered through the grave markers. I know you think him a big, bad, heartless businessman, Mercy, but I hope you know that I sincerely wish you and all your family the best. Mercy brought them to a halt. What do you want, Mr. Cunningham? I'm sure you know by now that I want to buy Birdsall Son. When Mercy remained silent, Cunningham continued, his tone appallingly paternal. I know your father. And I know you. And I believe I can guess how things have played out at Birdsall Son since Roy's misfortune. You're young. You have your whole life ahead of you. Why should you let a dying business weigh down your best years? Mercy regarded Cunningham's smug, self-satisfied face, with his calculating green eyes and perfect aquiline nose and teeth that were too straight and white to be real, and a bluff of which she did not know she was capable came flying out of her mouth. I don't think you'd offer to buy us out if Birdsall Son were dying. I think you're offering to buy us out because you're scared of us. Curtis Cunningham was shorter than Mercy, but he somehow managed to talk down to her as he spoke. My dear, Cunningham's has locations in 6 border towns. We can process up to 100 bodies a day. Our newest Hartnett-based embalming patch to cover unsightly wounds and make the departed appear more natural and a piece is pending patent. And our embalming practices are quickly outpacing the salted method. Our wholesale buying power allows us to offer valuable products to our consumers at affordable prices. And we can ship a body anywhere within the Federated Islands of Cadmus within 2 days. He nodded toward the direction of the pyres. Look over there. That's 8 Cunningham pyres to your 1. And none of our remains will be ending their days in a cookie jar. Mercy refused to be rattled. You gouge your customers by upselling mass-produced boats at a criminal markup. And you convince people that they need to be preserved in Tanria and Hart sap because it's sanitary. And then you gouge them for that, too. Well, Birdsall Son is catching up to you in the local market. Plus we've made substantial inroads in prepaid packages this year. We take in roughly 25% of the keyless bodies coming out of the West Station. And we do it out of kindness and decency, while you use your indigent processing grant status as self-promotion. So please don't pretend you have good intentions toward us. When you want to squash us like a bug, we're not selling out to you. Cunningham pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed his shining forehead. And how are you going to keep your doors open when Roy retires? My newest recruit was a classmate of your brother's and has informed me that Zeddy flunked out of funerary rites and services his first year. That leaves no one but you holding the reins. Mercy. And competent as you are, you're one woman. How long do you think you can hold out against the full force of Cunningham's if I decide to force you out of business? Gods. He knows about Zeddy, she thought in a panic. Mercy felt as though he had poured ice water over her head. But she kept the sharp smile fixed on her face. I guess there's only one way to find out. She challenged him, adding Curtis before releasing his arm and walking back to the pyres without him. I assume he asked you to convince me to sell, Pop asked, clutching the makeshift urn as the auto duck bounced over the gravel road. He had raked out the ashes in the afternoon sun by himself, against Mercy's strict instructions, while she and Cunningham had had their jaunt. And now he was troublingly pale. Tempted as she was to spill the beans about Zeddy, she decided not to upset him further with an accurate report of her conversation with Cunningham, but the truth behind the well-timed buyout offer gnawed at her insides. Before Mercy could answer her father, the auto duck sputtered and slowed, and Mercy was barely able to pull it off the road before it died completely. That was when she realized that the gas gauge read empty. She leaned against the headrest and asked her father, not for the first time and probably not for the last, forgot to fill the tank. He bowed his head, a sight that was all too familiar these days. She missed him as he was, confident and quick to laugh. The way his capable hands built boats and his big-barreled voice sang the incantations for the dead. Ordering urns and paying the bills and filling the gas tank were the day-to-day details that would never be in his wheelhouse. Mercy patted his shoulder. You stay here, out of the sun, and keep the windows down. I'll grab the jug and walk to town for gas. I'll come with you. No. Nope. I'll be back in 40 minutes. Cops. She kissed his cheek and hopped out of the cab before he could object. It was a mile or so to eternity. But the blazing heat and treeless, shadeless road made it feel much longer. By the time she arrived at the gas station to fill the jug, her perspiration-soaked shirt clung to her back, and her boob sweat made the underwires of her bra chafe her skin. She was heading for the road out of town again, carrying a jug heavy with gasoline. When the city hall bell began to ring, Mercy froze out of instinct, a frisson of fear shooting through her spine, until she remembered that it was 4 o'clock on the first bonus day of the month. A drudge drill, not a drudge warning. Oh, for God's sakes, she muttered, freezing in place while sweating buckets under her armpits. She thought of Pop in all this heat, and here she was, stuck in a drudge drill when never, in the 25th history of eternity, had a drudge gotten loose in town. Argentine and Harrington had each had a few incidents lately. Sure, but not eternity. What could it possibly hurt if she sneaked out of town this one time? She was a block west of Main Street, but there wasn't anyone out and about this close to the south edge of town. Glancing around, she began to tiptoe toward the road leading to the burial pits in time for a sheriff's deputy to turn the corner around a clapboard house and witness her clear violation of the law. And it wasn't just any sheriff's deputy. It was Nathan McDevitt, her ex-boyfriend, who had broken her heart and stomped on the pieces. Hello, Mercy, he sang, swaggering his way over to her. Hi. She attempted to smile. Were you aware that there is currently a drudge drill underway? Yes. But, and were you aware that during a drudge drill, one is required to remain perfectly still and silent so that one is prepared to respond appropriately in the event that a drudge gets loose in the great city of eternity? Mercy thought that calling eternity a city was stretching it and then some, but she had no desire to quibble. She wanted to get back to Pop as soon as she could. Please, Nathan. Because if a drudge were to get loose, the quickest way for the sheriff's deputies to find it and get rid of it is by tracking down the only thing that's moving. And a drudge whose eyes have been picked clean by vultures can't see the living and is less likely to sense their presence if they are standing perfectly still. I know. We ran out of gas on our way home from the pyres, and I had to leave Pop in the auto duck. She hoisted up the jug, which sloshed with gasoline, but she knew there was no way she would squeeze a drop of sympathy out of a man who'd made it clear to her that he should have come first in her affections, not her father. So, he said, drawing his ticket pad from his pocket along with a stubby pencil, disobedience of City Code 47R9A, wherein all citizens are required to follow drudge rule protocols. The sound of the pencil lead scribbling over the paper reached into Mercy's ears and poked a headache into her tired brain. Come on, Nathan. Give me a break, please. His demeanor softened, and his face, which tended toward Weasley, became more handsome as a result. The memory of what they'd had together and all the hopes Mercy had once cherished for her future tugged at her heart. Have dinner with me tonight, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Nathan's offer was the last thing Mercy had expected. For months, she had hoped he would come groveling to her and beg her forgiveness. Now here he was, offering an olive branch, and she was tempted, sorely tempted. But then she thought of Pop in that hot auto duck a mile away, and she remembered what little regard Nathan had had for him in the aftermath of his heart attack. Why don't you stuff that ticket in your mouth and eat it instead, she proposed, sounding braver than she felt. Pretty sure this ticket is going to wind up on your plate. Sugar. Nathan scribbled as he continued to speak his bitterness. Sheriff Connolly is retiring soon. And guess who's a shoo-in for that promotion? I sure hope you don't have any code violations over there at Birdsall Son that I'll have to investigate. It would be a crying shame to shut you down. He tore the ticket free of the pad with a flourish and offered it to Mercy as if it were a rose. For the lovely lady. Mercy crushed the paper in her hand and made her slow march to Pop and the auto duck. By the time she'd driven her father home, she was a bedraggled mess. Zeddy was putting away groceries in the kitchen, but he did a double take when he saw the miserable pair trudge through the screen door. What happened to you? Don't ask. Can you fill Pop with ice water? Please. She didn't wait for his answer. She shuffled out the door and dragged herself to Birdsall Son on aching feet to finish up for the day. The second she stepped into the boatworks, she burst into tears. She tore off pieces of the cinnamon roll she had abandoned that morning and stuffed them into her mouth. It had gone stale, but it was very tasty. The clock read 456, which meant in 4 minutes, she could flip the sign to closed and call it a wretched, horrible, awful day. But it was not to be. She heard the front door open, and the bell on the counter rang. Mercy didn't need a mirror to know how she looked: sweaty, tear-stained, and disheveled, but there was no one else around to answer the summons. She wiped her fingers on her dungarees and made a feeble attempt to smooth her kerchief with sticky hands before heading to the counter, where she found a young marshal she had never seen before waiting in the lobby, and standing next to him was Hart Ralston. Kill me, she begged the unfeeling gods. Kill me now. Chapter 9. Hart was taken aback by Mercy's appearance as she stepped behind the counter. Her clothes were in disarray, her hair mussed, her face gleaming with perspiration, as if had interrupted her in the middle of a passionate embrace with some Lothario. That thought brought him up short. Had he was there a half-dressed man waiting for her in the boatworks? The mere idea of such unprofessionalism filled Hart with indignation, even though he knew he was responding to suspicion rather than fact, which illogically made him even more indignant. Oh gods, Mercy groaned. I'm having a day here. Heartache. So I'd appreciate it if he would make the barest effort at civility. Just this once. Okay. He hadn't even spoken yet, and she was already laying into him, when she was the one being uncivil. Unbelievable. Well, he wasn't about to make an effort now, especially if she planned to pawn him off so she could return to some smarmy asshole in the boatworks. Thanks for rolling out the red carpet. Merciless. It's an honor to be here. Is this what you call civility? Best I can manage under the current circumstances. Hart scanned her up and down, noting the sugar crystals stuck to her hair and the smear of icing on her pant leg. He hadn't caught her in flagrante delicto with some lover in the boatworks she had been making love to baked goods. But given her nasty greeting, the evidence did nothing to cool his temper. He made a show of scanning the lobby as duckers watched in confusion. Out of curiosity, does anyone but you actually work here? Are you capable of piecing together 2 nice words in a row for anyone? Heartache. Or is that too much to ask? That's rich. He fired back. She waved him away and leaned over the counter in Ducker's direction. Her shirt was unbuttoned to her sternum, and Hart had to pull his eyes away from the resulting cleavage. That is enemy cleavage, he reminded himself. Hello. Welcome to Birdsall Son. Mercy. Thank you. Mum. Penrose Duckers. But you can call me Pen. Mercy smiled at him, showing Duckers the dimples Hart himself had not seen since their fateful first meeting 4 years ago. He tapped the countertop with impatience and was trying to come up with a cunning remark when Mercy's brother burst through the front door with a large book open in his hands. Merc, do you have any capers? They didn't have any at the store, he bellowed before he realized she was standing at the counter. When he saw Duckers, his expression went from distraction to very focused and very obvious attraction. Well, hello. Hi. An oblivious Duckers said with a wave of his hat. Zeddy. And you are? Pen. Zeddy Birdsall leaned on the counter next to him, a mirror image of his sister. Charmed, he said with a brash grin. This time, Pen did notice, and he gave a bashful, nervous laugh. Good fucking gods. All Hart wanted to do was drop off a body and be on his way. He cleared his throat and announced, Marshal Duckers is my new apprentice. Mercy's smile melted into a sympathetic frown. Oh, you poor thing. Chocolate. She picked up a candy dish from the counter and offered it to Duckers. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. She glared at Hart and set the dish out of his reach without offering him any. The juxtaposition of her lovely manners toward Duckers, a complete stranger to her, and her surly and unmerited dislike of himself stuck in Hart's craw. We've got a body for you. Prepaid and tagged. That is, if we're not putting you out. I can see you're incredibly busy. He gestured around the lobby, which was empty save for himself, the 2 young men making eyes at each other, and the absolute shrew behind the counter. The latter tilted her chin up. We've been swamped today, I will have you know. You've got a little. Hart gestured to his own chin and watched Mercy's cheeks darken with embarrassment as she swiped away the icing on her skin with a floral hanky. If he were a cat, he'd purr with satisfaction. Zeddy will meet you at the dock, said Mercy as she stuffed the hanky back into her pocket. Zeddy, who was busy flirting with Duckers, said you bet before Mercy's words hit their mark. He whipped his head around so fast it was a wonder that it didn't fly free of his body and roll across the lobby. Want you? Zeddy. Mercy made it clear that this was not a question, and there was a tiny piece of Hart that thought, good for her. The rest of Hart wanted to throttle that tiny, traitorous piece. Zeddy glanced at Duckers, who cluelessly grinned at him, and he visibly and audibly gulped before setting his book down on the counter. Sure thing, he said and turned to make his way toward the dock, his long, lanky form moving slowly and stiffly. Duckers ogled at his backside, and if that was the way the wind was blowing, Hart thought his apprentice could do a lot better than a Birdsall, or any other Undertaker, for that matter. Come on, he told his apprentice with a nudge, but as Hart reached the door with Duckers at his heels, he lingered, glancing at the green velvet chairs over which Leonard frequently draped himself, and he felt a twinge of sadness to find them empty. Mercy smirked at him from across the counter, her arms folded over her chest. Sorry to disappoint you, Heartache. My dog is upstairs in my apartment, but I'll be sure to send him your love. Without taking his eyes from Mercy, Hart handed his keys to his apprentice. Get in the duck. Can I drive? Sir. No. Hart stepped up to the counter to loom over his adversary, but she hardened her glare, refusing to be intimidated. Fine, said Hart. You caught me. I like your dog. Your dog is nice. You, on the other hand, and all your Undertaking ilk, are a bunch of grubby opportunists on the Tanrian border, trying to make a buck off other people's tragedies. But I'm trying to be a professional here, so I'm going to do my job and drop off this poor woman's dead body at your dock. I'm going to hand your brother the paperwork I filled out so that you can get paid. And tomorrow, I'll return to Tanria, where I keep people safe from drudges while also trying to educate and protect that nice kid who is now in my care. Hart jerked his thumb toward the door, but to his surprise, Ducker's voice came from right behind him. Oh, I'm still here, sir. Sorry. Again. Hart's gaze did not waver from Mercy's fierce brown eyes. Get in the duck, Duckers, so I can drive. No. He leaned in, This is your last chance to abuse me before I head out. Merciless. Going once. Going twice. To Hart's shock, Mercy's eyes welled up, and a single tear dripped down her soft, round cheek. Without a word, she marched out of the lobby, her spine ramrod straight, her arms stiff at her sides like a soldier's. The abrupt change in her demeanor knocked the air out of Hart's lungs, as if she had punched him in the stomach. Dang, sir, Duckers murmured, not having moved an inch. Hart glimpsed the books Eddie had set down on the counter. The God of the Hearth's Guide to Cooking. It was open to a recipe for chicken piccata. The thought of that carefree, curly-headed boy cooking dinner threw Hart for a loop. Had always thought of the Birdsalls as seedy undertakers. But it occurred to him now that they were also a family, a daughter who filled in for her dad when he could no longer do his work, and a son who got dinner on the table. Between this and Mercy Birdsall's crying, Hart's understanding of the universe tilted. And he didn't like it one bit. Get in the fucking auto duck, he ordered Duckers as he strode past him to the door. Yes, sir. His irritatingly unfazed apprentice answered with a salute. Can I ask you something? Sir Duckers asked as they drove the short distance up Main Street to the Sunny Hill Hotel. No. Why were you so mean to Mercy? Me am the mean one. Kind of. Hart shook his head, but the specter of Mercy's teary eyes haunted him. He pushed it away, refusing to feel guilty for making her cry, when she was the one who had started it. They drove past Cunningham's, the most respectable building in town, larger and classier than the Temple. Why couldn't that lady have purchased a package from Cunningham's instead of Birdsall Son? Hart grumbled. Probably because she couldn't afford it. He answered himself in the private recesses of his mind. He might loathe Mercy, but he knew by now that Birdsall Son offered some of the most affordable packages on the border. That didn't make them less opportunistic than any other undertakers, though. Know what I think? Duckers asked as Hart parked the auto duck in front of the hotel and got out of the cab. Do I care? Duckers caught up to him as he wrenched open the door of the cargo hold. You've got a thing for Mercy. And you've got it bad. For a moment, Hart was rendered speechless, before he told his apprentice in no uncertain terms. I would rather have dinner with a rotting corpse than with Mercy Birdsall. A more infuriating woman I have never met. Are her boobs infuriating? Because you definitely got an eyeful of those. Caught. Fuck. I notice all boobs, regardless of their owners. All I'm saying is that from what I can tell, it wouldn't kill you to go out with a nice lady like Mercy. You know, live a little, sir. Telling a demigod to live a little was a particular choice of words, one that made Hart stop and consider his apprentice. Duckers had never asked him about his parentage, and as Hart studied his open, earnest face, he wondered if Duckers was so naive that he didn't know there were demigods who didn't live a little, but who lived a lot, lived on and on and on. Fine, he said as he yanked his bag out of the hold and stepped aside so that Duckers could get his own things. Are you? Though, because I think you hang out with drudges too much. You need some quality time among the living. I'm spending quality time with you. Are you trying to tell me you're dead now? See, that's just it. You're all gruff. But you're actually a decent human being once a person gets to know you. You don't know the first thing about me. Hart walked to the hotel and opened the front door with Duckers dogging his heels like a terrier. I know you took me on when you didn't want to because you felt sorry for me. I know you're teaching me what I need to know to do my job. I know you were nice to me after I took out that drudge. Hart ignored him and stepped up to the key counter. 2 rooms, please, he told the concierge. I get my own room suite. The concierge raised an eyebrow. My new apprentice, Hart explained curtly. Really? The eyebrow shot higher. Really? So 2 rooms. By now, Hart was practically growling. No, what else? I think Duckers asked at his elbow. No. And I don't want to. I think you're afraid to be nice to Mercy, because you wouldn't be able to handle it if she didn't like you back. The concierge, overhearing this, turned around with a key in each hand and a mirthful smile spreading across her face. 2 rooms, she declared, but her tone made it sound as if she were singing. You like Mercy Birdsall, you like Mercy Birdsall. Hart took the keys, then ushered his apprentice away from the front counter. Duckers, if I want your advice, I'll ask for it. You should definitely ask for it. But I don't have time for that right now. Ducker snatched one of the keys from Hart's hand. Unlike you, I've got a date tonight. Hart gaped at him in stunned silence for the second time in as many minutes before he said, You're a pain in the ass. But you love me anyway. Duckers shot him a bright, toothy grin before opening the door with his butt and exiting with a flourish. Salt sea and all gods of death. Hart did kind of love that brat. He went to his room and dumped his pack onto the bed. He had been looking forward to this respite from his apprentice's constant and very vocal company. But now, standing over yet another bed that did not belong to him, he felt the weight of his loneliness sink in again. Duckers had arrived in town a half-hour ago, and he already had a date. Hart hadn't so much as held a woman's hand in months. Had always told himself that marshalling didn't lend itself to love or romance. It was a dangerous line of work and one that kept him in the field for long stretches at a time, which, until recently, had been fine as far as Hart was concerned. There had been many lust-filled one-offs during his early days with the marshals. Then, when he was 21, he had fallen hard for a married woman in one of the northern border towns. When she ended it to return to her husband, he put a hard stop to any notions of love in his future. After that, Hart's romantic life, if it could be called romantic, consisted of loveless but companionable relationships that stretched on for months at a time. For a while in his early 20s, he slept with a middle-aged widow, who finally taught him his way around a woman's body. Then there was the waitress from Galatia. Eventually, he wound up dating a fellow marshal in a truly mechanical and passionless liaison that ended, to the relief of both, when she returned home to Mexico to take care of her ailing mother. Clearly, love was an impractical and unlikely thing for a man like Hart. So how had Duckers come to the conclusion that Hart liked anyone? Much less Mercy Birdsall. He hated her loathed her, and she gladly reciprocated. But the memory of that single tear sliding down her face prodded his conscience, and he found that he wasn't too proud of himself for what had said to her in anger that afternoon. He sat down at the tiny desk in his hotel room ominously. Was this thing built for children? Thinking he would begin a new letter to his friend, even though he still needed to mail the last one. What would she advise him to do? He wondered. As soon as he thought the question, he sat up straight, knowing exactly what she'd tell him to do if she knew all the ins and outs of his life. It was the same advice Duckers had offered. You need some quality time among the living. There were two living, breathing people Hart sorely missed. And for some reason, the memory of Zeddy setting his cookbook down on the counter at Birdsall Son made Hart miss the mundanity of a family dinner. So much so that he grabbed his hat and locked up his room. Then he slipped his letter into the nearest Nimcolin box and headed for his autoduck. Chapter 10. Mercy Birdsall consumed Hart's thoughts for the entire half-hour drive. As he rolled past the cacti and acacias lining the country roads, his wheels kicking up a mini dust storm in his wake, he tried to figure out why he and Mercy had hated each other from the beginning. Their mutual loathing was a fact he had always accepted without examination. But now that had made her cry. It was all he could think about. The first time Hart met Mercy was 2 months after Alma ditched him for a desk job, 2 weeks after his dog Gracie died, and 2 days after the new ID law went into effect in Tanria. Prior to the law, he could take a cadaver to any funeral services provider he chose, which for him meant Cunningham's. The staff were barely tolerable, with their fake sympathy and bogus, hushed respect for the dead. But at least they had intake down to a precise and efficient science. The new law stipulated that everyone entering Tanria had to have a prepaid funeral package from a licensed undertaker and a corresponding ID tag, which meant Hart and every other Tanrian marshal had to schlep a body to whatever podunk undertaker in whatever podunk border town the tag indicated. That day 4 years ago, the tag 9758, Birdsall Son Undertakers. Eternity. Bushon. He had never patronized Birdsall Son before, primarily because the sign out front had always turned him off. That day, he stood before it, shaking his head at the faded, folksy, hand-painted lettering. Birdsall Son Undertakers. Meeting all your end-of-life needs. We can ship a body, wherever, whenever, however you please. This was exactly the kind of place his mentor had resented, and in his mind, he could hear Bill's voice, clear as a bell. You see the shit that tells you everything you need to know about this place. These mom-and-pop shops are the worst, falling all over themselves with cookies and smiles and customer service, as if that could hide what they really are: grubby opportunists profiting off of someone else's misfortune. They may as well squirt perfume all over a decaying body and pretend it smells like flowers. It was one of many ways Bill had shaped Hart's understanding of the world, making sure his apprentice saw Tanria for the death trap that it was beneath its odd but bucolic surface. and the way these undertakers had poured into the border towns to take advantage of a terrible situation. Hart didn't often let himself think about Bill, so he was already a bit unmoored when he stepped into the lobby of Birdsall Son and hung his hat on the coat rack that afternoon. The first thing he saw was Leonard lounging on one of the green velvet chairs. He reached out and stroked the top of the dog's warm head. The way he had patted the soft space between Gracie's ridiculous ears before her body had given out in a great heave 2 weeks earlier. Without a warning, a vice in his chest clamped down hard, and he lost control of his self-possession, his eyes welling up fast and leaking fat tears down his thin cheeks. He heard a door open in the hallway beyond the lobby, and a very tall, very buxom young woman with dark hair coiled into a neat bun on her head and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses perched on her nose walked into the room, frowning down at a sheaf of papers in her hand. Her sunny yellow dress seemed like the only color in the world. Hart frantically scrubbed his face with his hands before she looked up. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone had come in. Did you ring the bell?" He shook his head. He wondered if she could tell he'd been crying, and it made him feel defenseless. She was so pretty. Salt fucking C. Did these places hire attractive women to match the chipper decor? Now was she about to offer him a plate of muffins? Her smile broadened, dimpling her cheeks, and those dimples in combination with the fact that she may or may not have caught him bawling all over her dog robbed him of speech. With each passing second that he stood there gawking at this ridiculously lovely woman in the lobby, his embarrassment, and the irritation that went with it, deepened. "Sir, I'm a marshal," he finally choked out. "I see that. I'm Mercy Birdsall, office manager of Birdsall Son." She held out a hand for him to shake across the counter. He stepped forward to take it. Hart Ralston. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hand pumped a distressing amount of dampness between their joined palms. He tugged his hand back and resisted the urge to wipe it on his pants. "I usually go to Cunningham's." Her smile faltered. "Oh, well, I hope y'all find our services superior. We take good care of our marshals here. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee, tea?" Falling all over themselves with cookies and smiles and customer service, he thought. Aloud, he said, "No, I've got a prepaid body for you." Mercy's smile remained, but the dimples disappeared. "Of course. The dock is around back, right?" He drove the duck down the alley and backed it up to the dock, berating himself for crying over a dog and acting like an adolescent in the presence of an attractive woman. But he was discombobulated all over again when Mercy was the one who pulled up the dock gate rather than the Undertaker or the Son that the sign out front purported he had. Now that she was out from behind the counter, Hart could see the way the yellow dress hugged her ample chest and cinched in at the waist and flared out around her generous hips. He was beginning to resent this woman for making him feel perverted. "I thought you said you were the office manager." "I am. My father is the Undertaker, but he's at the Pyres this morning. The sign out front says there's a son. The son is 16 years old and probably in biology class right about now. So you get me." She may have been the office manager, but she didn't flinch at the stench of death that wafted from the hold the second Hart opened it. She continued to soldier on with that smile, which in and of itself was infuriating. Why should she or anyone else for that matter be so sunny? Especially at an Undertaker's. She had no right to be full of life when she was surrounded by death. May as well squirt perfume all over a decaying body and pretend it smells like flowers. Bill said in his mind. "What happened to this poor man?" Mercy asked as she handled the odd, lumpy remains. The drudge had been so vicious that Hart had had to dismember it before lancing its appendix. But Mercy's comment sounded like an accusation, and from a woman who had probably never left the safety and comfort of her father's business, which profited off the dead. "I did what I had to do. MMHMM. She answered doubtfully, and Hart cursed the federal government for the new ID tag law that forced him to interact with this judgmental office manager. The body stowed, he followed her and her yellow dress into the lobby, where the dog still lazed across the green velvet chair. "Leonard, off," Mercy commanded, but the dog gave her a confused expression that said, "I'm sorry, I have no earthly idea what you mean." The boxer mix looked nothing like Hart's own dog, but Leonard's demeanor was all Gracie, and a sharp pang of grief pierced his lungs. He scribbled his way through the paperwork in an attempt to get out of Birdsall Son all the sooner. "Is something wrong?" Mercy asked him in a tone so snotty he nearly offered her his handkerchief. "No," he barked, signing the last document and slapping the pen down on the countertop. A strained grimace replaced her bright smile, and when she spoke it was through gritted teeth. "Well, feel free to never come back again." It was as if Hart were an overheated auto-duck engine, and Mercy had opened the hood. A hot plume of words heaved out of his mouth. "Lady, I can't tell you how much I don't want to come back here. But the government has other plans, so if you don't want to see me again, feel free to stop fleecing the suckers who come to Tanria to seek their fortunes, only to get turned into reanimated corpses." She propped her fists on those admittedly glorious hips. "Feel free to maybe not chop up those corpses into bits and pieces before my father has to send them home to their grieving families. Your father is free to join the Tanrian marshals any time he likes if he thinks he can do a better job. And so are you." She opened her mouth but seemed to think better of whatever it was she had planned to say. "You know what? I'm not going to waste one more second of my life on you. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Marshal. He was a waste of her life. Not her time. Her life. Seconds ago, he had merely disliked her. Now he loathed her from the depths of his soul. He glowered at her before snatching his hat off the coat rack and heading for the exit. Behind him, he heard her mutter, "Arrogant demigod." Hart spun on his heel, trying and failing to come up with an answering sting as she stomped down the hallway to the office. And he was furious with himself for watching her ass until it disappeared out of sight behind the slammed door. 4 years later, as he drove toward an uncertain reception at Alma and Diane's house, Hart tried to imagine how that first meeting could have panned out differently. He came up empty. He stood on the front porch, bending and unbending the brim of his hat in his hands. He could hear a record playing inside, something jazzy and soulful. A melody that hit him with a wave of nostalgia for days gone by when he practically lived in this house. It had been so long since his last visit that it seemed almost offensive to show up unannounced like this. But he was here now and didn't see the point in going back to his hotel room. So he combed his shaggy hair with his fingers and rapped on the door. The door swung inward, and there was Diane, her petite figure drowning in a loose-fitting sundress, her ash-blonde hair as short as ever, her cheeks and nose more freckled than Hart remembered. A smile overtook her face, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes lashed him with guilt for staying away so long. She let out a happy squeak and hugged him around the middle, her head barely reaching his breastbone. Hart hugged her in return and forced out an awkward laugh. "It's good to see you, too, Diane." She held him at arm's length to examine him, her blue eyes shining. "You need a haircut." He laughed again, less awkwardly. "Who is it?" Alma's voice called from inside, inspiring in Hart the urge to hightail it to his duck and drive off before she got to the door. "It's Hart." Really? Alma peered in the doorframe and squinted up at him, clearly wondering why he had decided to show up. It occurred to Diane to wonder the same thing, her inner mother hen bursting to life. "Is something wrong? Does something have to be wrong for me to pay a visit?" "Is that a trick question?" asked Alma, and Hart felt like he should either raise his hackles or be prepared to lick his wounds. "You invited me." "So I did. Come in." Diane hugged him again and took his hat as he stepped into the parlor with its overstuffed chairs and colorful afghans and pillows and stacks of books. A cat he didn't recognize grazed his shin as he followed Alma past the dining room and into the kitchen, where she pulled a bottle of beer and a can of soda from the icebox. "Thanks," he said when she handed him the soda, surprised that she and Diane still kept his favorite brand in the house, when he knew neither of them cared for it. They made their way through the screen door to the deck that overlooked Alma and Diane's acreage with a neat vegetable garden and the chicken coop and the cows grazing on the taprooted grasses that managed to grow in the sandy soil. Hart dusted off the chair that was tacitly his and sat down. His long legs popped up like a pair of mountains in front of him, and he wished Diane hadn't taken his hat, so that he could set it on one knee and fiddle with it. He felt like a child bereft of his security blanket. Alma reached over and clanked her bottleneck to the rim of his soda can. "I'm glad you came." "So am I," he said, although he wasn't certain as to the veracity of that statement. An unexpected wistfulness overtook him as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. This place was more home to him than anywhere else he had lived or slept since his mother died. But coming here had lost its homey luster over the past few years. He missed the comfort this place had once provided. He missed the comfort Alma had once provided. "How's your dad?" he asked her. A genuine question that sounded like empty small talk. "Good. I wish had let someone else take over the vineyard, though. He's too old to care for it like he should. But you know how he is." Hart nodded. feeling guilty about the fact that he couldn't remember the last time had inquired after her aging father. "Seen your mom lately?" he asked. "A few months ago. She says hello." Hart nodded again. Like him, Alma knew who her mortal parent was, Bendina, whose tiny creek snaked to the north of her father's grapes in central Vinland. She even called her mom. It blew Hart's mind. "How's Duckers doing?" Hart rubbed his chin and took a gulp of soda, letting the two sweet bubbles fizz and pop almost painfully between his teeth. "He irritates the shit out of me." "Oh, you like him?" "Yes, I do," Hart agreed in defeat. "So that means I was right." "You were right." MMHMM. Alma pursed her lips in smug superiority, which had the ironic effect of putting Hart more at ease rather than less, because it was an expression that belonged to Alma, his old partner, not Alma, his boss. He sipped his soda and set the can on the wrought iron table beside him. "Thank you for making me take him on." "You're welcome. I know y'all look out for him, and he's going to need it. With the drudge situation as bad as it is these days, it does seem worse than usual lately." "It is worse. I've seen the numbers. There's a huge uptick in the keyless." Diane backed out the kitchen door with a tray of carrots and celery sticks and crackers and cheese, and it occurred to Hart that he was ravenously hungry, something he generally failed to notice until it was hard upon him. "Y'all stay for dinner?" "Want you?" she asked. Hart had come here with a family dinner on his mind, but he worried that accepting the invitation would mean committing himself to a lengthier stay than he wanted. Alma skewered him with her fierce blue-green eyes, and he knew she saw right through him. "I don't want to put you out," he told Diane. "But of course." Diane was unputable. "There's plenty." She planted a kiss on top of his head, making him go watery on the inside. Alma cooked chicken on the grill while Diane put together a bowl of mixed greens and pulled some leftover potato salad from the icebox. They ate outside on the east-facing deck, with Diane catching Hart up on all the improvements they had made to the property recently. Hart answered the many questions she threw his way, but mostly he watched and listened, letting Alma and Diane's easy way together wash over him. After dinner, he and Alma stayed out on the deck, a silence thickening between them, while Diane cleaned up in the kitchen, humming along to the songs spinning off the gramophone. The old quarrel lingered in the air, as dense and swirling as the mist that shrouded Tanria. "You were a kid when we partnered up, and I always thought you'd grow out of it, come to terms with it, whatever. But you're in your 30s now, and if anything, it's worse. Can we not talk about this? We've been friends for over 10 years. When are we going to talk about it?" "Never. This is what I'm talking about. Bill's death is as fresh for you as if it happened yesterday. That's not normal. You need to deal with that baggage." "Bill was not baggage. You act like he was the father you never had. He was. And I know he did you a lot of good. But you never stopped to consider the fact that he was also a sanctimonious pain in the ass." "Are you serious all this time? All the years you've known me? This is what you thought of him?" "Yes. This is what I think of a hypocrite who liked to tell people, especially you, how to think and act in life. When he was the one who abandoned his wife and child in Honeck, it was as if she had taken a sledgehammer to everything he thought he knew about Bill Clark, and in the process, she had smashed their friendship, too. Years of trust pulverized in an instant. He supposed he could apologize for his part in it now, but once again, he couldn't muster the nerve to broach the subject with her. In the uncomfortable silence, he let his mind drift to his letter-writing friend, to the unfair hopes he had already begun to pin on her for no good reason. But she seemed to get him, and he seemed to get her, and she made him want to live a little, which was why he'd come here, wasn't it? "Thanks for dinner," he told Alma, pulling them both out of their brooding reticence. "You bet. It's good for you to be social every now and again. You're working too much overtime these days. Don't have anything better to do, do I?" She shook her head. "You are a lonely bastard." The combination of Alma's endearing bluntness and Hart's sawdust on sugar high made him laugh. "It's a choice. You know, it doesn't have to be that way." "I know," he said, but it didn't feel like a choice. It felt like the hand had been dealt. "Maybe you should get another dog." "Don't want another dog." "Maybe you should make some friends who aren't me. Date somebody. Take up Parcheesi." Hart could feel her eyes on him, but he kept his gaze turned toward the darkening horizon. "How old are you now?" 35, almost 36. "Right. Yep. So when are you going to stop being 19? This time, he did meet her unwavering stare. 19 was how old he had been when Bill died. And she knew it. The unsavory truth hung like a ghost over him. But Alma didn't push it. At least get another dog, she said. A puppy. Puppies are cute. You haven't been the same since you lost Gracie. Hart pictured his dog exactly as she had been the day she came wandering into the campsite, sniffing out the spitted rabbit roasting over the fire. A half-starved mutt. Ganglion adolescence. Her ribs showing through a ruddy coat threaded with black. Alma had tried to shoo her off, but Hart called to her and held out a fist for her to sniff. She ambled to him on long knobby legs and licked his knuckles, then pressed the side of her face against Hart's chest and gazed up at him with unfettered adoration. The adoration was immediately mutual. Gracie had been the salve Hart had needed after Bill's death, the light that had brought him back from a place of grief and darkness. For 11 years, she went everywhere with him, high shadow whose worshipful eyes reflected back to him a better version of himself until she grew thin with age, and Hart had to carry her more often than not. After she spent 3 days laboring to breathe, sleeping fitfully, her body gave out in one great heave, taking his heart with her. A copper for your thoughts, Alma said to his profile. Hart was tempted to tell her about the crushing loneliness and the friend he had found by chance, but it felt too fragile to share yet, as if the letters would break apart in his hands and disappear forever if he confessed their existence. Diane came out, and the three of them stayed on the deck, laughing over old memories, the kitchen window throwing a square of light onto Hart's feet. Around midnight, a bone-weary exhaustion caught up to him when he thought about returning to his empty hotel room, and unable to withstand the force of Diane's hospitality, he found himself curled up on the too-small bed in the guest room with roughly 50 homemade Afghans piled on top of him. As he dozed off, he sensed Alma and Diane hovering in the doorway like a pair of mothers watching over a sleeping child. "I worry about him," came Diane's hushed voice in the darkness. "So do I, love," said Alma, gently stroking her wife's back. "So do I." Chapter 11. Fess up. "Did you get takeout to dazzle the sky?" Mercy asked as she and Zeddy set their plates beside the sink at the same time. "No. You cooked dinner tonight, all of it." "I mean, you follow the directions. It's easy." He nodded toward the cookbook from the library, open to a recipe for chicken piccata. The pages were splattered with lemon juice and olive oil, but the end product had been phenomenal. "I'm so impressed with you." "Thank you," Zeddy preened. Hop's nightly food-induced coma had overtaken him, and one of his wall-shaking snores rattled its way into the kitchen from his recliner in the parlor. "No higher praise than that," Mercy said, jerking her head toward the door. "Are you going to amaze us with some dessert?" "No way. Pen and I are ditching you losers to get ice cream. You should rescue him from Pop's snoring before he experiences hearing loss." But Pen saved Zeddy the trouble, entering the kitchen with an armful of dirty dishes. "Need help cleaning up?" "You didn't want to hang out with the old guy who fell asleep in a puddle of delicious lemony sauce?" Zeddy asked, relieving Pen of his burden. "He didn't seem to be enjoying the pleasure of my company, but the dog did. Leonard and I are best friends now." Mercy turned to her brother and mouthed the words, "I like him," aloud. She said, "Zeddy, you finish clearing the table, and he'll wash up so you two can get out of here." Zeddy mouthed best sister ever before heading through the kitchen door into the dining room. Pen ferreted through the drawers until he found a clean dish towel to dry the dishes. This guy was getting better by the second. "So, Mercy," he half said, half sang. "So, Pen," she sang in reply. "Guess you and Marshal Ralston aren't best friends." Mercy put a sudsy hand to her chest. "Whatever gave you that idea? How did that start?" "It didn't start. It is, and will always be an infinite loop of fated and mutual dislike." She sank her hands into the soapy water to scrub a plate, wondering at the strange juxtaposition of pleasant, thoughtful Penrose Ducker's having to learn his trade from dour, scowling Hart Ralston. "I feel for you. I can barely stand the man for 5 minutes, and you have to be in his presence for days on end. How do you do it?" Pen shrugged. "I like him." "No, you don't," she said in disbelief, handing him a slickly clean platter. "Yes, I do. He's nice once you get to know him. You should give him a chance. He's had many chances with me. He has blown them all," Zeddy returned, holding 4 wine goblets and 2 sweating glasses of water in his long fingers. "Did you talk about me while I was gone? Did you have nice things to say?" Mercy took the breakables from his hands one by one. No and no. Well, fix that. He waggled his eyebrows at Penn and whisked himself into the dining room once again to retrieve more dishes. Penn tilted his head at Mercy as he finished rubbing the platter dry. Have you given Marshal Ralston a chance? Though because you didn't even let him say hello today. That's because he's as mean as a Backley dog. Better to cut him off before he ever begins. Except she hadn't managed to cut him off this afternoon. Had she had let him cut her down. She had let him see her weakness and her tears. It made her shudder to think on it. You've got him all wrong. I'm telling you. He's a marshmallow on the inside. Me can't argue with that, said Zeddy as he entered with 2 bowls mostly empty of the potatoes and the haricots for its amandine they once held, plus a couple of smaller bowls containing crudités. Mercy flicked dishwater at her brother. We're not talking about you, you narcissistic twit. Penn took the dishes from Zeddy, and Mercy caught the way his fingers brushed her brother's hand. A twinge of envy jolted through her. Zeddy's usually confident grin turned bashful as he pulled away to finish clearing the table. Mercy frowned at the sink as she spoke the next words. He called me a grubby opportunist, as if I'm gleefully rubbing my hands together, waiting for the next dead body to show up. That doesn't seem very marshmallowy to me. I'm so mad that I let him get to me today. I practically handed him his victory on a silver platter. Penn took a handful of cleaned silverware from her. Is it a game cause if it is? It seems to me like you're both losing. Badly. HMPH. I think he likes you, Penn told her as he went in search of the silverware drawer. Mercy gaped at him for a full 5 seconds before sputtering. He hates me. And I hate him. I think he likes you. A lot, Penn said, dropping knives and forks into place with a plink. Clink, clink. A lot. Mercy scrubbed at a stubborn chunk of potato stuck to the bottom of a pan, as if by doing so she could scour Hart's sneering face from her memory. You must be a hopeless romantic. Nothing wrong with romance. It's not always hopeless. Agreed. But me and Hart take that's the definition of hopeless. All I know is he couldn't take his eyes off you. He was probably staring at my boobs. Gross, said Zeddy as he came in with the last of the dishes. You're right. Penn laughed, directing his comment to Mercy. You two are hopeless. But I'll hold out hope all the same. You're going to be holding out hope for a long time. Mercy bumped Penn away from the sink and toward her brother with her hip. Don't you guys have ice cream on the agenda, Scoot? I'll clean up the rest. Best sister ever, Zeddy sang in falsetto as he nabbed Penn by the hand and pulled him toward the door of the kitchen. You think on what I said, Penn told her. She laughed and shook her head. Good night, Penn. Mercy heard them giggling like a pair of schoolboys as they tiptoed past Pop and left by the front door, and the bittersweet twinge of envy stung her again. Once she had the kitchen cleaned up, she kissed her sleeping father on the forehead and let herself out. On the way home, she and Leonard walked underneath a new banner that stretched across Main Street. Mayor Ginsburg courteously invites you to celebrate Founders Day 25 years of eternity. Heading Zoo Aquamarus rides barbecue dinner. Dancing under the stars fireworks display. Normally, she loved a good party. But the prospect of being dateless and, therefore, danceless at the Founders Day party dampened her spirits. When she got home, she poured herself a bubble bath and drank a glass of Merlot as she soaked her weary body in the tub, trying not to get the pages of her romance novel wet. It was her favorite way to unwind at the end of a tough day. Yet she felt listless now, unable to relax or focus on anything. Giving up on the bath and the wine and the book, she got out, dried herself off, and put on her oldest, raggediest, most comfortable pajamas. Leonard crawled into bed beside her, but his usually comforting presence depressed her tonight. She loved her dog, but he was no substitute for another human being. Not that Nathan had ever spent the night at her place. They'd always had to go to his apartment. She stared at the night-darkened ceiling with its jagged crack running from the window halfway to the light fixture, her mind busily turning over everything that had happened that day, the bills piling up, running into Cunningham at the cemetery, Nathan McDevitt with his thinly veiled threats of shutting her down once he was sheriff, and Hart Ralston's vicious words cutting her to the quick. I think he likes you. Penn's voice echoed in her mind. He's got a funny way of showing it. She muttered at the ceiling, making Leonard whimper in his sleep. No. Mercy did not for a minute believe that Hart Ralston liked her. But she found herself thinking about the last letter from her anonymous friend, seeing in her mind the way the blocky letters marched across the page. There are a few things about me that would surprise most people if they ever bothered to scratch the surface. What if Pen had a point? What if there was more to Hart than she knew? What if he was the sort of man who, like her friend, was hard to get to know in person? What would surprise her if she made the effort to dig a bit deeper for the first time in 4 years? She wondered if she didn't have Hart Ralston entirely figured out. But she still couldn't stand the guy. Mercy dragged herself out of bed the following morning, maneuvering around the boneless pile of dog that was Leonard. Today cannot possibly be worse than yesterday, she promised herself as she turned on the coffee pot. But when she returned to her bedroom to get dressed, she caught sight of her disheveled appearance in the dresser mirror. Don't tempt fate, Mercy, she warned her reflection. A half-hour later, garbed in blue coveralls and a matching headscarf, Mercy came downstairs in time to see Zeddy letting himself in, carrying a plate covered with a napkin, and whistling cheerily as he pushed the door closed with his foot. Look at you, showing up on time, Mercy marveled. Sherry scones, they are homemade. How are you so cheerful and well-rested when you got up early to make scones? Who said I went to bed last night? If dating Pen means you get to work on time and bring baked goods to boot, I vote for keeping him around a while. Mercy nabbed a scone from the plate, took a bite, and savored the buttery sweetness as it dissolved in her mouth, pairing beautifully with the bitter taste of coffee on her tongue. Yes, today was already far superior to yesterday. Although as Zeddy set the plate of scones on the counter, he visibly deflated. What's wrong? She asked. Pen had to go back to Tanria this morning. That's why I got up so early, to make him breakfast. He's not sure when he'll be in eternity again. Sorry. I like him. So do I. Zeddy agreed before taking an enormous bite out of a scone. What non-corpse-related things do you need me to do today? Do I smell something fresh-baked? Pop hollered from the office before Mercy could answer her brother. Yes. But you can't have any. Doctor's orders, she yelled. I like Pen. By the way. Thanks. Pop. Me, too, Zeddy shouted in reply. Pen would want me to eat whatever you baked. Mercy relented and brought a scone to Pop before putting Zeddy to work cleaning the lobby. It had been too long since she'd done more than run the feather duster over everything, so she had him wash the baseboards and ferret out spiderwebs in addition to all the sweeping and mopping and dusting and polishing that needed to get done. It seemed like a solid plan until, shortly before opening, she heard Horatio's clack at the door. A klaxon of panic blared inside her at the thought of Zeddy getting his mitts on a letter from her friend. She didn't attempt to remove the thick layer of sawdust coating her arms and glasses as she raced for the door in the feeble hope of beating her brother to the punch. It was not to be. Horatio was in the lobby, studying Zeddy through a pince-nez clip to his waistcoat. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of making your acquaintance. Horatio. It's me, Zeddy Birdsall. Remember? The owl noticed Mercy and hooted. My dear, I didn't know you had a brother. Why didn't you tell me? Zeddy pointed at the sign next to the door. That says Birdsall Son. Who did you think the son was? Oh, I don't know. I thought it was rather catchy. To Mercy's horror, Horatio handed the mail to Zeddy and helped himself to the tip jar. He gave Mercy a saucy wink and whispered, I do hope you enjoy all your mail this morning. Darling, when you write to your enamorato, be sure to tell him that I send my regards. Tata. What in the name of the unknown God was that all about? Zeddy asked as he watched the owl sashay out the front door. Horatio being Horatio. I'll take the mail. What's an enamorato? No idea. She reached for the mail, but he stepped away, flipping through the stack. A brick of despair landed in her stomach as an evil grin spread across her brother's face. He plucked a letter out of the stack and flourished the envelope in front of her like a magician at a magic show. She read the words to a friend before Zeddy used. And what, pray tell, is this? Mercy lunged for the letter, but Zeddy darted away, forcing her to chase him around the lobby as he cackled with delight. Who's your friend? Mercy. None of your business. She snatched her letter away from her brother. Mercy has a boyfriend. Mercy has a boyfriend, Zeddy sang, prancing around the lobby. SHH, she begged him, glancing at the closed office door. It's not like that. Then what's it like? You know, pen pals. Right, he said, but his shitating grin made it clear that he didn't believe her for a second. Can we keep this between us? This friendship is new. And can we keep this between us? So Pop doesn't know about this guy? No, and you are not going to tell him. Wait, does Lil know? No. I know something about you that Lillian doesn't know. Zeddy threw both fists into the air. Right on. Don't tell her. Or Pop. Please. Zeddy slung an arm around Mercy's shoulders. Sis. As long as you keep giving me all the time I need to tell Pop about not studying to be an undertaker at school. Mum's the word on this, pen pal. Deal. Mercy had no idea how much longer she could keep Zeddy's secret from Pop, but she desperately needed some wiggle room to figure out a way to fight off Cunningham's buyout. Plus she really didn't want Zeddy blabbing to anyone about her friend. She let loose a deep sigh of resignation. Deal. Now get to work. You're no fun. Zeddy released her and wrung out a rag over a bucket of soapy water. But as Mercy made her way to the boatworks, she heard his teasing voice behind her. Tell your lover boy hi from me. She growled under her breath. But by the time she stepped into the boatworks, she couldn't wait to tear into the envelope in her hands. Chapter 12. Dear friend, I choose to ignore your accusation that I am a monster, because it is clear to me that you have never known the perfection that is a cup of good black tea. Incidentally, coffee tastes like the sum total of humanity's bitterness brewed into a brackish swill to be slurped with a grimace, while your hot beverage consumption leaves much to be desired. Your occupation cannot be more horrific than my own. At least it is viewed as such by the general public. Personally, I find the interest rates at the bank repugnant. But for some reason, that line of work is considered squeaky clean. I prefer my own career path. It is a kindness, as you said, something that allows me to do good in the world. As for my not being alone these days. Yes, I have a new coworker. He is young and naive and irritating. But I was young and naive and irritating once, so I won't complain. He keeps nudging me out of my grumpy, crotchety, curmudgeonly ways. Something I never dreamed possible a few weeks ago. It's annoying, but also kind of nice. I would never admit this to him, but I will admit it to you. Since we are always honest with each other, I like him, and I like having him around. Wonders never cease. So, your heart belongs to cake. To what else does your heart belong? A specific place, a particular memory, certain people. I hope you don't mind my scratching the surface. It's so much easier to do by letter than face to face. And the more I get acquainted with you, the more I want to know. I wonder, would either of us bother to scratch the surface if we knew each other in person, or would we pass each other on the street and never bother to look? Knowing myself grumpy, crotchety, curmudgeonly. I suspect the latter. Which is why I am grateful for your letters. I hope you'll write soon. Sincerely, your friend. Dear friend, YTY. Now that the most pressing question is out of the way, I must tell you that your letter could not have arrived at a better moment. I needed a friend this morning, and there you were. Thank you so much for that. I already like this new companion of yours. There's nothing like youth to snap you out of a funk. Not that I'm old, but I no longer qualify as young either. How old are you? I wonder. No. Don't tell me. I like the fact that we stay away from the banalities of age and appearance and occupation. And I worry that the day-to-day facts of our lives would get in the way of our friendship. Could you be fully open and honest with me if you discovered that I was a hag with stringy hair and objectionable political views, or I with you if I'd discovered you were 6 inches shorter than myself and overly fond of onions? So, don't tell me anything about yourself except the important things. That's all I want to know. Although a tiny part of me does want to know where you work, what you look like, how old you are. You see, I refuse to lie to you because those things are a part of who you are, too. But, seriously, don't tell me. As to your question, Rita, what does my heart belong other than coffee and cake? I love my father and my sister and brother. I cherish the memories I have of my mother, who died when I was 17 years old. I also love my family's business, which is unfortunate, since it seems destined to fail. Dear friend, my mother got up with the sun every morning and worked her fingers to the bone until sundown. But she always made time to sip her tea and read a chapter from a book before facing the day. She raised me to value the very best of hot beverages. Hence, tea. I shall not be moved. Don't be mad at me. But I laughed when I read your letter. I assure you, there is no earthly way you are 6 inches taller than I am. I'm glad to have been there for you. But I'm sorry you were having a bad day when you received my last letter. Does this have something to do with your family's business? Your family sounds great. By the way, my new coworker comes from a large family, and they all seem to adore each other. Even when he refers to his brother as a punk, he makes it sound endearing. I'm jealous. To be honest, I don't have a family. Like you. I lost my mother at a young age, and she was all I had. I'm sorry for your loss. By the way, I know how hard that must have been for you. So, you want to know the important things about me? I'm not sure how to answer that. I get up in the morning. I go to work. I go to bed. Lather. Rinse. Repeat. I suppose that's why my new coworker recently informed me that I need to live a little. How does a person go about living beyond getting up, going to work, and sleeping? The more I think about it, the more I'm certain that my inability to live a little is the cause of my loneliness. So it's self-inflicted, whereas your problems seem to be a result of circumstances outside your control. Which is a shame. You deserve better. In other news, you have found me out. I live on a steady diet of garlic and onions and moldy cheese. I fully intend to breathe all over this letter. Now, about this stringy hair of yours. Dear Onion Breath. I'm not convinced that your loneliness is entirely self-inflicted. Although as your friend, who is always honest with you, I can't completely absolve you. Maybe the question we should both be asking ourselves is, what do we have the power to change? For example, there is a circumstance in my life over which I have some control, but I have chosen to do nothing about it. I'm trying to figure out how to confess this without getting into the particulars we have sworn to avoid. Basically, each of my family members has entrusted me with a secret that affects the other two, and I'm keeping my mouth shut because their respective responses are likely to upend my life and my future. But by keeping those secrets, I'm robbing each of them of the information they need to make decisions about their own lives and futures, especially as concerns my father. Does that make me a terrible, selfish person? Actually, don't answer that. I know the answer. Boo. Moving on. I think my favorite thing about you so far is your sense of humor. Your current situation sounds tough. As your friend, I should advise you to come clean with everyone, especially since it's clear to me that you love and value your family. However, as the king of avoidance, I don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to this sort of thing, so I'll offer my support. No matter how you decide to play this, I find it hilarious that you think I have a sense of humor. There aren't many people who would describe me as funny, at all, whatsoever. Although I do have one friend with whom I let it fly. She and her wife put me more at ease than most, I guess. Then again, we've grown a bit distant over the past few years due to a long-standing argument. See, king of avoidance. Right here. Oh my gods. You are one of those terrifying grammar nuts. Aren't you? With whom really? And who is this friend of yours? Maybe you're not as alone as you think you are. Tell me all about her and her wife. I'm about to head out the door to my family's house for dinner. My brother loves to cook, as it turns out, and he's pretty good at it. Amazing. In fact, when I was young, I practically lived at my friend's house, and her wife mothered me, which, truth be told, I needed back then. But then she became my boss, which has made things awkward. We had a falling out a few years ago, so I don't go over there much anymore. I'm not sure why I can't talk to her about it. I should probably unpack that. Speaking of dinner, your letter has made me ravenous. Do you have any idea how rare a decent meal is for me? Please don't torment me with words like pork tenderloin medallions. Not when I'm sitting here with a plate full of canned beans. Do you think your brother might be willing to send a care package? My coworker's mother sends cookies on a regular basis, which is nice. But I'd give my eyeballs for a well-cooked meal. I'm writing to you tonight under a starry sky. When you live in the middle of nowhere, you can see the stars, all of them, without town lights getting in the way. Do you ever look up? I mean really look. I find myself staring at the stars more and more lately, wondering what exactly it is I'm doing here. Here, meaning the universe. Yoo-ho. I guess I'm getting philosophical. I stepped outside this evening, but you're right, the lights in town make it hard to see the stars. So I hopped into the duck and drove outside of town for a better look. The night sky is incredible. Why have I never bothered to appreciate it before? It's been right there all along. But I've been so busy thinking of this thing that needs to get done and that thing that needs to get done, that it never occurred to me to look up. I don't know the names of most of the old gods, much less which star is who, or which star is whom. See what you've done to me, you grammar monster. If people can't remember gods, think how easily forgotten any of us are. It made me think about how I want people to remember me when I'm gone. For however briefly I'm remembered, when I'm on my deathbed, will I honestly be thinking, Good thing I finished that to-do list. I suspect that I'm more likely to think. I should have told Pop about that big secret sooner. And I should have figured out a way to save the family business. I drove straight to my father's house and touched salt water to my mother's key and to the keys of every ancestor on the family altar. Yeah, I'd think I'd be depressed after all this thinking and wondering. But I felt oddly light. Still do. I suppose it puts things into perspective here. It's more accurate to say that you put things in perspective for me to gaze up at the night sky and feel a part of something bigger than myself. I'm guessing that you spend a lot more time outdoors than I do. My job keeps me inside most days. And when I get time to myself, all I want to do is curl up with a good novel, preferably one that ends with happily ever after. Not that I'm able to sit down long enough to enjoy a cup of coffee most days, much less a good book. Wait a minute, I can't believe it's taken me this long to ask you what kinds of books you like to read when I've known all this time that you're an avid reader. Which stars who? To be is a copular verb that takes a subject complement rather than a direct object. Good job. You. Yes. I love to read. But like you, I often find myself busy when I'd rather be stretched out with a good book, my ankles crossed, the spine resting on my chest. My tastes lean more toward nonfiction, history and politics mostly. Not many happily ever afters there. I'm sorry to say. To be frank, I have a hard time suspending my disbelief for happy endings. Whereas I think you must be a hopeless romantic. Or a hopeful romantic, that seems more accurate. You keep on putting hope into the world someone needs to. And it's definitely not going to be me. On another note, talk to your family. Friend. Especially your dad. I can feel the weight of putting it off in my hands as I read your letter. And I hereby acknowledge that I am a hypocrite, who should definitely take his own advice. Chapter 13. Since bodies were off the table, literally, Mercy was determined to make Sadie fall in love with Undertaking via the gorgeous sweet chestnut she had handpicked at the lumberyard. How could anyone resist that grain once it was finished? And yet Sadie did not share in Mercy's enthusiasm as he helped her cut and glue and nail and saw. While watching the parts come together made Mercy's heart sing. You have to be careful when you're nailing it. Chestnut splits easily, she told her brother, hovering over his shoulder as he readied his hammer over a nail head. Zeddy glanced at the clock and set both hammer and nail on the work table next to the boat. Lil and Danny are due back today. I should head home to make dinner. It's 3 o'clock. Are we dining at senior hour? Good food takes time. So does a good boat. You know I don't give a shit about boats. And neither do dead people. Zeddy's snappish response made Mercy's eyes sing with hurt. Well, the living give a shit. And our boats mean something to them. Why can't you see that? He waved his arm. A big sweeping gesture indicating not only the boatworks, but Birdsall Son and everything the family business stood for. Why can't you see that this is never going to be for me? I know what you're trying to do here. And it's not going to work. You've never given it a chance. I was never given a choice. And neither were you. This place is wringing the life out of you. How many hours of work are you putting in every week? Lil calculates it at 70 to 80. 70 to 80 hours of your life. Every week. Doing this. Is it worth it? Yes. Mercy insisted. And she meant it. She meant it with everything she was. Well, it's not worth it to me. I've got an apprenticeship in Argentine. Starting next month. I'm studying under the chef at Proserpina's. After my 2-year apprenticeship, I'm going to open my own restaurant. He might as well have spoken another language for all Mercy could understand him. What? You keep asking me what I plan to do with my life. There's your answer. I'm going to be a chef. A chef? Yes. Mercy's lungs stopped working properly. She imagined herself crawling into the nearly finished boat in front of her and slowly running out of air as her brother sealed her inside, hammering in the nails of her doom. Is this a paid apprenticeship at least? Zeddy breathed out hard and folded his arms. No. I'm lucky she was willing to take me on at all. So Birdsall Son is going to finance the son while he abandoned ship. That seems fair. Mercy grabbed a shop towel off a sawhorse and hurled it at her brother. Zeddy threw it on the ground and headed for the door. We are not finished. Zeddy. Yes. We are. I can't argue with a brick wall. Mercy stomped after him through the boatworks door in time to see Pop greeting Lillian and Danny as they got out of the delivery dock at the dock. There's Pop. Zeddy. Go ahead. Tell him to his face. Mercy shouted. Tell him how he spent his hard-earned money to send you to school so that you could study ancient Metaran philosophy. Zeddy's lips went bloodless as Pop asked, "What?" Danny froze on the edge of the dock. "I'm going to go check on the other thing with it." He murmured something about oil and axles as he fled the scene to return to the safety of the autodock. Zeddy's eyes blazed at Mercy. But that didn't stop the hot words that sparked off her tongue. "Tell him how he's supposed to let you freeload off him for the next 2 years so that you can learn how to cook. Tell him Birdsall Son is only Birdsall now." Pop frowned, but in hurt rather than anger. "Is this true?" Said his bottom lip quivered. He nodded. "I have to pee. But I don't want to miss any of this," said Lillian. "Now's not the time for joking. Honey," Roy chastised her. "I'm not." Pop returned his attention to Zeddy. "Why didn't you tell me? I knew you'd be disappointed." "You've got that right." Zeddy bowed his head and sniffed hard. "And you?" Roy turned on Mercy. "You knew about this, but you didn't say anything when I got that buyout offer from Cunningham." "You're mad at me," Mercy protested. But Zeddy had heard the words of his salvation, and there was nothing Mercy could do but watch as the situation got away from her. Like an unbridled equimoris making a break for the sea. "Buyout offer? What buyout offer?" Zeddy demanded. Lil piped in with equal enthusiasm. "How much are we talking about here? Can we make a counteroffer? Ugh. Mother of sorrows, can you all please pause so I can pee? We don't need Cunningham's money," Mercy insisted. "I beg to differ," Zeddy snapped. "I can't believe you." "Mercy, this offer is my freedom. And yours, too, for that matter. But my whole life is here. Because Pop made it your life. And mine." "Hey, now, that's not fair," said Roy. "Fair? Was it fair that you assumed I wanted to follow in your footsteps? Was it fair of you to decide my whole life for me? And look at what you've done to Mercy. She's 30 years old, and stuck in the same life you foisted on her when she was 17. How is any of that fair?" Zeddy's words rang through the dock, and then he stood there, quivering, as tears of rage slipped down his cheeks. "Zeddy," Mercy began, but he cut her off. "It's true. He's right," said Lil. "It isn't true," cried Mercy, stomping her foot, though she knew it was childish. "And you have no right to speak for me, none of you do." Zeddy's eyes narrowed to cold slits as a ghastly smile spread across his face. "Say, Mercy, get any more letters in the mail from your friend lately?" Mercy's stomach dropped. She shook her head at Zeddy, but it was too late. "What letters?" asked Lillian. "What friend? What's going on? And please, dear gods, I really have to pee." "Oh, didn't she tell you Mercy has a boyfriend? They've been writing letters to each other." "Right. Mercy." Mercy strangled her brother with her eyeballs. "He's not my boyfriend, and you had no right to tell them." "What boyfriend?" Pop asked. "He's a pen pal. It's nothing. I've never even met him." The second the words departed her mouth, she wished she could reel them back in. Her stomach dropped a few more inches. "You're writing letters to a complete stranger?" Pop asked in his very best concerned father voice. "No, I mean, sort of, I guess. But," Lillian cringed. "Oh, Mercy. Honey, I thought Nathan was bad. But now you're dating a guy you haven't met." "We're not dating. He could be an axe murderer for all you know. Or some sniveling old god's acolyte." "No, he isn't." "How would you know? You've never met him." And now Pop put on his guilt-inducing disappointed father face. "You keep Zeddy's secret from me. You waste your time writing to the gods know who. This isn't like you. Where is your head, Muffin?" Mercy took in her sister's condemnation, Zeddy's glaring resentment, and her father's worry-worn face. They all thought they knew what was best for her. But had any of them bothered to ask her what she wanted? What would make her happy? Had any of them so much as scratched the surface? Or did they all assume she would go on as she always had, putting everyone else first without contemplating the toll she paid for it? Mercy matched Zeddy's quivering posture of outrage. "Where's my head? My head is right here on top of my neck. Thinking that there's at least one person in this world who cares about who I am and what I want. And he's not under this roof at the moment." With that, she fled for the stairs. "Unbelievable," said Lillian, as if she had earned the right to her long-suffering tone. "I'm going to the bathroom." "Hey, Lil's pregnant," Mercy shouted from halfway up the stairwell. "They're done. No more secrets." Her feet thundered the rest of the way up to her apartment, but the sound didn't cover her sister's indignant reply. "Mother of sorrows, thanks a lot, Mercy." Mercy made her way to Temple on All God's Day morning, arriving at 10 o'clock on the nose. When the votaries opened the heavy oak doors, She hoped to get in and out before any of her family showed up, since she was in no mood to confront them. So far, so good. She walked down the center aisle to the skylight at the apex of the temple's roof. The great arched ceiling above her was painted like the night sky, the altar of the gods who had come before, their stars shining in the darkness. The skylight was a symbol of the unknown god, the void beyond the sky who came to know theirself, and who gave that self-awareness to the world. A sense of peace fell over Mercy as she stood in the sunlight streaming downward. When she was small, her mom used to read a child's book of the gods, old and new to her and Lillian, and, later, to Zeddy. Mercy could still hear the cadence of her mom's voice as she read through the pages. The words brought her closer to the memory of her mother, and her mother's memory, in turn, brought her closer to the gods. First, there was the void. The void became aware of theirself, the first and most powerful of all gods, the unknown. They created others, children made from pieces of theirself. The children wanted to be like the unknown god, so they created their own children, more gods, but weaker than their parents. And so on. Eons passed. The first gods slowly tired of existing, and they vanished, leaving nothing but pinpricks of light as a memory of who they had been. Their children created the sky as an altar to their parents' memories, and when they, too, tired and faded, they became stars in the sky as well. Only the unknown god remained eternal, rejoicing and mourning each generation of their family as their children and their children's children came and went. Over time, the children of the children of the children of the children of the unknown god were so diminished that they could not make more gods. Instead, they hung the sun in the starry altar of the sky and made the world to go around it. They created land and seas and all the living things that dwelled there. Finally, 3 of them made children of their own, crafted from the land and sea. These children looked and spoke and felt like gods. But their beginnings and endings came one atop the other. One mother gave her children the gift of sorrow so that they would know joy. One mother gave them the gift of fortune so that they would know hope. And one mother gave them the gift of wisdom so that they would know their end and, therefore, appreciate their life. Admiring this creation, the siblings of the 3 mothers gave people more gifts: streams for fishing, woods for hunting, fields for planting, hearths for food and warmth. All of this pleased the unknown god, but many of the older gods grew jealous of their offspring's creation. They wanted humanity's devotion, too, but they bought mortal praise with cursed gifts: power, war, famine, greed, envy, fear. This is how the old gods became most valued in the eyes of humans. And the more people prayed to them, the more powerful the old gods became. People forgot about the mother of sorrows and the bride of fortune and grandmother wisdom, and they took for granted the streams and woods and fields and the hearth. They prayed to the old gods alone out of fear of war, fear of starvation, fear of loneliness and despair. The unknown god took pity on the people that their children's 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 children had created. And while mortals could not be divine, the unknown god gave them each a piece of theirself. Sullen asked 3 of the new gods to fashion a way for these pieces of theirself to return to them. One god set souls free of their bodies when it was time to go home, and he returned their flesh and blood to the earth. One god made the salt sea as a path from the world of the living to the void beyond the sky. And one god took his place beside the door of the house of the unknown god to usher every soul inside. These are the 3 fathers' grandfather bones, the salt sea, and the warden. Eventually, the new gods rose up against their parents, a war so fierce that it fractured the land and created the islands of Cadmus as we know them today. And because the new gods could not put an end to their parents, they created Tanria, a prison on earth. Over time, the old gods lost the will to go on and begged the unknown god to let them take their place as stars on the altar of the sky, like their parents and their parents' parents before them. The warden came then and cut a door into the mist of Tanria to let them out, and he sealed it shut behind them. Grandfather Bones made them a boat and sailed the old gods across the salt sea, where the unknown god forgave them and welcomed them home and set them on the altar of the sky. There are still war and greed, envy and fear, and all the dark, sad things that the old gods put into the world. Once those things entered our hearts, there was no removing them. Even if the gods who created them are long gone, all we can hope to do in our short lives is to live well and honor the gifts our mothers and fathers and the new gods gave us, and willingly return to the unknown god when we sail the salt sea. and Grandfather Bones returns our body to the earth, and the warden opens the door to our home in the void beyond the sky. Mercy stood below the skylight, contemplating the vastness of the unknown God and the smallness of her earthly worries. Before she chose an alcove for prayer, as a motherless child, she usually prayed at the altar of one of the three mothers. Today, however, she made her way to the alcove of the wardened god of doorways, of exits and leave-takings and endings. His icon showed a two-faced deity, a being who gazed both inward and outward. She had loved all the colorful illustrations in a child's book of the gods, old and new, but the warden's picture had been her favorite. She loved the way he opened the door to the house of the unknown god as if it led to an interesting new beginning as much as an ending. Mercy placed one of Zeddy's leftover mini souffles on the god's altar and hoped the warden knew what a sacrifice it was. Those things were delicious. Then she lit a candle and took a seat in one of the pews. A door is closing, and I'm not sure how to find a new beginning once it does, she told the god in her mind. If you have any guidance on this one, I'd appreciate it. Mercy sensed someone sit down beside her. She turned to find Lillian gazing up at the death god's icon. The warden, interesting choice. Mercy shrugged, and the sisters sat in silence. After a few minutes passed, Lillian asked, "Why didn't you tell me or Zeddy about that offer?" Mercy stared at the forlorn souffle on the altar and shrugged again. "Because you knew that if Pop found out about Zeddy and me, he might decide to take it." "That sounds about right. That's not fair to him, or to Zeddy, or to me and Danny. It's not your decision to make alone. And if you think about it, it's not fair to you either. Your entire universe revolves around the business. But there's more to life than dead people." "I know." But Mercy gazed at the warden's two faces. As a death god, he looked toward the future and toward the afterlife. But as the god of introspection, he looked inwardly with his second set of eyes. "That doesn't seem like such a terrible thing to me." Lillian seemed as if she might say more. Instead, she changed the subject entirely. "Want to go key shopping after this?" It felt like forgiveness, and Mercy's lips curved up. "For the baby, since someone let the cat out of the bag, I may as well start thinking about a birth key." Mercy's brief smile turned into a grimace of regret. "Sorry about that. I was going to tell everyone this weekend anyway. It's not like I can hide it anymore. But you're still a jerk." That was definitely Lil's brand of forgiveness. Mercy kissed her cheek. After Lillian made her offering to the Bride of Fortune, they walked arm in arm up Main Street to Mimi's gift shop. "So, these letters," Lil said as they sidled to the glass display case, where gold and silver keys shone on a bed of blue velvet. "Oh boy. I can't believe you didn't tell me about it." "There's nothing to tell. You are a lying liar who lies. Start from the beginning." It came as a relief to tell Lillian about her secret friend, as if simply acknowledging the man's existence made him real. By the time Mercy finished, Lil had narrowed down the key choices to 3. "You really like this guy," she surmised, saying the thing that Mercy would not let herself think. But there was no denying it, especially when Lillian saw through her no matter what she said. "I know that probably seems stupid," she admitted. "To be honest, yeah, it does. It's easy to like someone on paper, but that's because you can curate yourself for him, and he's doing the same thing. You two don't know the first thing about each other." "But we do," Mercy said, and then she thought of all the banalities she kept out of her letters. The boring details of everyday life that formed a huge chunk of who she was. "This whole thing is a bad idea," Lillian continued, moving one of the keys to the reject pile. "If you're lonely, find someone in reality. It's like you said, I've been taking care of you and Zeddy and Pop and the business for years, and I don't regret it. But those letters, they're the one thing in my life that's for me." "I get that. But letters are made of paper, and that seems like a pretty flimsy foundation for a solid relationship to me. So either meet this guy in the flesh and find out if he's a decent human being, or move on." They both turned their attention to the 2 keys remaining on the counter, one of which would be consecrated when the baby was born. "This one," Lillian declared, holding up the winner. It wasn't the one Mercy would have chosen, but Mercy wasn't the one having a baby. "That one," she agreed. When she got home, she sat at her desk, which had once belonged to her mother, and took out a pen and a sheet of stationery. "Dear friend," she wrote, but got no further. She thought of her prayer to the warden, and she looked to the door of her apartment for inspiration. If her life had run a different course, if Mom were still alive, if Nathan had never cheated on her, if Sadie had wanted to be an undertaker, if a million other things had or had not happened, there might have been an altar there beside it, a place for a new family with new keys and new beginnings. She expected her hand to shake with nerves as she set pen to paper again, but it was remarkably steady. I think we should meet. Chapter 14. Hart was stretched out on a cot in the barracks, his long legs crossed at the ankles, his feet hanging off the end, his head propped up against the wall as he read an interlibrary loan book, The Almost War of Leona and Medora, and the much maligned purpose of governance in the early Federation be the light of the early evening sun eking in through one of the small windows. Duckers had made it through training, which meant that Alma could now assign Hart and his apprentice to a sector on the tour schedule. They'd be pulling the day shift in W26 for the next week, while Banneker and Ellis patrolled in the evenings, which meant they'd stay in the barracks at night rather than camp out. Hart thought that Duckers would be thrilled by the prospect of interacting with marshals other than himself and sleeping in an actual building with a roof over his head. But his apprentice slumped on his own cot with an unread Gracie Goodvest comic in front of him, and he was being unusually taciturn. Hart should have enjoyed the respite from Duckers' incessant jabbering instead. It was aggravating him to no end. "You're not talking," he said over the top of his book. "Usually, you never shut up. What's the matter with you? Have you ever heard of a drudge cluster?" "Sir." Hart glanced over the top of the book to study Duckers' troubled mien. He should have seen this coming, but he found himself wrong-footed. He buried his nose between the pages again as painful memories flickered across his memory. "I'm guessing some old-timer scared the shit out of you with a harrowing tale. This morning in the commissary, I asked Marshal Hurt how he lost his ear, and he said he got caught in a drudge cluster 8 years ago. Every veteran has some bullshit story about getting caught in a drudge cluster, and that's what it is, bullshit. They're inflating the numbers to make themselves look good, Hurt especially, so don't worry about it." He said that drudges have been teaming up more and more lately, attacking people in groups of 3 or 4 all over Tanria. 10 or more drudges constitute a cluster. 3 or 4 does not a cluster make. A single well-trained marshal can take out a handful of drudges without too much trouble. Have you ever been caught in a cluster? Hart gave up on reading. He tucked the worn leather bookmark Bill had given him eons ago between the pages, set the book aside, and answered Duckers' question with another question. "Have you noticed that no marshals are assigned to Sector 28? "No." "Well, they're not. It doesn't even have a station designation." "No, why?" "No, sir." Hart consulted his pocket watch, which had belonged to his grandfather, and decided there was time enough before sunset to reach the boundary line of Sector 28. "Saddle up, and I'll show you." Less than an hour later, he led his apprentice on Equimaris back to a ridge overlooking a ravine directly below and a wide meadow in the distance. At the center of this field stood a whitewashed 2-story farmhouse that Hart knew his apprentice could not see, just as no one but Hart could see the souls of the dead floating around it. "This is the western boundary line of Sector 28. There have been 5 honest-to-God's drudge clusters reported since Tanria's opening 25 years ago. One was on that ridge to the southeast. A marshal died that night. Another was in that gully. 2 marshals went down. One was against the cliffs down there. Every marshal involved died, so we don't know for sure that there was a drudge cluster that day. One was in those trees to the northwest. Everyone got away that time. And one was on that field. A good marshal lost his life that night." Hart could recall with crystalline clarity Bill's anguished cries as the drudges tore into him, but he kept himself composed for Duckers' sake. "Every drudge cluster has happened within a 2-mile radius of that meadow, so don't get any closer to it than you are now, and y'all be fine." "Got it." "Yes, sir." "Good." He reached out and patted Duckers on the back and was gratified to watch the load lighten from the kid's shoulders. The sun set as they rode to the barracks, and the painter coated Duckers' face in warm light, making him appear younger than usual. An affectionate pang shot through Hart's chest, and he wondered if Bill had felt this way about him. Back then, he had thought of his mentor as if Bill had been born a middle-aged man, with a complete and perfect understanding of the world. Now that Hart had an apprentice of his own, he couldn't imagine that he exuded that kind of unquestionable expertise. And yet he couldn't help but wonder if Duckers thought as highly of him as he had thought of Bill. Bill, who had left a wife and a child in Honeck and had never mentioned them to Hart. By the time they returned to the barracks and stabled the equimares, He was mired in memories of his mentor, a reminder that he could push away the past from time to time, but had never truly outrun it. "Have you ever been to Sector 28? Sir Duckers asked as Hart fried up eggs for dinner on the old wood stove. Hart was tempted to lie, but the thought of being dishonest with Duckers didn't sit well with him. "Yep. In the early days of the marshals. Before we knew better. You didn't answer my question before. Have you ever seen a drudge cluster?" Again, Hart was tempted. Sorely tempted. But his hesitation answered Ducker's question without his having to open his mouth. No point in denying it now. The drudge cluster on the meadow. "That's how I lost my first partner." "Dang. Sir. Sorry." There was a note of admiration in Ducker's voice to go along with his condolences. Hart knew he didn't merit it. It was a long time ago. Hart gave his full attention to the eggs and hoped Duckers would take the hint and stop talking about drudge clusters. He didn't. Why are drudges more dangerous there? No idea. This time, Hart lied without hesitation. Had never even told Alma about the house and the souls or what had happened the night Bill died. He plated the eggs with some beans and toast, but his worst memories lingered, haunting him, robbing him of his appetite. "Now you are the one not talking," Duckers pointed out as they sat down to eat. "I never talk much." "Yeah, but your not talking is extra mopey tonight." Hart was saved by Bassaras bellowing outside. "Knock. Knock mail delivery." Then Nimkalim stepped into the barracks, the earring glinting in his tall ear. "3 for the kid, and 1 for you, loser." Hart's heavy heart lifted as he took his friend's letter from the rabbit's paw, while Duckers got out coins from the tin where they kept the tip money and poured Bassaras a cup full of whiskey. "Extra tonight, right, sir?" he asked Hart, referring to their special arrangement wherein they bribed the rabbit to come back the following night to pick up any letters they wanted to send, since there weren't any Nimkalim boxes inside Tanria. "Yep," Hart answered as he loosened the flap of the envelope. He loved this moment, the anticipation before finding out what his friend had to say to him. The silky sound of good paper sliding free, the rustle as he unfolded the letter, the first view of cursive dancing its looping slant across the page, and then he read the first 2 lines. "Dear friend, I think we should meet." Hart's ears started ringing as the meaning of his friend's words sank in. "You okay?" Duckers asked him, adding "sir" as an afterthought. "Fine. Your eggs are getting cold." The thought of eating his cold eggs nauseated him. He stood so abruptly. He knocked over his chair. "I'm going to take a piss." "Sure you are." Gods. He knew he was in trouble when a 9-year-old could see right through him. He stepped outside and read the letter in the scant light after sunset. "Dear friend, I think we should meet. I know it may not be possible if we discover that we live miles or oceans apart. And if I'm being perfectly honest, there's a part of me that doesn't want to meet you in real life. That wants to go on presenting my best self to you on paper. But I'm beginning to wonder if a relationship made of letters makes us little more than paper dolls. If we are going to be friends, true friends, shouldn't we know each other as people, with all our faults and foibles included? It may be that you don't want to meet me in person, and believe me, I would understand if you don't. But if you do, honestly, I don't know how to finish that sentence. So I want, sincerely, your friend." Troubles with your broad Bassaras' voice cut through Hart's spiraling panic. To Hart's consternation, the rabbit hadn't left yet and was lounging in one of the deck chairs outside the barracks, savoring his whiskey. Broad who talks like that. Messengers for the old gods who find themselves relegated to a life of miserable mail delivery for eons until they disappear and maybe become stars in the night sky. Right. Hart dropped into the chair beside Bassaras. Those were the days when the old gods lived it up and let you say whatever you wanted. Sounds like an enlightened time. Bassaras sucked his enormous front teeth. "What's wrong with you? You're pissier than usual." "Pissy pants." Hart clutched the letter and thought, what the fuck? If he didn't have any human beings to confide in, he might as well pour his heart out to a Nimkalim. There was nothing to lose here, because Bassaras wasn't a part of his life. Was he? Hart held up the letter. "My friend wants to meet, so that's a good thing, isn't it?" "No. What if she doesn't like me in real life? I'm not exactly Mr. Warm and fuzzy. Even you can't stand me, and you're an asshole." Bassaras preened, slicking back his ears. "Thank you very much." Or what if she sees what I am and it makes her feel I don't know, or worse? What if she can only see this? He pointed to his unnatural gray eyes. "So you've never met this bird before?" No. That was kind of the point. Sounds pointless to me. Hart opened his mouth but found that he had no easy answer. Bassaris nodded. So basically, you want a girlfriend without having to put in the work of being a decent person in her presence. You can paint the best possible picture of yourself on paper and call it good. No. We're 100% honest with each other. Oh, so she knows that you're a grumpy-ass demigod. Marshalling Tanria. Hart shifted in his chair. No. So she doesn't know you at all. And what do you know about her? Here. Hart perked up. She likes music and romance novels and cake. She's smart and funny and you know next to nothing about her. Point. Less. This Bassaris reached over and crinkled the paper in Hart's hand. Is some flimsy-ass shit. Knock it off. Hart tugged the letter out of the rabbit's paw. Quit being a fucking coward and meet her. The Nimkalim's blunt words twisted Hart's innards like the key of a wind-up toy. What if it doesn't work out? What if we stop being friends? Then you can stop dicking around with letters and find a real person in real life to date. Bassaris' beady eyes softened. You keep asking what if this bad thing happens or that bad thing happens. How about, what if you two hit it off? What if she's the love of your life? Dumbass thought about that. It was as if the rabbit had let go of the wind-up key and set Hart's inner mechanics spinning. He swallowed and nodded. Then go meet her. 'Cause you've only got one life to live. May as well make the most of it. Bassaris smacked him on the shoulder as if they were friends, and grinned at him, revealing his broken tooth. Before he walked away to finish his mail wrote, I may have only one life to live, but who knows how long it's going to last. Hart asked, but in a voice pitched too low for anyone to hear him but himself. And how much of that life are you going to spend alone? You poor pitiful bastard, his own mind responded, with these uncomfortable questions pricking him from the inside. He returned to the barracks, where he found Duckers sitting on a cot, smiling over a letter from Zeddy. Oblivious to Hart and the raging firestorm of emotion inside him, Hart got out paper and pen from his pack and sat at the table, pushing aside his cold eggs and beans. I am taking advice from a drunk rabbit. He marveled under his breath as he began to write his reply to his friend. Chapter 15. As she hummed under her breath, Mercy wished for the millionth time that there was room for a gramophone in the boatworks. She longed for music to drown out the deafening silence that had overtaken Birdsall Son Undertakers. The Birdsalls did not argue often, so when they did so badly. Mercy had patched things up with Lil before her sister and Danny left on the delivery run Sorrow's Day morning. But Pop continued to fume in his office, refusing to speak to her, and Zeddy had stopped coming into work altogether. A pall that had nothing to do with death hung in the air. Such was the mood when Horatio arrived. Mercy knew better than to expect a reply from her friend on Salt's Day when she had sent her letter on Sorrow's Day. But she was disappointed all the same when no response from him arrived. Instead, Horatio handed her a thick envelope embossed with the Cunningham's Funeral Services logo, addressed to her personally. Ugh, she told the Nimkalim as she plunked a silver coin onto his outstretched wing. You are most welcome, darling. I'm sure. He huffed before flitting off. Mercy could tell that she had offended him and would have to spend the next week buttering him up to make him civil again. But she couldn't bring herself to care. She tore into Cunningham's envelope and read the note card inside. Dear Mercy, I hope you will do me the honor of joining me for a cup of coffee at my office this afternoon at 200. In addition to enjoying the pleasure of your company, I should like to bend your ear regarding an important matter of business. Yours sincerely, Curtis Cunningham. Mercy debated the pros and cons of accepting the invitation throughout the morning as she delivered Mr. Tomlinson's boated remains to the temple, stood respectfully in the foyer during the funeral, and wheeled him to the dock to take him to the shipyard for the burial service. On the one hand, she suspected Cunningham was setting a trap for her. On the other hand, she'd rather find out exactly what the other Undertaker had up his sleeve so that she could plan Birdsall Son's counterattack. And so it was that at 1:45 in the afternoon, she cleaned herself up, traded out her coveralls for a dress, and sneaked out the front door, which was easy since Pop wasn't talking to her anyway. As she walked up the boardwalk to Cunningham's funeral services, she whispered a prayer to the three fathers, with promises to steal Zedda's next batch of profiteroles and offer them on all three altars if they would ever back during this meeting. Soon enough, she found herself seated in a plummy leather chair across from Curtis Cunningham, the acreage of his gleaming mahogany desk stretching between them. After a blessedly brief round of small talk and niceties and the offer of coffee, Cunningham got down to business. Leaning back in his plumier leather chair and steepling his fingers. Roy has been remarkably silent in regards to my offer. He did receive my offer, did he not? Yes. Mr. Cunningham, he has your offer in hand, Mercy said curtly, irritated by the insinuation that she was trying to hide the letter from her father and more irritated by the fact that she had, in fact, hidden it for quite some time from her siblings. And has a decision been reached? Mercy decided to toss aside the veneer of formality. Ask Pop. Curtis. He's the one who owns the business. Not me. I'm not asking the person who owns the business. I'm asking the one who runs it. Mercy offered no reply. But Cunningham, who had nothing to lose, felt free to continue, his tone light and chatty as he took up his hefty silver pen and began to play with it like a cat toying with a mouse. In the absence of a reply to my offer, I have decided to speed along your response for you. Mercy couldn't shake the feeling that Cunningham was about to press a button under that behemoth of a desk and open a trapdoor beneath her chair. He slathered a kind, paternal smile across his pale, handsome face as he continued, which is why I feel you should know that I've secured a deal with the Afton Lumber Company, in exchange for exclusive rights to all lumber appropriate for the construction of our handcrafted line of funereal boats. Cunningham's Funeral Services will offer all its workers an extremely attractive line of prepaid packages at a 30% discount. Mercy sat up, splashing coffee onto her lap and burning her thigh. Afton was the sole supplier of lumber on the western border. If Birdsall Son lost access to their inventory, she would have to source materials from the other side of Tanria or possibly overseas. The cost of transport alone would sink them. She set the cup on Cunningham's desk and willed it to leave a ring in the wood. You can't do that, she said as calmly as she could. It's already done. The new arrangement will go into effect next calendar year, as will Cunningham's complete control over the lumber market of Western Bushong. That's a monopoly. Well, take you to court. Oh, do you have a lawyer on retainer? Because I do. Mercy slowly deflated into the ostentatiously expensive leather of her seat. The Birdsalls barely kept their books in the black. They couldn't afford a lawyer, and they most definitely couldn't afford to lose their primary supplier. Cunningham leaned forward with faux concern, resting his forearms on the desk. Mercy, you did your best, and I'm so proud of you for what you've accomplished. You always were a good girl, but Birdsall Son won't survive this. If you go out of business, where will you be then? Or your father or Zeddy or Lillian take the money? Sweetheart, for their future and for yours. Despite the coffee stain on her skirt, Mercy rose from the chair with as much dignity as she could muster. I'm not a good girl or a sweetheart, Curtis. And you don't have the right to be proud of me, especially since I know we wouldn't be having this conversation unless you were terrified of me, which you should be. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a business to run. Her burst of bravado had abandoned her completely by the time she stood on the boardwalk outside Cunningham's Funeral Services. Her walk back to Birdsall Son seemed far too short, but she was unwilling to hide the truth from her father again. She knocked on the door to his office and was answered with a gruff "What is it?" She opened the door, but Roy refused to acknowledge her. I spoke with Curtis Cunningham. He's come to an agreement with Afton Lumber. We're going to have to source our wood from another vendor. She watched as her words sank in and understanding overtook her father's face. He cleared his throat, but he said nothing. Since neither Curtis Cunningham's offer nor his arrangement with Afton Lumber changed the fact that Mercy needed to wrap and salt at least 2 more bodies today. She returned to the boatworks and left her father to stew at his desk. Pop locked up and went home without popping in to say goodbye. Mercy doubted she was going to be welcomed at the family dinner table, especially with Lil and Danny gone. So she dragged herself upstairs and made a plate of subpar macaroni and cheese for the second night in a row. After which she drank too much wine and dove into the romance novel that she had checked out from the library. She had hoped that the steamy bits would distract her instead. She wound up feeling her own lack of steam acutely. Tossing the book to the side, she turned out the light and slept fitfully, with Leonard snoring beside her. The following morning, Mercy opened the front door before Horatio had a chance to knock, and greeted him with a mimosa. It was made with the overly sweet sparkling wine of Northern Bushong. But there wasn't much she could do about the unavailability of a decent vintage in the wilds of the Tanria and border towns. I'm sorry I was short with you yesterday, she told him as she handed him the flute. The Nincolum sniffed, but it was a forgiving sniff. He accepted the proffered glass and took a delicate sip. Orange juice does mask a world of evil. doesn't it? At least there was one being in this world besides Leonard who wasn't furious with her. Thank you, said Mercy. Prepare to double your gratitude, he said with a wink as he handed her the letter she had been anticipating on pins and needles. Her squeal of delight was so high-pitched that Horatio drawled, "Do be careful, or you'll wind up with a pack of feral dogs scratching at your door." Mercy tore into the envelope as Horatio waddled out the door. "Dear friend, we are always honest with each other. So here it goes. I want to meet you. Very badly. But I am also terrified to meet you. Not because I worry that I won't like you, I'm certain that I will, but because I worry that you won't like me. I suspect that I make a better paper doll than a human being. And I feel very strongly that you deserve a friend more worthy of you than I am in reality. Are you sure you want to meet me, the Grucci? Dost know how to live, you little me? Best, your friend. P.S. I live in Busham. P.S. Telling you that much makes me break out into a cold sweat. Busham. All this time, they had been inhabiting the same island and never knew it. Mercy wasn't sure that she believed in fate, but this was beginning to feel like something that was meant to be. She raced up to her apartment to write her reply. Chapter 16. Dear friend, I'm terrified, too. And I'm also worried that you won't like me when you meet me in person. That's only natural, isn't it? And would you want to be friends with a self-centered jerk who assumes everyone loves them anyway? Of course you wouldn't. And I wouldn't either. Anything worth doing in this life requires a leap of faith. And I have faith that our friendship can exist beyond these letters, despite all the faults and weaknesses of our flesh and blood selves. Which is why I want to meet you, to know you better. Let us be brave. Sincerely, your friend. P.S. I also live in Busham. Dear friend, for you, I will be brave. Are you free next Wednesday? There's a place in Mayetta called the Little Wren Cafe. I can be there by 7:00 p.m. Can you read this? My hand is shaking so badly I can hardly hold the pen. Your friend. Dear friend, next Wednesday, 7:00 p.m. at the Little Wren Cafe in Mayetta it is. I'm so excited to meet you. I'll wear yellow, so you'll be able to spot me easily. Yours giddily, your friend. Dear friend, I'll be there, but I won't be wearing yellow. My entire wardrobe is A, very limited, and B, extremely drab. You can tell me to live a little when we finally meet, in person. Your friend. P.S. I have mentioned that I am terrified. Right. Chapter 17. Each day that brought Wednesday closer made Hart's nerves ratchet higher. By the time Wisdom's rolled around, he had no patience left to spare for poor Duckers, which was why he went apoplectic when he spied the wad of wrinkled paychecks in his apprentice's open rucksack. You have got to be kidding me. What the fuck, kid? Duckers winced. Yeah, I was going to get to that. Sometime this decade. I mean, sure, of course. You do have a bank account. Correct. When Duckers bit his lip, Hart repeated, stridently. Correct. My mom's going to help me set one up whenever she can get away for a visit. If you haven't cashed your paychecks, how did you buy a prepaid funeral package? Duckers bit his lip again and scraped the toe of his boot through the leaf litter at his feet. You're dating an undertaker, said Hart. He was about to unleash a steady stream of exasperated profanity when he realized that a branch of Federated Banking was located in Mayetta. If he took Duckers to open a bank account tomorrow, he could send him on his way to buy a prepaid funeral package and ID key at Birdsall Son, which meant he could get his apprentice out of the way early and give himself enough time to get ready for dinner. It was as if the clouds above had cleared and a ray of sunshine were blazing directly upon his head, with the hymn of the Bride of Fortune filling his ears. He was almost giddy when he dragged Duckers by the shirt collar into Alma's office the following day. What's up? She asked. Hart held up the uncashed, undeposited paychecks. This child has no bank account. Alma burst out laughing. Ha ha. Very funny. Duckers muttered. Mind if we head out early to get the dipstick set up? Hey, Duckers protested. You got it, said Alma. Hart succeeded in keeping a stupidly happy, telltale grin from spreading across his face. Now he was free to fret about his rendezvous with his soon-to-be-known friend for the next 7 hours. Those 7 hours did not, however, pass uneventfully. Duckers dawdled at the station after lunch, comparing notes with another apprentice over 3 helpings of cake, until Hart began to worry he'd have to take the kid out of there at Rappy Point. When they finally did hit the road, Hart's auto duck blew a tire 15 miles outside of Mayetta, setting them back more. and the process of getting Ducker's bank account set up took a full hour longer than Hart had anticipated. By the time they got to the hotel, it was well past 6 o'clock. As Duckers preened in the hotel room mirror, Hart tried to examine his own appearance without looking like he was examining his appearance, and failed miserably. He finally gave up and butted Duckers out of the way so that he could stand in front of the mirror like a normal person getting ready for a meeting a getnoia. A date. Hart assessed his reflection, studying the harsh lines of his face and the startling paleness of his irises. His efforts at combing down his messy blonde hair did nothing to improve or soften his appearance. She wasn't going to like him. Everything okay? Sir Duckers peered over his shoulder at Hart's reflection. The kid had never asked him about his eyes or his parents or what it was like to be a demigod, had simply taken him as he was. And all of a sudden, Hart was incredibly grateful for it. I need a favor, he admitted. All right. What? He pulled his watch from his pocket. 6:56. Come with me. He took Duckers by the arm and pulled him into the hall, locking up the room behind them. But I'm going to see Zeddy. This won't take long. Hart ushered a moderately resistant Duckers out the front door of the hotel and 1 block over to the Little Wren Cafe, arriving at 7 o'clock on the nose. Okay. What's this favor? I need you to look through the window and find a woman dressed in yellow. Okay. Why am I doing this? Just do it. Not unless you tell me what's going on. It's none of your business. Hart resisted the urge to loosen his collar. That whole bank account thing was a cover. Wasn't it you're here to meet a woman? Hart said nothing, but Duckers' whole being lit up with amusement. It's your letter-writing friend, isn't it? Fine. Yes. Now would you look? Because you want to know if she's ugly so you can ditch her. No. Of course. It had occurred to Hart that this woman might not be physically attractive, but the truth was that he was far more worried about getting ditched than being the ditcher. I can't believe you dragged me here to case the joint for you. You big chicken. Duckers tucked his hands into his armpits and flapped his elbows. Bok, 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 bok. Who's a big chicken? Mortified, Hart pushed him none too gently toward the window. Just look. I'm on it. Duckers made a show of flapping his elbows as he waddled up the front steps of the Little Wren Cafe to peer into the restaurant's picture window. Do you see her? Give me a sec. Well, would you call me your oh my gods? The sinister glee in that oh my gods filled Hart's veins with dread. What? No way. What he begged. When Duckers spun around, he had pure, unadulterated joy painted all over his face. Ha! He cackled so loudly the sound echoed off the neighboring buildings. SHH. Ha ha ha, this is the greatest day of my life, crowed Duckers. So help me gods. I'm going to throttle you. What does she look like? What would you say if I told you she looks a lot like Mercy Birdsall? Duckers answered, traipsing down the steps in a series of jovial hops. I would say kill me now. Mercy's pretty. Sir, you have to admit that. I most certainly do not. Well, if you don't find Mercy Birdsall attractive, you are not going to like this lady. Really? Yeah. Because she is Mercy Birdsall. Boom. Duckers danced in triumph in front of Hart. Who was right? I was right. What the boardwalk seemed to spin like a carnival ride beneath Hart's feet. Your pen pal is the one. The only Mercy Birdsall of Birdsall Son Undertakers. Who? You. Like. On each of the last 3 words. Duckers poked Hart in the chest over the hollowed-out spot where his beating heart should be. No. Hart breathed, his lungs deflating. Yes. That can't be right. See for yourself. Hart's ankles and knees went rubbery as he made his way up the stairs and peered through the window. There was Mercy, wearing the same bright yellow dress she'd worn the day he'd walked into Birdsall Son over 4 years ago. She sat toward the back, craning her neck, glancing eagerly about her. He had never before seen her with her hair down. Now the dark locks curled about her shoulders, glinting auburn where the candlelight hit it. And for one instant, he forgot that he couldn't stand her. He could think only about how lovely she looked, and then reality sank in like the teeth of a feral dog. All this time, he had been writing letters to Mercy Birdsall. Mercy, with her heartache and her insults and her fake dimples, as if she were thrilled to smile in the face of death. Had she known it was him all along? Was this a sick joke? The cruelty of it made his chest burn from the inside. Hart's whole body went so rigid he could barely bring himself to go down the stairs. His boots hit each tread with a heavy clunk. Aren't you going in? Duckers asked. Nope. Hart continued to walk in the direction of the hotel. You're standing her up by now. Duckers was meeting him stride for stride, talking at his shoulder. Yep. At least go in there and come clean so she's not waiting around all night. Weren't you going to take the auto duck to eternity? Better get going. Sir. Duckers put out a hand to stop him, but Hart jerked away. Don't tell anyone about this. Not Seti. Not her. No one. You don't breathe a word of this ever. Promise me. With all due respect, sir. You're being a dick. Hart had steel to spare this evening, and he sank all of it into the glare he unleashed on Duckers. Fine. I promise. Happy now? No. Hart was not happy. He was the opposite of happy. He turned his back on Duckers and walked away. But behind him, he heard his apprentice shout, "Bok! Bok! Bok!" He kept walking anyway, listening to the familiar squeal of his autoduck's front door as Duckers got in and slammed it shut. The engine turned over, and the wheels susurated in reverse before Duckers pulled away down the paved main street of Maeda. And then Hart was alone on the boardwalk and alone inside his skin. He couldn't make the friend in his letters match up with the woman who had spent the past 4 years sniping at him from behind the counter of Birdsall Son. It had to be a malicious prank. Somehow. Some way. Mercy must have found out he had written that first letter and had toyed with him. Tricked him. Lured him here to make a fool of him. She hated him this much. Or could he have been wrong about her? Could Mercy Birdsall have written the words that Hart had read? So many times he had committed them to memory. Could she have poured her heart out to him without knowing who he was? Could she have liked the man she had met in his letters? The image of Mercy sitting by herself in the little wren cafe filled his mind. He saw her watching the door, hopeful, her yellow dress bright in the atmospheric dimness of the restaurant, her shiny hair skimming her shoulders, her glasses glinting in the candlelight. Hart was almost certain her letters were a horrible gag, but there was a chance, however slim, that Mercy was anxiously waiting for her friend to show up. Guilt percolated inside him, filling him up. No one would describe Hart as nice. But he wasn't cruel either. If the letters weren't a joke, if they were genuine and true, he couldn't leave her there. Believing that her friend had stood her up, he had to face her. A pitiful mule of self-preservation escaped his throat, but his morals compelled his feet to deliver his body to the little wren cafe. He wheeled a mask of disinterest over his face before he pushed in the door and stepped inside. A bell over the lintel announced his entrance, and Mercy looked up, and it was exactly as it had been the day they met, with Mercy like sunshine personified in her yellow dress, and every thought Hart had ever had in the course of his life emptying out of his brain and vanishing into thin air. His feet kept moving, and each step that brought him closer to Mercy made her big brown beautiful eyes go wider and wider behind her glasses. And then he was standing over her, and one thought finally took shape in his brain. I think I want this to be real. No, she breathed. No, no, no. What are you doing here? He knew that he needed to say something, but Mercy had injected the word you with enough vitriol to rust a hole in a tin roof, and he couldn't find a word in his head to save his life. I cannot deal with you right now. Heartache. I need you to not be here. But he had arranged to meet her at the little wren cafe on Warden's Day at 7 o'clock, hadn't he? And here he was, albeit a few minutes late. But as Mercy tilted her head, staring past him toward the door, he understood that she could not entertain the idea that Hart Ralston was the man behind the pen, and somehow, that was worse than the notion that this had been a joke to her. "Hello, Merciless," he said, a hard lump in his throat making his voice gravelly. "I have an important thing tonight. So can we not do this, please? Leave me alone. Feel free to never come back again," she told him in his memory. Hart scanned a restaurant full of happy people having happy conversations and living happy lives, and he wanted to light the place on fire. He fixed a nasty smile onto his face. "Pretty crowded tonight. Mind if I join you?" "Yes, I mind." She pushed her purse toward the opposite place setting, trying to save the seat for someone who had already arrived. Whether she knew it or not, that chair was meant for Hart, and he sat in it. "Excuse me." "You're excused. I'm meeting someone who is not you." A bitter laugh pulsed through his throat as he pulled his watch from his pocket. "At 7:10 seems like a strange time to meet. Are they late?" "None of your business. And I'll thank you to vacate that seat." A waitress stopped at the table and asked Hart, "Can I get you anything?" "No. He's going on his merry way." Mercy answered for him, her eyes doing their level best to flay him alive from across the table. Why? Yes. Thank you. I'll take a cup of jasmine green tea, Hart told the waitress, deliberately giving himself away with his drink order. Mercy failed to notice. She was too busy killing him in a variety of violent ways in her imagination. Leave, she said, seething. Hart crossed his ankle over his knee. As casual as you please. When every muscle, vein, and bone in his body felt as if it were screaming in rage. Tell you what, I'll keep you company until your friend comes along. Why would you want to keep me company? You hate me as much as I hate you. Hate. He could almost see the word written across his white shirt in a blood splatter. Hate's a strong word. Merciless. Do you really hate me? Say yes. Hart begged her in his mind. Lay into me so that I can hate you, too. But the front door opened with a chiming of bells, and Mercy looked past Hart with a hopefulness that sliced him from his guts to his throat. He turned toward the door and saw what Mercy saw. An elderly couple asking for a table. He turned in time to watch her sad with disappointment. Not your friend, I take it. Pointedly ignoring him, she reached into her purse, pulled out a book, and pretended to read, with each second that she refused to see him for who he was. A thunderous wrath built in his chest. He wanted her to hate his letter-writing self as much as she hated his flesh-and-blood self. He wanted to obliterate any foolish hope she'd been cherishing about her friend, the same way she was destroying his now. And then he could go back to the way he'd been before he'd ever set pen to paper and slid a ridiculous confession into a nickel box. He checked his watch again. If your friend was supposed to meet you at 7, they've gone from being mildly late to very late. Pretty soon it will be egregiously late. Mind your own business. He examined the spine of her novel, Enemies and Lovers. Huh. It's a classic. But I'm sure you're one of those men who've never read it because you believe it's a drippy romance novel that tries to pass itself off as great literature. That was exactly what he thought of Enemies and Lovers. Touch. Gods forbid you read a love story and experience personal growth as a result. Ah yes. Nothing says personal growth like Eliza Cannondale, wasting away under her father's misogynistic roof, waiting for her demigod hero to sweep her off her feet. I thought you've never read it. I haven't. But I don't live in a cave. Don't you? She may as well call him a pathetically friendless loser again. The waitress appeared at his side, setting his order down before him. Your tea, sir. The steam billowed between them as Mercy leaned in, alight with fury. I'll have you know that Eliza Cannondale takes control of her own life and requires no rescuing. And let me assure you that you only wish you had Samuel Dunn's strength of character. And what kind of character does your Hart checked his watch egregiously late friend have? My friend has more decency in his pinky finger than a brute like you could dream of. Hart took a delicate sip of tea with his pinky in the air to demonstrate his complete lack of brutishness. Mercy huffed as he set the cup on its saucer with a musical clink. Maybe there are things about me that would surprise you. Merciless. If you bothered to scratch the surface, how could she fail to recognize him when he was quoting their letters to her, daring her to know him for who he was? But Mercy snorted, oblivious to the truth sitting 3 feet in front of her. Please, she scoffed. If I cut you open on my prep table, I'd probably find a rapier where a heart should be and a bleak, grim, depressing novel that no one but you could possibly want to read lodged in your appendix. It was as if Mercy had grabbed the blunt knife from her place setting and filleted him with it. He had come here tonight to do the right thing, only to find himself wounded and bleeding. He bared his teeth like a cornered animal when he spoke again. And this friend you're waiting on is a big-hearted, soulful paragon of human decency. Yes, he is. He's kind and smart and funny and thoughtful. And apparently he's invisible, because you sure as shit don't see him here. Mother of sorrow's tears. He might as well be wearing a sign that said "I'm your secret pen pal." Mercy with an arrow pointing at his face. What do you care? You self-serving, prickly, glowering nightmare of a man. Oh, excuse me, half man. Because who knows where your other half came from? That barb shredded him so thoroughly, Hart could barely breathe. How very precise of you, he said in clipped syllables, feeling as if she had run him through with his own rapier. The front bell rang again, and Mercy's eyes darted to the door, where 3 women came in together. This time, a tear slid down her cheek, salt water that stung all the gashes she had carved into Hart. Go. Okay, leave me alone. Gladly. His voice was chilly, but his insides were a conflagration. He took one last sip of tea before heading for the bar. where he paid for Mercy's drink as well as his. A parting shot accomplishing he knew not what. In his hotel room, he lay spread eagle on the bed without bothering to pull down the coverlet. His friend who, as it turned out, was not his friend at all, had told him he had a rapier in place of a heart. And maybe she was right. It was stabbing him in his bleak, grim, depressing novel of a soul. Chapter 18. On All God's Day. Mercy argued with Lillian. All God's Day was, of course, Mercy's day off, but it was also the only day of the week without mail service. She didn't know how she was going to make it through the day without her friend's letter explaining why he wasn't at the Little Wren Calf last night. Because that letter would arrive tomorrow morning. She was certain of it. She went to temple and once again sat before the icon of the warden. Mom used to say that when the warden shuts a door, he always opens a window. She prayed to him. But it feels like you've closed at least 2 more doors on me since the last time I was here. I don't mean to complain, but if you could point me toward a window or 2, I'd be very grateful. Also, Zed is not talking to me, so I haven't been able to get my hands on his baking. The toaster pastry was the best I could do this morning. I swear. The god's 2 faces gazed ahead and behind, and it seemed to Mercy that the last place he was looking was at her. She made it in and out of temple without running into a family member, but it was hardly surprising when, shortly after she returned to her apartment, she heard the front door open, followed by her sister's determined footsteps up the stairs. I can't believe you missed dinner last night, Lil declared when Mercy let her in. It was delicious. By the way, Zeddy got his mitts on imported sole fillets. I don't usually like fish, but that sole was the best thing I've ever eaten. How does he do it? No idea. Good for Zeddy. I'm beside myself with joy that he's found his calling, Mercy said flatly as she offered her sister a foil packet containing 2 jelly-filled pastries. The only breakfast-like substance in her apartment. So where were you? I had a date. Kind of, Mercy admitted. Lil shrieked. With who? With whom? Mercy thought, her mind filling with her absent friend's familiar handwriting to correct Lillian's grammar. It sank her spirits lower. Was it the letter guy? Why didn't you tell me this the second you opened the door? I want details. He couldn't make it. Mercy took a bite of her pastry, and it crumbled in her mouth like sawdust. She didn't know why she kept buying them. They were always such a disappointment. He stood you up. He couldn't make it, Mercy repeated. Lillian's pupils dilated into pinpricks of outrage. But Mercy didn't want her to be mad at her friend. She wanted her sister to direct that anger toward its rightful target. And then Hart Ralston saw me sitting alone and sat down at my table and was his usual horrible, insulting self. Gallingly, Lillian fanned herself with the foil wrapper. I don't think I'd mind if Marshal Ralston sat at my table. Mercy blinked at her, stunned by her sister's treachery. He's pure evil, in a very nice body. Lil, I know you hate the guy, but I never thought he was that bad. A bit gruff. Maybe. Lots of demigods are. Probably sick of the way most people fawn all over them. He was always polite to me. Lillian had already polished off the first pastry in the packet and now tore into the second as if she were taking a bite out of Hart Ralston's impressive backside. Go ahead. Join the Heartache fan club. He never decided to loathe you for no reason. Don't you think it's weird? The way you 2 instantly hated each other. What demigod in his right mind wouldn't fall for you? Who said Hart Ralston is in his right mind? And I can't for the life of me figure out why you wouldn't swoon over a smoking hot marshal. Are you serious? Don't make me barf up my extremely disappointing breakfast. All I'm saying is that a tall, single, and extremely attractive Tanrian marshal who is standing before you in the flesh sounds a lot better than some letter-writing weirdo who stands you up. For the last time, he couldn't make it. Forget it. Sorry. Lillian threw up her hands as if she were the one who deserved to be exasperated. I came here to talk to you about Cunningham's offer. Anyway, Mercy buried her face in her hands, muffling her voice as she answered. Then you can turn around and leave, because I am not in the mood. Well, when are you going to be in the mood? Because this is a decision that involves all of us. It's not yours to make alone. Alone. Maybe Mercy had more in common with her absent correspondent than she had initially thought. In many ways, alone was exactly what Mercy had been for years. And it seemed blisteringly unfair of the gods to allow the future of the family business that she had single-handedly kept up and running to be decided by committee. She let her hands fall away from her face and snapped. Yeah, got it. Fine. Be that way. But when Danny and I get back next week, we're having this out once and for all. Lillian dusted the crumbs off her baby bump for Leonard to lick up, and let herself out. Mercy spent the rest of the day with a sinus headache and a mediocre novel. It was, by far, her best day of the week. On Sorrow's Day, Mercy argued with Steve Coppersmith, the lot manager of the Afton Lumber Company. When Mercy first took over Birdsall Son's clerical work after her mother sailed the salt sea, the family business could afford to pay for delivery from Afton. But the more Cunningham had cut into their business, the more corners Mercy had to cut. Birdsall had long since switched to picking up their order. Ever since Pop had his heart attack and couldn't join her anymore, Mercy had to sweet-talk one of the foremen into helping her load the wood into the hold of the duck. Today, it was Steve. She decided to test out Cunningham's threat by handing Steve her lumber order for the next 2 months. Despair set in as she watched him shuffle his feet and rub the back of his neck. Thing is, MS. Birdsall, I'm afraid we won't be taking any more orders past the first of the year. So it's true. MS. Afton is selling exclusively to Cunningham. Sorry. Mercy knew that Steve had played no part in this. But she was livid at Afton Lumber. And right now, the face of Afton Lumber was Steve Coppersmith, whose long, dark mustache drooped in response to her indignation. Birdsall Son has been a loyal customer for over 20 years. We were in the Tanrian funeral business before Cunningham set up shop, and we've always paid our bill. Steve cleared his throat. Late, but paid, and now you're selling to Cunningham, and no one else. How is that fair? Have you bothered to consider what this is going to do to the rest of us on the western border? It's not up to me. He flipped through the pages of his clipboard as if there were something of burning importance there. But did you stand up for us when Miss Afton told you about the deal with Cunningham? No, I did not. Why? Steve gave up the ruse and met her eyes over the clipboard. Because I've got 3 kids I'd like to send to college. And if I can recoup some of the money I shelled out for a prepaid funeral package, you better believe I'm going to do it. Well, match Cunningham's offer, Mercy promised him, inwardly cringing at the note of desperation in her voice. And tack on an extra 5% off. Can you afford that? She did the math in her head. It wasn't pretty. Probably, she said. Steve gave her a pitying look. He meant to be nice. But really, it was the nail in her cutter. There are other lumber companies on the eastern border. We're not going to be able to cover the cost of shipment. That's your problem, not mine. I'm sorry. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a business to run. And last time I checked, you do, too. But for how much longer? She called after him and was gratified by the shameful hunching of his shoulders as he walked away. On Salt Day, Mercy argued with her father and her brother. With Cunningham's threats verified by Afton Lumber, she was in a vile mood. So when Horatio delivered a stack of bills with nary a letter from her friend in sight, she felt like her skin might crack from the frustration building inside her. Why didn't he write? She asked the bride of fortune over and over as she salted and wrapped 2 bodies for delivery and 5 for the burial pits. Why? By the time she caught Pop following Zeddy and a tray of freshly baked chocolate croissants into the kitchenette, she was ready to blow. Doctor Galdames said no more coffee, she screeched, yanking the carafe from his hand and staining the tiny yellow flowers of her blouse with a splatter of caffeine. And the pastry, she grabbed one from his plate and slammed it on the tray from which he had plucked it. Will she took another croissant and did the same, sending shards of buttery lamination scattering across the counter. Kill you, she grabbed the remaining croissant and chucked it back where it came from, making a bigger mess than the one Roy had created by putting them on his plate to begin with. Easy now, Muffin. Don't tell me easy now. And don't call me Muffin. This is a place of business. Start treating it like one. You can't talk to Pop like that, Zeddy told her. And you? Mercy turned on her brother, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You were supposed to help me stop Pop from doing things like stuff his face full of coffee and pastries. And here you are, encouraging him. Stop worrying so much. Pop stopped himself, took a breath, and continued. I can take care of myself. Can any of you? Because I've been taking care of everything and everyone for 13 years. Except yourself, Zeddy muttered. Why are you here? Don't you have something fancy and useless to cook? Said his eyes brimmed with tears. You know what? Since you don't respect what I want to do with my life, you don't get to eat what I make. He picked up the tray of croissants and stalked out of the building. Mercy stood still as a statue. She was afraid that if she spoke or moved or breathed, she would dissolve into a weeping puddle. Roy caved and put a heavy arm around her shoulders. After 2 weeks of the silent treatment, that single gesture broke open the floodgates inside her, and she burst into tears. Who needs him, she wept. And the sad truth was, she didn't need SETI. Not when it came to running Birdsall Son. What she needed was someone, anyone, who could pick up the slack around here. But one of those chocolate croissants would have been nice, too. She blew her nose, pulled herself together, and asked her father the question she had put off for too long. Are you going to sell? His eyes drifted. As far as Mercy was concerned, he should have taken in every aspect of the building and the business it represented: the dock, the boatworks, the office, the lobby, the stairs leading up to Mercy's apartment, everything he had worked so hard to build over the past 2 decades. Instead, he stared at the front door, gazing longingly after an absent son who was probably halfway down Main Street by now. Honestly, Muffin, I can't think of a single reason not to sell. She felt like he had grabbed an awl from the boatworks and was now burrowing a hole into her heart with it. She slipped out from underneath his arm. So SETI is a reason to keep the business going. But I'm not. The business has been a burden on you long enough. You deserve better. Well, I'm so glad you're the expert on what's best for me. You and everyone else. She didn't give him a chance to reply. She marched to the boatworks. Whatever Birdsall Son's future held, today, she had work to do. On Fortuna's Day, Mercy argued with herself. I'm going to write to him. No, you will not. What if something's wrong? What if he's lying in a ditch, mortally wounded? What if he decided you aren't worth it? I need a friend right now. Then find one in reality. But, have some pride. Mercy. Pride? What pride? She wrote the letter. On Bones Day, Mercy argued with Horatio. Had another dreadful night. Did we? Mercy gave him a withering look. I like you, Horatio, but sometimes I loathe you. My, quite dreadful. Then, she took the proffered bundle of envelopes. I slathered on makeup this morning, so I know for a fact that to all outward appearances, I do not have bags under my eyes. Not that mortals can see. No. Mercy growled as she flipped through the mail, each bill crushing her hope. Oh, now, don't mind a bitter old nimcalim, although you, too, would be insufferable if you had been demoted to a position of common postal carrier after centuries of delivering messages for the most divine beings in the universe. Do you have any idea how awful it is to be an immortal of such discerning tastes and to be cast upon the wilds of Bushong? I like it here. It's unpretentious. What is there to admire about a lack of pretension? Horatio shuddered, ignoring the slight on her tone. Mercy slapped the disappointing mail onto the counter and declared, There's been a mistake. How do you mean? I should have received a certain letter by now. Did you lose it? Horatio pressed the tips of his wing feathers to his heart. If he'd been wearing pearls, he would have clutched them. My little button. When it comes to fashion and mail delivery, I am infallible. She did not tip him. On Wisdom's Day, Mercy argued with Nathan McDevitt. Sort of. She went to City Hall to pay her stupid drudge rule violation before she wound up with a late fine tacked onto it. A familiar voice called her name in the vestibule, the 2 syllables bouncing off the marble floor and counter. And there was Nathan, his silver deputy's badge winking on his vest. He came at her so fast that Mercy thought he was going to hug her, and she recoiled. He pulled up short, started to extend his hand, then wiped it on his pant leg. Hey, he said. Hey, what are you doing here? She clenched her jaw in irritation as she held up the ticket between 2 rigid fingers, and was taken aback when he snatched it from her hand. I need to pay that. No, you don't. I never filed the paperwork. He tore it in 2. Shoved the pieces into his pocket, and glanced around furtively. The first ray of light indicating that this perfectly awful week might end on a happy note seemed to shine through the large front windows of City Hall. Nathan kept his hand in his pocket and bunched his shoulders up to his earlobes, which were turning pink. I'm sorry. I was a real jerk that day, he said. For a full month after she had found out about Nathan's cheating on her, Mercy had longed for him to come knocking on her door, groveling, apologetic, pathetic with longing. She wouldn't exactly describe him as groveling or pathetic with longing at the moment, but it was nice to receive an apology, for the ticket at least. She didn't know what to say. His cheeks went as pink as his earlobes, and he gave her a wry smile. No, don't argue with me on this. I was a complete jerk, and I won't hear your objections. Thank you, Mercy said with a small laugh. They continued to loiter in the vestibule, neither of them knowing where to look. By now Nathan's entire face was pink. Finally, he swallowed and said, I miss you. Good gods! How long had Mercy yearned to hear those words, and yet now that they had been said, she floundered, unsure of how to feel or respond. Any chance I can buy you a cup of coffee? He asked. She thought, he's angling for something. But then she realized that the thing he was angling for was her. And wasn't that what she had been longing for? She recalled Lillian's advice about focusing on the man before her in the flesh rather than her letter-writing friend, who remained silent. At least Nathan was better than the tall, single, and extremely attractive Tanria Marshal her sister had been talking about. Okay, she agreed. Nathan pulled his hand from his pocket, but didn't seem to know where to put it. Really? Yeah, sounds good. Where to? His grin straightened, and he looked less like a weasel than usual. I need to finish up a couple of things and clock out, but I can meet you in an hour. The Salt and Key. See you there. As she made her way to the Salt and Key to wait for Nathan, Mercy couldn't help but notice that she wasn't as happy about this change in circumstances as she ought to be, since she still had her copy of Enemies and Lovers in her purse. She got it out to read while she waited. Mercy had brought it with her to the Little Wren Cafe on Warden's Day evening so that she could loan it to her friend, and she had planned to ask him what his favorite book was, and they could have gotten to know each other better through the books they loved. But her friend hadn't shown up, and now she had to figure out how to disassociate her favorite novel from a certain important Tanria Marshal. She flipped to one of the most famous scenes, the part where Eliza Cannondale first realizes that Samuel Dunn is more than what he seems. Soon enough, Mercy was sucked into the story, the cafe disappearing around her as she lived and loved through the character's eyes, which was why Nathan's arrival took her by surprise, despite the fact that she had been expecting him. You never get tired of that book, do you? How many times have you read it? Without waiting for her answer, he handed Mercy a bouquet of daisies, which she accepted graciously, even though she had never understood the point of giving a woman flowers. Maybe it was because of her profession, but she had always thought it strange to hand someone a bunch of plants that were already well on their way to their ultimate demise. Then again, he was trying, and it was nice to see Nathan trying on her behalf. So how's your mom? She asked him, which led him to tell her a funny story about how his nephew recently lured a raccoon into his mother's kitchen with a freshly baked pie. At least, Nathan thought it was hilarious. Mercy thought it sounded fairly traumatic. From there, Nathan told her how his father was doing booming business at the new general store he had opened in Harrington, how his sister wasn't a very good mother, and how his nephew seemed to be turning out well regardless, a sentiment with which Mercy privately disagreed. He talked about some interesting cases he'd handled over the past few months and how he was anticipating his promotion whenever Sheriff Connolly finally got around to retiring. Mercy's part in the conversation consisted primarily of "oh and really" and the occasional admittedly fake "ha ha ha." As she listened to Nathan talk about his job, she thought of her friend, of all the questions he had asked her about herself, how he had wanted to know as much about her as she wanted to know about him. Nathan hadn't so much as asked, "How are you?" And he did resemble a weasel. "Listen, Merc, I know this has been a long time coming, but I'm sorry about lying to you." The air left her lungs in a whoosh. The hurt and humiliation of his cheating on her still rankled her, but if Nathan was ready to clear the air, she was glad to get it out of the way. "Cheating on me? You mean?" His face went from pink to scarlet. "Yeah, and for blaming it on me because you were lonely when I had to spend so much time taking care of my father after he almost died." He nodded slowly. "That, too." Mercy considered him as he squirmed in his seat, nervous and jittery but earnest. She could see he meant it. "So, apology accepted." "Yes, apology accepted." He laughed and ran his hands through his sandy hair. "Gods, what a relief all these months. I didn't know what to do or say. You have no idea how hard it's been for me." Mercy let loose an incredulous guffaw. "I might have had an inkling. This is great together again. What time should I pick you up tomorrow night?" "Tomorrow night? The Founders' Day party." "It's a date, right?" Mercy realized that he seemed to be confusing her acceptance of his apology with a welcome mat back into her life. The awkwardness was so visceral. It seemed to pull up a chair and order a drink. "Nathan, I appreciate your apology, but I don't think we were meant to be." "What are you talking about? We're great together." "We're not, and you deserve to be with someone who's better suited to you. We've had 1 cup of coffee, and you're already dumping me again." "Would we call this dumping?" He wadded up his napkin and made a show of dropping it on the table. "I don't get it." "Mercy, what more do you want from me?" "I want to be with someone who asks me how my day was. Someone who finds what I have to say interesting. I want to be with someone who thinks that I don't know that I'm kind of special. That's all." Nathan puffed his lips as if Mercy had uttered the most unreasonable thing he'd ever heard. "Thanks a lot," she said. "I'm not trying to be mean, but come on. Life isn't like those fluffy books you read. People don't sit around mooning over each other. This is reality. And in reality, you find someone you like and that you're attracted to. And you get married and you have a family. And that's all there is to it. It's that simple." Mercy sagged in her chair. Maybe Nathan had a point. Maybe she was reaching too high and wanting too much. Maybe it was time to lower the bar and readjust her expectations. It wasn't like the population of Western Busham was bursting at the seams with available men in general, much less available men who showed any inclination to go out with her. Nathan took her hand. "So, what do you say are we on for tomorrow night?" Mercy almost said yes. The word balanced on the tip of her tongue, ready to walk the plank. But then she remembered something her friend wrote in one of his last letters. "I feel very strongly that you deserve a friend more worthy of you than I am in reality." Maybe he hadn't shown up because he sincerely believed that he wasn't good enough for her. Maybe he hadn't shown up precisely because he thought she was kind of special. Mercy wanted a man who thought she was worth something. And that man clearly wasn't Nathan. "I don't think so," she told him. She took her hand back and stood up to leave. "Well, I don't think so isn't now. So I'm going to hold out hope for us." Mercy shook her head and left, wondering why he'd bother to hope for something he didn't seem to want very much. On Warden's Day, Mercy did not argue with Hart. Chapter 19. On the morning following his disastrous showdown with Mercy at the Little Wren Calf, Hart lay like a slug on his unforgiving hotel room bed in Mayetta with the curtains drawn, waiting for Duckers to show up with his autoduck. He wanted very much to be unconscious and tried to spend the morning asleep. When that didn't work, he tried to read his newest interlibrary loan rabble-rouse with the Federated Government and the First President, but his mind kept drifting to Mercy and their letters to each other and his suffocating disappointment. He tossed the book onto the side table and attempted to clear his mind of all thought, but turning off his thoughts transformed him into a pile of throbbing, painful, worthless emotions. When feeling anything was the last thing he wanted to do, checkout time rolled around without any sign of Duckers. So Hart was forced to remove himself from the hotel bed that felt more like his bier than a place of rest and wait for his apprentice at the Little Wren Calf, the place he least wanted to be. The only available table for lunch was the one at which Mercy had sat the night before, waiting for a friend who never came. He couldn't bear to sit in the chair he had occupied, so he took her seat instead, watching people come and go through the front door, which was somehow worse. He ordered tea and forced himself to choke down a BLT, his irritation with his apprentice ballooning by the second. The door chimes tinkled Ducker's arrival around 1 o'clock. His swagger through the restaurant indicated his unpardonable happiness. How could Duckers be so delighted with one Birdsall when Hart was livid with another? "You look miserable," Duckers chirped as he sat down at Hart's table and plucked the pickle from his plate. "Order your own lunch." "I had a late breakfast of eggs Benedict with prosciutto and a blueberry muffin." "There are serious benefits to dating a man who cooks." Duckers finished off the pickle and dried his vinegar-coated fingertips on the tablecloth. "So, about last night, I give 0 shits about your love life," Hart said, cutting him off before taking a bite out of a sandwich he didn't want. "I'm not talking about my love life, sir. I'm talking about yours. Don't have one." "Whose fault is that?" "Don't want one." "Are you seriously not going to talk to?" "So help me gods." "Duckers, if you utter that harpy's name, I will rip your balls off." Hart paid his tab, and he and his apprentice drove through the desert scrub to the West Station. When the squat adobe building came into view with the mist of Tanria shifting restlessly behind it, Hart felt his shoulders ease. This was what he needed to get back to work and take his mind off the nightmare he had left behind him in Mayetta. but his shoulders tensed all over again when he checked the week's assignment board and saw that Deckers had been given checkpoint duty, while the words "report to the chief's office" were written next to his name. "Are you in trouble, sir?" "I highly doubt it," he told Deckers. But whatever it was, he was in no mood to do anything other than his job. 5 minutes later, he rapped on the office door, stepped inside when beckoned, and asked, "What the fuck, Alma? And a good afternoon to you, too, Marshal." He dropped into the chair across from her. "Sorry, what the fuck, Chief McGuire?" She folded her hands over a stack of papers on her desk, as smug as a kid with an ice cream cone. "Are you familiar with Legislative Bill B 27TL5? "No. Should I be?" Legislative Bill B 27TL5 passed last week and is effective immediately. It states that any federal employee accruing more than 200 vacation days must take the surplus. Do you know how many vacation days you have accrued in the past 19 years? Marshal Ralston, federal employee. Hart had no idea how many vacation days he had piled up, but he had a bad feeling about this. "Well, I'd have to check my records." But Alma held up one of the documents on her desk. 207. So enjoy your vacation. Hart was aware that most people looked forward to taking a vacation, but as 7 days with nothing to do stretched before him, the word itself spelled his doom. "I don't want to go on vacation." He whined, literally whined. Tough shit. Have fun. Denial bubbled inside him. All he wanted to do was lose himself in his job. And now he was going to have nothing but free time to fill with thoughts of the disaster that was Mercy. "You're enjoying this too much. You cruel woman," he told Alma helplessly. "Vacations are for enjoying. Enjoy yourself for a week." "All right." He levered himself out of the chair and grumbled. "Great. Thanks. Oh, believe me, it is my pleasure." Hart left Alma's office and walked aimlessly through the station, winding up in the parking lot beside his auto duck. Maybe a vacation wasn't a terrible idea. Maybe getting away from the familiarity of Tanria and eternity and Mercy and taking a long drive over the sea was the best way for him to get his head on straight. He filled up the gas tank in Harrington, picked up his holds at the library, and hit the road, driving west until he came to the Great Western Sea, after which he cruised up the coast for another hour before exiting onto Seaway 95, heading to the inner islands. There was hardly any traffic, and the Great Western Sea opened up around him. He draped his forearm across the open window and let the ocean spray cool his skin. If only it would soothe the burning inside him. This pernicious emotion he could not name with accuracy. Disenchantment, regret, whatever it was. It accompanied him like an unwanted guest in his passenger seat. He arrived on La Hunt Island by late afternoon. The beaches here were rocky, so it was the least touristy of the inner islands, which was why Hart had chosen it as his reluctant vacation destination. Most of the island was a federal waterbird preserve, so at least he wouldn't have to worry about interacting with people. He could be alone with his turmoil in the tent he pitched inland. As the sun set, he walked to the shore and watched the sea roll in and out, its whispered undulation like the heartbeat of the mother of sorrows. The infinity of gray-blue water reminded him of his friend's letter, how she had looked up at the night sky and felt a part of something bigger than herself. It wasn't a friend who wrote that letter. He reminded himself with a fresh surge of the unnamed emotion he couldn't shake. Mercy had gone to her father's house that night and had touched her mother's key with salt water on her fingertips. Hart had no desire to emulate her, but as he watched the waves billow in and out, feeling adrift in his own skin, he dipped his fingers into the salty water and touched his mother's key over his sore heart. In the days that followed, he haunted the island like a ghost, wandering along the beach, letting the wind buffet him, tousle his hair, whip his shirt against his skin. He wanted to feel something, anything other than the despondency that had taken hold of him and refused to let go. He tried to read, but he had neither the attention nor the appetite for books. And the more he was left to his own devices without his job to anchor his thoughts, the more his mind was free to go ferreting about the darkest places inside him. He had come here to escape from Mercy, but as the week trickled by and he did his best to push all thoughts of her to the side, he wound up slanting into his memory of Bill and all the remorse that came with it. He tried to grasp onto the happy times he had spent with his mentor, but as night crept in, it was Bill's death that gnawed at him in the darkness. By Wisdom's Day, he itched to go home, but he had no home. He thought of the mist swirling beyond the West Station and said to himself, That sheephole is your home. How sad is that regardless? He had already packed his bag, preparing to drive back to Bushong early, when a ninkalim cleared her throat outside his tent and announced, "Mail delivery." A letter Hart thought out of instinct as he stepped outside, and then his knee-jerk hope came crashing to the ground as he remembered from Mercy. The ninkalim, a pelican in a starched white shirt, opened her beak and plucked the envelope from the stack therein, presenting it to Hart with an efficient flick of her wing. Hart was tempted to find out what would happen if he refused delivery, but the magnetic pull of a new letter was too ingrained in him to resist. He fished in his pocket for a tip and accepted the letter. The words to a friend were written on the front of the envelope as they always were, in the same graceful handwriting he had come to cherish. He set the letter on his bare cot, sat on the other end, and stared at the unopened symbol of his unfinished business with Mercy. His whole life was like this letter, a series of goodbyes that never happened, a line from his past to his present that he could draw in his mind with a thick-nipped pen, from his mother to Bill to Gracie to Mercy. He didn't need a vacation. He needed to put the past behind him once and for all. Hart drove to Bushong and sneaked into Tanria, which is to say, he entered through the northern checkpoint rather than the west station, so that Alma wouldn't know what he was up to. He wasn't thrilled to discover that Salt Liquor, his least favorite stallion, had wound up at the north station and was the only mount available. Typical, he told the Aquamarus, who gurgled in surly agreement. He rode south to Sector W43, worried that he wouldn't be able to find Gracie's grave after more than 4 years. But as it turned out, he could never forget where he'd buried her. The stone cairn was still there, though not as tidy as he had left it. At least the untidiness was the result of the ground shifting over time, not scavengers trying to dig their way in. He pictured his dog in his mind, her liquid brown eyes, her crooked ears, her mouth a smile outlined in black fur. He remembered the bristly texture of her fur beneath his hand, the way she snorted in her sleep, and his tears welled up, strong and fast. Out here, where no one could see him, he let them fly. "Well, Gracie," he said with a sad, shaky laugh, "I was a mess before, but I've made a pig's ear of my life since you left me." If she had been alive, she would have flopped down beside him and propped her head on his thigh and sighed as he stroked her between her adorable ears. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and blew his nose before patting the stones over Gracie's grave. It was not as hard as he had thought it would be to say goodbye to her. Or rather, his farewell to his dog came with as much comfort as bereavement. He didn't anticipate the same catharsis for his next stop. He remounted Salt Liquor and rode to the ridge overlooking Sector 28 with nothing but the slap and suck of the Aquamarus webbed feet against the pink mossy earth to keep him company. Below him, the whitewashed farmhouse with the blue front door sat in the center of a blanket of ruddy grasses and gray wildflowers. The house that no one but Hart could see. Dozens of Solsagain, something no one else could see, drifted nearby. He had known that he could see human souls long before he came to Tanria. By the time he was 8 and watched his grandfather's spirit leave his body, he knew that he was different in a way that was somewhat good but mostly not so good. After that, Mom was all he had. The two of them living in the old house with the blue door in central Arvonia, the same house that, inexplicably, stood below him in this field in the middle of Tanria, when Hart was 18, and he and Bill had come across this field for the first time. When he saw his own house here in Tanria, house that Bill could not see, told his mentor everything about the house and the souls. A year later, Bill died because of it. That was why Hart stood here now, overlooking the spot where he had watched Bill's soul depart his body, where he had done more than simply watch. Hart did not think he was the offspring of one of the death gods. Most demigods displayed gifts that had nothing to do with their divine parent. Alma was a perfect example. Her mother was a water spirit, but her gift was the ability to start a fire and snuff it out again with her bare hands. And yet, while Hart's parentage remained a mystery, his gift did not. He could see the souls of the departed. And once, he had watched one of those lights Bill's light open the door to that house in the middle of Sector 28 and go inside. During his time with the Tanrian marshals, Hart had saved many lives, but none of them counterbalanced what had happened to Bill. Everything about Bill was unfinished business, and Hart had no idea how to go about finishing it. He didn't think he could. All he could do was stand here and make himself stare at the spot where his beloved mentor had lost his life. Because of Hart, the western sky turned orange, then pink, then indigo. But Hart stayed put, reluctant to leave this place for once. He picketed the stallion, taking pains to secure the reins so the stubborn asshole wouldn't abandon him to go off in search of water. Then he built his campfire and brewed a pot of strong black tea and heated up a tin of beans and ate some canned peaches. The same meal he had eaten with Bill countless times. He had said goodbye to Gracie, and he had at least tried to put to rest his guilt over Bill's death, albeit unsuccessfully. Now it was time to bid one more adieu. He sat on his heels and dug around in his rucksack for the packet of letters, bundled together with twine. A relationship made of letters makes us little more than paper dolls, she had once written. And she was right. Their friendship had been nothing more than paper, and paper burned with ease. He held the letters over the fire and was about to drop them into the flames when he realized that Marcy's last letter remained wrinkled and unopened in his pocket. Don't read it, he told himself. Let it burn and be done with it. But he reasoned that he ought to bundle it in with the others so that he could toss them into the flames all at once. He undid the twine, meaning to do just that. But some force that was in no way related to his brain caused him to reach instead for the first letter Mercy had written to him. He read it, even though he already knew the words by heart. Dear